Oh, it's really hard to drink water while sitting down. Almost spilt it all over my Space Jam Oodie. You know what that means? Space Jam Oodie means chill out stream Sunday night. Time to hang out and catch up on some stuff. Let's just make sure my phone is silenced. It is not. Boo. Get your shit together. Just plug it in over here. Or it'll die. I have to use this piece of metal to silence it now. Because the button's all fucky. That sucks. But whatever, we make do. So, anything exciting for this week? Nintendo Direct dropped. There was a Nintendo Direct, about 45-minute episode. So that should come with a whole bunch of fresh new Nintendo stuff. Maybe that'll get me motivated to finally unbox my Switch. I've had a Switch for a while now, and I still haven't taken it out of the shit. I feel bad about that. I would really love to try out Breath of the Wild and Mario Odyssey. Maybe Luigi's Mansion 3. A bunch of stuff like that for myself, but still haven't got around to it. It's at a good temp. The Disney Princess juice is at a good temp. So, I'm thinking I'll kick off today with that. Hit the Nintendo Direct. And then catch up on a whole bunch of other game trailers from the last 2 weeks that I've been ignoring. Because last week I pretty much just hit movie trailers. Because I had so many built up that took up a whole stream. Also, you know what? Check this out. This is weird. This little silver dinghy. You can't really see it, can you? Blurry. Tiny little silver magnet showed up in my house. Magnetized to one of my headphones case. No idea where it came from. Didn't come from the headphones case. It was just stuck to the outside of it. I've got no idea where that magnet got collected from. I have a feeling it might have got stuck to me when I was outside somewhere, maybe down the shops, and I brought it home. But I can't bring myself to get rid of it because it makes me paranoid, thinking it might be from something important in this room. So I don't know what to do about that. But whatever. I will hang on to that. Probably for the next 4 years until I eventually decide to throw it out because it means nothing. Dope. Okay. Anything else? There are some new movie trailers, but a very small amount since I hit quite a lot yesterday, last Sunday. So I have a feeling this stream's going to be mostly catching up on gaming related stuff. You know? Alright, here it is. Here it is. Let's figure out my orientation here real quick. About there-ish. Wait. The further away I get from the mic, it's not that far. It's about this. But the further away you get, the more you introduce reverb from hearing my voice overlaid with the echo of my voice bouncing off the walls of the study. If you're nice and close, that's better. Or maybe I should get one of those arms. One of the arm cranes for the mic. So I can actually have it up close. I did that, so that's gonna look pretty sus to people out of context. Yeah, get it nice and close, and then maybe bring it down some. Got it so used to being about medium distance, though. Oh well. It's piking into the yellow quite regularly, so it's still fine. I just know that it could be crisper if I had it closer and turned down a bit. Okay. Nintendo Direct. Hello. 44 minutes and 20 seconds. Boo. That'll take me to the first hour. Stoked. What is this for? Games launching in the first half of 2023. So this is Jan to July type stuff. Actually coming out. Please note, due to COVID-19, release dates and other information presented in the video are subject to change. Really? Still? Do I have the right video? 3 days ago? Yeah, alright. Well, COVID's still affecting shit, I guess. It's easy to forget that. Now that we're all back out and about. Let's do it. I see a lot of chapter indexes here, so I feel like we're going to get a lot of games dropped in this. There's something so appealing about Nintendo aesthetics. I don't know what it is. It feels like home. It's comfy. Pikmin 4? Right off the bat, I'm just all about Oh my god, I guessed it. That was a complete and utter guess. I can't even believe I did that. That was amazing. I guess I just know my Nintendo, man. I'm ready for more Pikmin. I'm up to date. Played all of them. In fact, can we get a Chibi Robo sequel? I'd vibe with that too. I wonder if you can customize your Olimar. Because that looks like a very different character. Oh my god, the graphics are so tasty. So the Pikmin and the characters are staying the same level of cartoony. But the environments are getting photorealistic. It's an interesting choice. They're also more realistically sized. Like, this garden's scope is bigger than what levels in the previous Pikmins felt like. I'm curious what the actual plot's gonna be. I'm pretty sure both the last two involved crash landing. Sorry, the last three. We're all basically crash landing and having to fix the rocket, right? So rather than just having water Pikmin that can go in water, you now have blue Pikmin that can freeze water, so you can walk on it. Pretty dope. You can charm other animals. Dope. Oh, that's so cool. So I'm guessing there's going to be a lot of larger animals that can be charmed and used for puzzle solving based on Earth species. I have a feeling they might just show us the dog for the sake of the trailer. Castaway. Cool. My prediction for the story: whoever this Olimar-like character is that is not Olimar is come to Earth to rescue castaways of her race that have crashed on Earth over time. That seems about right. I bet the ultimate rescue at the end of the game is going to be Olimar himself. I bet he's out here somewhere, has to be rescued, but probably right at the end. Hey, Menace! Creatures get more dangerous at night. Cool. Hope your skull run went well last night. I was a bit disappointed at the end, to be honest. I got into a losing streak of failing to get past the tree again for some reason, like a couple times in a row. So I think that was just exhaustion and me losing some of the energy. Because at a point there, once I'd gotten past the tree and it started to fight the second world boss, I was pretty much killing the tree every single time without any problems. And then I just got into like a horrible run of luck. I did eventually get past it again and take another crack at the second world boss, but it was again a failure, so I decided that rather than keep playing until I actually beat the second world boss, I thought I'd just cut my losses there and come back another night. Because really, it was palpable how much worse I was getting at the game by playing it for too long. That's like a real thing. That's happened to me with other games before, where you progressively get worse if you play it for too long a stretch, like 8 to 10 hours. But then when you put it away and come back a different night, you suddenly like smash it. I don't know if you've ever done that before. I think it happened to me in Hollow Knight. Like, you beat your head against something for a few hours, you go away frustrated, you come back the next day and you beat it like first time. So I'll probably be a bit better at it when I come back tomorrow night. That's my prediction. Because I went from like rookie to getting pretty good to like it coming back down again. So, second hardest boss in the game. Yeah, but it's a downer when you plan to end on a high note and you end up having to like pike out on a low note. You know what I mean? Pushing yourself to beat a game can make yourself lose that drive. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't give up. It's not really my style, but I would get more frustrated. That's for damn sure. I think I was just hoping that I could make a goal and reach the goal for the end of the play session, just so I could go out on a positive. And I thought that beating that second world boss would be it, because I'd tried enough times. I feel like I've had enough goes at it that I could have beat it by now if I'd not been unlucky a couple of times where I choked. I could have beat it first time. I could have legit fluked it on my first time there, because with the mummy, I had her on a millimeter left. If I'd just not choked on that one, I could have pulled a blind boss win. Because every attempt after that with different play styles got worse, got progressively worse. But I'm positive about my my next session. I think things will start to get a bit better when I play tomorrow night, because I'll be coming back to it fresh, ready to go, fresh energy. You know what I mean?
Hello, everyone.
I do think it's good training for when I eventually go back to Hollow Knight, though.
Guide for today's Nintendo Direct.
Which is still a harder game.
That was the latest trailer for Pikmin 4.
Yeah, I noticed. Thank you. I love Pikmin.
Creature was spotted. What kinds of things will it show us?
How to destroy people's property.
In the future.
Porcelain vases.
Let's see our first batch of Nintendo Switch headlines.
I love how much they like playing up the click sound effect that they invented for the Switch. They always build that into their trailers.
Volume 3 of the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Expansion Pass DLC.
Lapidurist extraordinaire.
What now?
Say
What
hello
now?
to Masha, the newest hero, and a refined Lapidarist. She can
Lapidarist.
use special...
I had no idea this game had such UK accents for its dub. You had a similar experience with Hollow Knight? You just completely gave up? See, my experience with Hollow Knight was I streamed it nightly for some very long streams for about a week. And I put in just enough time and effort to get my first ending. The first most basic ending. Which probably clocked at somewhere around 40 hours of playtime. And then I took a Hollow Knight vacation, which I'm still on currently. With the intent being that I will eventually go back to Hollow Knight and pick up where I left off and go for the other more advanced endings. Because there's a lot of game leading up to just one ending. To just the most basic, like, bad ending. Like the default ending. Like, that's a lot of game. That's 40 to 60 hours at least. But then there's that whole end game process of exploring the rest of the world, finishing off all the extra stuff, and then setting yourself up for another 4 endings. I think there's 5 total. The last of which includes doing that arena shit, where you've got to beat the Transcendent, I think it's called, versions, or is it Tranquil? One of the two. It's a T word. Of all the bosses, where they're like extra hard and you can't even get hit once. Or something like that. I'm not looking forward to that. You've heard it gets super in depth. You love to get good at it. Yeah, I don't even know if I got that good at it. Like, I got proficient enough to at least get to an ending, but and I tried a couple of bosses on whatever the ghost mode is. If you go back to a boss's corpse, you can hit it with the dream nail, and you can go into their spirit, and you can refight the boss fight, but they're with them as a ghost form, where they're extra fast and have extra moves and have extra health. So I did a couple of those just to see what it was like, but I got to one that I kept failing on, and I was just like, let me just leave this like for another day. And I never did another one of those extra bosses again. But I think I feel when I get all the endings, I have to go back and do all those. So when I eventually go back to Hollow Knight, it's going to be a bit of an ordeal. I'm going to be putting myself in for a little bit of a slog, I think. God damn, this coffee is good today. The Disney Princess juice is hitting good. Ah. Yummy. Tell you what, Java tastes a lot better out of a Disney Princess mug. I'd recommend it. Definitely have to come back to it at some point. Yeah, I mean, it's a good game. I can see why some people fall off it, because at a certain point, difficulty can lead to frustration, which can lead to not having fun. And I don't blame anyone for dropping a good game, an objectively good game, simply because they can't have fun with it anymore because of the way the game is. Like, that's fair. Like, I love Dark Souls games. I love Souls-likes, but like, I would never hold it against anyone that wasn't into the genre. It's only for a certain mentality. And by mentality, I'm not saying it's only for, like, hardcore gamers or gamers that are good. Like, that's some fucking elitism shit. It's more a case of you have to have a certain level of obsessive OCD gamer mentality, I think, to be into this certain kinds of things like this. Like, getting smashed in Dark Souls to that kind of personality, it fosters a kind of motivation to figure it out, to go deeper, to bash your head against the wall until something clicks, and then you get that surge of satisfaction of getting there. But a normal person doesn't get that, because bashing your face against a wall is not worth it to get any kind of satisfaction, because they'd rather get satisfaction for other things as opposed to going through absolute trauma to earn this little specific kind of nugget of satisfaction, if that makes sense. Which makes total sense. Some of us are gluttons for punishment because it makes the fruit ever sweeter at the end of the road. But don't hold it against anyone that is not a sadomasochist. I mean, that's just being a normal human being. Those of us who are into Souls-like, we ain't normal. We're a bunch of freaks. We like to get whipped by dominatrixes and stepping on our necks in high heels. You lost like 150 plus soul currency and that was your breaking point? Ooh. Yeah. The hardest part of continuing with a Souls-like is the first time you ever lose a substantial chunk of souls. It's difficult. I think the first time I ever lost... I think that my first ever real loss was about 28,000 souls or something. It was just shy of 30,000. And it was from me, like, falling off a banister. Like, I wasn't even killed by a monster. And when I went back, the souls were, like, on this piece of banister that I had to walk back to collect. And I slipped and fell off the same banister a second time before I can get the souls back. That was one of those moments where your face goes pale. Your body is drained of all your blood. And you put the controller down and just kind of, like, stand up and go stand by the window for a second. But that's the thing. It's a substantial... The game is built in a way that you could substantially lose a lot. But that is the kind of stakes that it has to set for the successes to mean anything. The problem with a lot of games nowadays, and games can be anything they want, so I'm not going to hold this against gaming in general, but there's a lot of games in a lot of various genres that don't know how to or don't care to set stakes. Ever since the days of games like Abe's Odyssey, which decided that platformers didn't need lives anymore, which kicked you back to the start of the game. Get rid of lives completely. Just respawn at the start of the area, try again as much as you want. And then every game from then on did that. Back when I was a kid, that was unheard of. Every game had lives. You had 3 lives. If you lost those 3 lives, back to the main menu. No save files. Those were stakes. Those were naturally inflicted stakes by the nature of gaming itself, built into the core of gaming. Once that was left behind, games had to figure out a way within their own context to provide stakes. And Souls-likes are a very modern example of that. Create one currency that the game is all about achieving, and that you have to hold on to, and that if you lose it, it can be gone, and you'd have to build it all up again. Those are pretty decent stakes because you feel the time and effort lost when you lose like 30 plus souls. Late game, you could be losing 150,000 plus. It hurts, but it has to. I can't even think of other examples right now of games with real stakes. You just have to create something within the mechanics of your game world that if you fuck it up, it's a permanent, or at least it feels like a permanent infliction on you. Like you really drop the ball in a way that's difficult to turn around or recover from. You wonder what the first big lose all your progress when you die game was? I have one in my head that is very unknown. It's a very underrated, like you probably never heard of it. There's a mech game on the original Xbox called Steel Battalion, which, oh, actually, check this out. As I'm explaining it to you. Oh, the text is in the way. Whoops. Let me just move that for you real quick. Whoop. You see that big box down there underneath that copy of Assassin's Creed and the katana? That's Steel Battalion. That entire box is Steel Battalion. It's basically a mech game like Mech Warrior and all those types of things, except it was infamous at the time for being brutal. And one of the things about the game is when you start a new game, you create a pilot's license for your mech with, you know, your pilot's name, and it has all his information and stuff. And all your progress in the campaign is recorded on the license as a career thing with the medals and stuff. If you die in a mission, that pilot is deceased. He goes on the RIP wall of pilots that have died with every one of your other save files that you failed on. And if you want to keep playing, you got to start a new game and create a new pilot from scratch. So that's Xbox, the original Xbox era. That's the earliest I can think of. That's not the main gimmick of the game, though. The main gimmick of the game was it's a mech cockpit simulator. The reason the box is so big is there's a mech controller in there. It's literally a controller that you sit in front of you that goes out to the sides and then wraps around you. It's 3 pieces that you stick together with cabling. And it has maybe 60 plus buttons on it. There's switches, buttons, levers. There's like this one big accelerator lever you can pull forward and back. There's the joysticks you use to control the mech with. There's literally a ignition switch to turn the mech on. There's things like a little switch to turn on the windshield wipers. There's a knob to dial the radio, so you can go between different radio frequencies of different battalions. There's 3 pedals on the floor that you have to move your feet between. It's like a whole cockpit, dude. It's nuts. There's a long learning process for learning how to drive one of those mechs. But the only way to save your pilot, if your mech is going to get blown up and you see it coming, there's a little glass casing on the controller that if you flick open the glass, there's a blinking red ejection button on it. If you hit that, your pilot ejects. You lose the mech, but your pilot lives. And then as long as you have enough money, you can buy a new shitty mech and take it out. Although if you're out of money and you can't get another mech, it's still game over because you've got nothing to drive. So you pretty much just retire at that point. But yeah, that controller made that game infamous because I think in the PAL territories there were only like 400 copies of that game available. I've got like one of 400 of those boxes that's ever existed, which is pretty wild. But yeah, it was great. Like the physics and everything. Like if you turn that mech in a way that's too hard and sharp at the speed for the mech's legs to keep up with, you can tip the mech on its side on the ground, and then you get mud all over the cockpit, and then you might not even be able to get it back up off the ground. But then you can use the windscreen wipers to like clean the mud off the windscreen while you're lying there. It was pretty cool for its time. Oh, hey, Tanky. Let me bring all the text back down the bottom. Just want to move that so you can see the box. There we go. Back at it. I was just watching through the Nintendo Direct, Tanky, that dropped this week. They just showed Pikmin 3, and now they're showing
to craft accessories that can bestow various effects.
Xenoblade.
Challenge battles with roguelike elements are also being added. Select only one character and battle wave after wave of enemies. For every win, you'll earn more heroes and special abilities. Rack up victories with your heroes and set your sights on the final stage.
Is this a
might also get
DLC
special
for
in-game
Xenoblade?
outfits as a reward. And coming in Volume 4 later this year.
Oh my god.
Tell me why! Is this really what you want? Nothing's gonna get through to him. He's a heartless
Man,
machine.
the British accents in Xenoblade's dub always trips me out.
Like killing
I'm so not
Granddad
used to seeing
wasn't
anime
enough for
characters
you?
that sound that
Volume
British.
3 of the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 expansion pass for the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 game launches on the Nintendo Switch system February 15th. Shake it, amigo.
Samba de Amigo? For real? Oh my
To the
god.
beat in a brand new Samba de Amigo game.
Yes.
Grab your Joy-Con controllers
No.
and gently shake them like maracas to match the targets during a
Not
song.
not Joy-Con. Come on, Maraca
Follow the
accessories.
instructions on screen to pose and dance.
Fuck, I'm gonna have to play this on stream, aren't I?
But the unexpected might happen, so stay on your toes.
What the hell is that?
Why not dance with a friend to predict your compatibility?
I've got
and
this
love
game on the
checker?
Sega Dreamcast with the Maraca controllers.
Make sure to show up in style too. Compete online in World Party. Those with the lowest scores in each round will
I
be
find it a
eliminated.
bit disappointing that you have to
Keep
play it with the
beat and
Joy-Cons.
aim for first place.
I miss the days when they had special peripherals for
40
like
songs
every
are
music
included,
game.
spanning a multitude of genres from around the world.
Now that everything's got
So
motion
grab
control in
those
it, they
controllers
just rely on that.
And get shaken when Samba de Amigo Party Central shimmies onto Nintendo Switch this summer.
Bro, I swear to God, I still have those maracas. I wonder if I could rig it with my Joy-Cons. Hang on. Yeah, see, stupid-ass custom controllers for gaming? I was all about it, man. I always bought them. I've got the Donkey Konga bongos. Hang on, I gotta show you. For real. You at? God damn it. Alright. Some boxes in the way. Holy shit. I can't even open this. What? Uh-oh. Destroying my bedroom. Check it out. I kind of destroyed my my cupboard a little bit. There were boxes holding the cupboard closed. Yeah, baby. Hey, Genie. They've even got the maraca sound inside them. They got the little beads or whatever. Beans? I think these yeah. I can't remember if this was for GameCube or my Sega Dreamcast, actually. I really can't remember at all. But that used to be me, as a teenager, in my bedroom. With my Sega and my copy of Samba de Amigo. Imagine my mum coming in and seeing me on the bed just like... That was one of those I'm never going to have grandchildren, am I, moments for your mother. Also the, Oh, there they are. Holy shit, I can see them in the cupboard from here. This one was for GameCube. There's the Donkey Konga bongos. You can be all hippie with these. Oh, they're all dusty. The funny thing about Donkey Konga is it's actually kind of painful to play. Like, hang on. Like oh, there goes a maraca. The pads are soft. They're like soft plastic, which doesn't feel like it would hurt. But if you play this game on expert difficulty, the speed at which they make you bongo, I don't know if you know anything about bongoing, but the faster they make you slap something, the faster and harder you have to hit it because you have to move your hands quick. So, like, that's easy because you don't have to move your hands that quick. When you have to do this, like that shit, you're hitting it a lot harder because you have to move your hands much quicker. So after like 2 or 3 songs, your hands are like red and pins and needles. It fucks you up good. Only a real downside to Donkey Konga, really. I don't think they thought of that. They didn't think of us expert rhythm gamers when they invented that. Oh, hey, Sham. They gave me a back area shift today. Oh, nice. You showed up just in time to play the bongos and the maracas with us, man. I was digging through my old Nintendo and Sega music game controllers that I still have in the cupboards. Any more in there? Oh, there's some shit up the back, but I have to destroy everything to get it. I do have a couple of pretty cool things. Hang on, look at this. Here's some interesting ones. Check this out. This is kind of dope. Oh, the plastic's getting all melty. Ew. These revolvers were for the Nintendo Wii. They come with that House of the Dead game. I think it was called Overkill. You hit the reload switch, and that clip comes up. You put the Wiimote in there, lock it in, and then you're basically playing a light gun game with Wiimotes, but they're loaded into these 2 guns. Kind of front heavy, because you've got like a whole Wiimote in the barrel, and these are so long. You can't really play for that long before they start to get a bit front heavy. Your hands get a bit sore holding them up. Expecting to hear the greatest bongo covers. Actually, they had some pretty good songs in Donkey Konga. They had like Queen, Don't Stop Me Now, like some pretty big pop covers and stuff. Oh, here. Fishing rod. This fishing rod was for the Sega Dreamcast. You could see... Oh. You can't really see the logo because the light's too bright. I think this came with Sega Pro Bass Fishing. Little joystick on the front too. The game was actually really fun. I got no interest in fishing, but the thing with Sega Pro Bass Fishing was it was kind of like an arcade game. It wasn't like a simulation. So, like it'd be fast-paced, basically. You get out on the water, you do the motion cast, you do a little bit of these, a bass would bite the thing, and then like a hard rock guitar solo would kick in while you're... Fucking fish! There's something about a classic 80s hard rock solo while you're fishing that somehow makes fishing seem badass. Fortunately, I don't recall ever getting access to any other games that would use that controller. I only ever had one game I could use with that fishing controller. I don't think fishing was the most popular genre of gaming back then, unfortunately. What do I mean, unfortunately? No one gives a fuck about fishing, neither do I. Any custom controller you have is a Madagascar-themed steering wheel? One of the dogs fucked up the disc. Well, it's a steering wheel though, right? You can still use it with any other game that's not Madagascar. Surely. It's probably just a regular steering wheel with a bunch of Madagascar stickers on it. That was definitely, I reckon that early era of Nintendo and Sega, between the Dreamcast and the GameCube, like within that bracket, games companies were always pumping out funky controllers like that. I've still got my DJ Hero DJ deck in there somewhere too, but that would be a pain in the ass to pull out. That's underneath a bunch of stuff. So boo. It's a green steering wheel. Oh, so it doesn't have Madagascar stickers all over it? It was just green and said Madagascar on the box. You know what? That's one thing I don't have. I have an entire mech cockpit for Steel Battalion, but I don't have a basic steering wheel in my collection. That's interesting. I should get one. I want to try, once I got my Valve Index set up in this room, I want to try some racing games in VR. And I think the best way to do that would be to set up a real steering wheel. Just to complete the illusion. You know what I mean? It'd feel weird to just have the two motion Joy-Cons just in the air doing this, pretending to steer. I feel like getting a real steering wheel to hold on to would make sense. Trackmania... Wait, Trackmania Turbo has VR, or are you just guessing? Hang on. Because I think that would make you throw up. Oh my god. PlayStation VR gameplay. You gotta be joking. You have to be joking.
Cool. It's like in VR,
How do you
it's like
play
playing out on a
Trackmania in
giant
VR
screen.
without chucking up your guts?
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna make my mouth juicy. And it's gonna be very nauseating.
Yeah, no joke.
But let's just get into it. These are playing, definitely worth having a look.
Yeah.
Black. So where's my car? Oh, there it is. Represent. Right. Oh. I think I had to.
Okay, if you're in third person, maybe that won't be so bad.
Faster. Okay. Oh.
This guy recorded, edited this video at very low res for some reason.
I'm not gonna lie. Come on. This is good, Dan.
Can you change it to first person? Because that's the way you want to play it. You wouldn't make it through one track without dying, like chucking up your guts.
There you go.
I want to see what it looks like in first person if you can do it.
As I said, get crashed. Oh, anyway, I'm
Heading off to bed. Almost 6:30 a.m.
As I said,
Damn,
this
dude.
is going to be very nauseating. Oh, wasn't bad then.
Nice to see you again, Menace. I'll be playing Skull every night for the next couple of nights.
Where's the cars?
In case you want to say hi at some point.
Oh well, let's get into it. Go. I can't see anything. What? We're gonna race across the desert.
I'm a little disappointed that it's third person. I mean, I guess it has to be for it to be playable, but I think it'd be so hilarious if you were if you could play this in first person. I heard that Wipeout is... Wait, is he in first person now? Hold on, shit.
Much bigger fun course to play. Uh-oh, okay. Where are we going? I'm going this way.
Oh, it automatically goes into first person for certain parts of the track. It's fucked up, man. Makes you annoyed you can't access a number of tracks in the game without VR.
A very short little
You don't have
track.
You don't have a PSVR set, Tanky? They're pretty affordable compared to PC VR. They're not too hard to get.
But
some really good stuff on it too.
I don't think I could stand the whole one. Let's go to... Is that it?
Yeah, I heard you can play Wipeout on the PSVR in first person, and apparently that is really cool, but also like getting kicked in the stomach. You can press the right stick to go into first person. Hopefully you can in VR mode as well. I just wouldn't be surprised if they prevented you from doing it because they don't want you to actually get sick. A lot of companies will do that on purpose in games, in their VR games. They'll control how you can play it just to make sure you don't get sick, because the more players you make sick, the more players you lose. A lot of people don't want to stick with stuff that makes them throw up. But also meant a lot of VR developers made a lot of mistakes in the early days. Too much restrictions to try and prevent sickness, but actually just making the game worse. Back to Nintendo.
Got a passion for fashion?
Yes. Kind of.
Welcome to Fashion Dreamer. This is the place to glam it
Oh my god, it's Xseed. Of course this is Xseed.
up and express yourself. Here, you'll aim to become a stylish influencer. And
The character
you're in
models are
luck.
actually pretty good.
Tons of people are seeking the latest trends. Give them a like,
that's
if
some
you
solid
dig their style.
Realistic anime.
Or suggest new outfits for them to
character
grow
design.
as an influencer. Now it's time for fashion design. Choose from over 1,000 design
Why am I getting
options.
into this?
Then add a personal touch to give your item a final flourish.
Okay.
You can
What,
get
do you
the
do
items
anything
other
else in the
people are
game? Is
wearing
there a
by
game?
liking them.
Oh, she's adorable.
Mix and match your favorites to create
I like the
new
brunette
looks.
with the pigtails. I think that's what's drawing me in. It's the
Connecting online, you can
it's
expand
the
your friend
art
circle
design
and
of the
grow
human
your
characters that I'm vibing with.
brand. Got an eye for fashion? Then get
Gorgeous.
styling when Fashion Dreamer debuts exclusively
Paper
on
Dolls, the
Nintendo
game.
Switch
It
this
looked like
year.
there was a little bit of game there at the end where you could increase relationships with other characters based on how good your fashion is. So maybe there's a little game in there. But honestly, if you get anything right in a game like that, the one thing you got to get right is the aesthetic. It's a fashion game. It's a paper doll dress up game. The girls got to look good.
Delve into these dark worlds. Dracula's
Oh, hang on. Speaking of girls looking good, what was her name? I was gonna ask you something, Jeannie. Have you ever heard of a Marvel character named Laurie L? I came across this the other day and I thought this is 100% a Jeannie thing. If she doesn't already know about this, she'd love it. It's a Marvel character from the Captain Marvel side of the universe. She generally shows up in Carol Danvers' storylines and comics. Has not been in any of the obviously not been in any of the MCU live action stuff. I don't think she's even been in any of the cartoons, any of the Marvel shows or anything. I'm not sure how. I think it's pronounced. It's Laurie L, as in Lauri-ELL. It's basically the Kree. They genetically engineered a female soldier that was like a combination of like multiple Kree soldiers worth of strength into one like female combatant. And she's basically a muscle mommy. And if there's any chance of us seeing it in seeing L'Oreal in the live action MCU. I feel like we might get lucky with the Captain Marvel films because they seem to be getting more galactic. Laurie. Hey, there we go. Full screen. Wait, where am I? There I am. That big blue lady with the muscly arms. That's L'Oreal. Being hit on by Spider-Woman and some young Asian girl. I'd seen pictures of her before, but it never clicked. But I saw her again recently, and I looked more into it, and I was like, holy shit. Jeannie's gonna love this character. If she doesn't already. Just don't get one of the two TERFs to play her. I mean, are any of those TERF ladies anywhere near this buff? Because I somehow doubt it. This is either she's either gonna have to be CG, or L'Oreal's gonna have to be like a bodybuilder, a female bodybuilder. That's the only picture I've got of her. Hang on. I bet I can find something else. Something better. Let's just type in her name into Google. Rousey and Carano. Oh, you mean okay? I wasn't thinking of them as TERFs. I didn't realize that they had those kinds of opinions. I knew that Rousey and Carano were both like super conservative kind of dickheads because I've seen some of the shit that they've said. Especially Gina Carano. Holy shit. She keeps putting her foot in it. Yeah, look at this. Damn! There's a mommy. See, Carano and Rousey aren't even muscly enough for this character. You'd have to get a legit... Like, they are fighters. Rousey and Carano are fighters. They don't need a fighter, they need a bodybuilder. They need someone from the professional bodybuilding circuit doing the I was going to say Miss Universe, but that's a beauty pageant. Whatever the female equivalent of Mr. Universe is. Wow, that's really awkward, isn't it? If you say Mr. Universe, you're talking about bodybuilding. If you say Miss Universe, you're talking about dainty, skinny, European model beauty pageant. Those two things are not alike. The body model for Abby. Well, I mean, that's more muscly than Abby, even. Abby had functional muscle in the same way that Rousey and Carano did. Bodybuilder muscle is something else entirely. That's all big, chunky for show kind of muscle. Abby is just slightly more fit than you'd think someone in the apocalypse would be. Just kind of around in that area. Although I guess it depends on who draws L'Oreal, because sometimes she's like this, where she's full Arnold Schwarzenegger lady. But other times she's a bit more... She's not quite as full on. Jesus Christ. Look at the Tartars on this cover. Introducing L'Oreal, half-sister of Captain Marvel. What? I didn't know that. Okay. I knew some things about this character. I did not know she was Captain Marvel's half-sister. How the hell does that work? Because I know that she was genetically created in a Kree lab, but maybe they used some Carol Danvers DNA or something? I would still make her a half-sister, like, technically. Technically speaking. I could 100% see her being a character in the movie that's coming up, The Marvels. Because that's Miss Marvel, Captain Marvel, and Rambeau. That's all three of them in like a galactic space adventure involving the Kree. Something probably closer to Guardians or one of the Thor movies than what the last Captain Marvel movie was. Colleen Foch. Who's Colleen? Oh, damn. Oh, yeah, she's got some muscle. Oh, yeah. No titties, but she's ripped as all hell. Yeah, paint her blue. I think she's pretty much borderline just muscly enough, I'd say. No less than this. I reckon she could totally do it. Just without the watermelons that the comic artists tend to draw on her. You just have to ignore that part. God damn. That's not her, I don't think, but... She could take me out. Hey, there's a picture of, Abby. Get muscles like Abby with Colleen Fosh's diet and workout routine. Diet and workout routine. So there's no real connection between them. It's just people are like, hey, if you want to have some Abby muscle, follow this chick's workout regime and diet. You can get there. You know, it's funny because, like, on the one hand, it's not an aesthetic that I generally go for. Like, it's not what I get turned on by. But it's more like a respect and, like, impressed kind of thing with me. But at the same time, if this chick walked in the room and stared me down and said, lay down, boy, and take off your pants, I would probably do it. I'd say, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Anything else, ma'am? Would you like me to assume the position? Happy to be emasculated, ma'am. Might as well. I deserve it. I've been a bad boy. Oh, check it out. This is Sham's joke from earlier. Hey, Sham, someone made a meme out of your gag. The L'Oreal Paris. Don't you hate that about the internet? No matter how funny you try to be, someone's already beaten you to the joke. There's already a meme. It's interesting how they differentiate her from characters like She-Hulk by making her either that type of blue. I don't know what you'd call that kind of blue. Like a cobalt? Somewhere between cobalt and turquoise? Or they do this mint green. If it's straight green or dark green, that's Hulk territory. Anyway. Sorry. I got a bit distracted by that because I wanted to remember to tell you about that character because I thought you'd think that was cool. Back to Nintendo. Oh. Hi, Nintendo.
Dark worlds.
Sorry for getting distracted.
Castle beckons in this new paid DLC for the roguelite action platformer Dead Cells.
Oh, this is the Castlevania
Venture through the castle's
DLC
hellish
for Dead
halls
Cells.
and outskirts alongside Richter Belmont and Alucard, leading up to a showdown with death.
Don't worry, I'll stream it
Dracula
someday.
himself.
Dead Cells
Wield
is on my
the
list.
Vampire Killer and other iconic weapons as you vanquish legions of monsters in frenetic combat. 12 original covers and 51 songs from the Castlevania series accompany you during your quest in Dead Cells. Return to Castlevania, sinking its teeth into Nintendo Switch March 6th. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo
Is it
eShop.
just digital DLC or is this like a different packaged game? Like an expansion you buy as its own game? Because they keep talking about it like it's its own
Enter
title.
a new grid in this narrative puzzle adventure set within the Tron universe. Uncover dangerous truths.
Wait,
and
what?
retrieve what was.
Hold up. Nintendo, chill. What are you saying?
Enter a new grid in this narrative puzzle adventure set within the Tron universe.
Narrative puzzle adventure in the Tron universe. With graphic novels, still graphic novel story screens. What the fuck?
Uncover dangerous.
Who decided
truths
this was a
and
good idea?
retrieve what was lost as you navigate through a perilous world. Your decisions and the
100%
alliances
not
you
what
forge will
people want from
impact your
Tron.
journey and the entire server. Tron Identity launches first
character
for
looked
consoles on
trans
Nintendo Switch
some
this
reason.
April.
The one with the curly hair. I don't know why I got that vibe. That's a weird one, man. The OST is so shit. What OST is shit? Dead Cells. We may have gone past a couple of titles here. I'm not entirely sure which one you're talking about. If you're talking about Dead Cells, that's a shame because the visuals they got down pat. It would be a shame if the audio doesn't match the quality. I don't understand the Tron thing. Like, of all the things you can do with Tron, which is like a digital, virtual, already game-focused world, why a still frame graphic novel with minigame puzzles? That's a take. That's a controversial take. Also, it is just DLC. Yeah, the announcer just said the name in a way that made it sound like it was like a new disc game, where they just like because they have done that in the past where it sounds like DLC, but it's actually like a new spin-off version of the game of just this one particular theme. So I was just a bit confused for a sec. Are you talking about Tron? Really? Tanky, I think you're the first person I've ever heard call Tron music shit. Any reason it's shit's because they can't possibly match Daft Punk. Oh, you mean the game of Tron OST is shit. I thought you were talking about Tron in general. Holy shit. I was going to say, like, one of the only things that hit about the Tron sequel, the modern Tron sequel, what was it called? Tron Legacy? Was the Daft Punk soundtrack. I know Jeannie doesn't like it because I think Jeannie's mentioned before that she doesn't like Daft Punk. Funnily enough. Jeannie, you've been around here long enough that I'm starting to remember very specific things that I already know about you. Like, we've had this conversation before where you've said you don't like Daft Punk, but it had nothing to do with Tron at the time. We just somehow started talking about Daft Punk just for other reasons. And then I think we spun off to talking about the anime movie they made, Interstellar. I remember this very specifically. I like Daft Punk. I think one of the only things that was good about Tron Legacy was Daft Punk's take on the Tron soundtrack. The visuals were neat in Tron Legacy. Like, it was updated in a pretty fun way. I think that sequel lost something. There was something about the Tron spark that was lost in translation. I can't really put my finger on it. I feel bad for saying that, but I don't know. It's hard to give constructive criticism when you're not even sure what it is that the film is lacking. That's hurting it for you. The thing is, like, the original Tron is a classic. It's a nostalgia piece, but it's easy to tear apart. Like, if you watch the original Tron now, and you ignore the fact that the visual effects are dated, because it is a product of its time, like, there are a lot of hokey things about the original Tron. Like, it's not a great film. It's just a perfect nostalgia piece. I like around half the Daft Punk songs. Yeah, they're not all bangers. Tron lost something. Have you seen the original? Yeah. I've got the original Tron in a special edition Blu-ray release. Mainly because, I mean, I've seen Tron like 70, 80 times in my life. Like, when I was a kid, I had Tron on VHS, and I used to watch it heaps. So when I got the Blu-ray, it was mainly to watch all the special behind-the-scenes stuff about how they made the film. And all the... because they've got great documentaries about the computer tech at the time. About how it was created. And I find that stuff fascinating. But yeah, like what I was saying before, Tanky, like it's not a great film by any means. It was just like a super unique original thing for its time that is perfectly encapsulated as a classic nostalgia piece. Like, when you watch it for the nostalgia and for the vibes of that particular time period. You watch the original once and it's not great. Sometimes it depends on when you watched it and why you watched it. Like, I saw it as a child, like back in the days just post its release. when it was still like going hard and its visual effects were still cutting edge. So it meant something to me in that regard. But when I can look at it now from a constructive adult point of view, and I can see in many ways how it's like not that great a film, but it's still a vibe to watch. You know what I mean? Like, it's a comfy watch if you're from that era. I think one of the things about you're 45. I didn't say I saw it launch. Obviously, I'm not old enough to have seen it like launch night at the cinema. I said like during that period when it was still like the cutting edge thing, when people were talking about it. The first few times were rentals from the video store until we owned our own VHS of it. And people used to still talk it up heaps. I think one of the things, though, is that because those graphics were cutting edge for that time, even though they're laughable now, when you see Tron Legacy, the problem with it, I think, is that the graphics in Tron Legacy are common for this time. There's nothing cutting edge about it. Like, every fucking other science fiction blockbuster action venture spectacle movie that comes out now has Tron Legacy style visual effects. You know what I mean? Like, in fact, Tron Legacy's visual effects are easier to do now than some other movies. Like Avatar, something like Avatar is like a challenge because you've got realistic vegetation, you've got human motion capture, you've got water that has to interact with 3D objects. Like, there's a lot of complications in Avatar that make it an absolute nightmare on a technical level. And the fact that they pull it off to the degree they do is very impressive from a visual effects standpoint. Tron Legacy is set in a digital universe where everything is complete nonsense. You know what I mean? It's all just neon video game stuff, which is very easy for a computer to do. You can generate a fully glass and black void arena covered in neon lights on my computer. You know what I mean? Like, any environment that is completely fabricated like that and just all about lighting, like, that's easy visual effects for this era. So there's nothing about Tron, the modern take on Tron, that is impressive. It looks good. It's got an aesthetic to it that's pleasing. All those blue and red neon lights, but like, there's nothing impressive about the tech anymore. Because there are movies that are doing more impressive things now than what that requires. So it just ends up being like another VFX action movie that people like go eat popcorn, watch for an afternoon, and then forget the next day what the movie was even about. You haven't seen any movie go hard into neon like any other Tron? Well, that's not the point. The point is it's easy. Like, I can crack open Blender right now, draw a couple of tubes, apply neon textures and HDR lighting to it, and it's basically in the ballpark. No, the lighting tech was good, but it wasn't groundbreaking. It wasn't impressive. It wasn't new. Everything that Tron Legacy was doing is stuff that VFX can do easily now. Unlike when the first Tron came out, what they were doing with the first Tron didn't exist. They had to invent all that shit that you saw in the first Tron. So, like, the thing, I think the point I'm trying to make is, because the new Tron can take the idea of the Tron aesthetic with the neon lights and all that stuff, and they can make the sexiest modern version of that we can possibly make for today's standards. The problem is, because the tech to do that isn't impressive anymore, because any movie studio can pump out that shit now. It has to make up the difference with story. And I don't even remember what the fucking story in that movie was. Something about the son of what's his name going in there, and then at the end he escapes with the program girl, and she comes into the real world, and fuck knows how that works. That was a bit odd. And everything in between, I don't even remember anymore. There just wasn't anything interesting enough about the Tron movie, the Tron Legacy movie, from a story perspective, to make up for the fact that, I mean, I can make wallpaper that looks that good with today's computers, with home computers. You don't even need a Weta server farm to pump out some of those visuals. In fact, people made those suits at home, like those cool Tron suits. You can do the visual effects to make a mocap suit and add those lighting effects to it, like at home as well. Son of Flynn. Oh, that was his name, Flynn. Yeah, I forgot some of the names. I think one of my favorite parts of Tron Legacy was legit just seeing seeing the old arcade when he the son visits the old arcade. That had some nostalgia vibes to it. I think I just really hated the I hated that plot twist at the end where you could bring the program girl into the real world. I think that's weird. I don't know where they were going with that. But I think they've got another movie coming down the pipe, so maybe they can explore that more and actually explain it and have it lead somewhere interesting. Oh. Olivia Wilde. Yeah, I forgot it was her until you just said that. She's hot. She's a babe. It's too bad she's struggling a bit as a director at the moment because of that last movie she made that everyone hated. Because the movie she made before that, Booksmart, was really good. Oh, the other thing. The most cutting-edge thing that Tron Legacy tried to do with its visual effects was the young Jeff Bridges CG face, which they didn't actually fully accomplish. Like, even at the time, people were, like, a little uncanny valley about that. They didn't quite nail it. It looked okay, but... What movie did she make that everyone hated? That one with... was it Harry Styles? And the actress that plays Yelena from Marvel. Sorry, I forgot her name. Good actress. You like the murder game section? Yeah, see, the most fun part of that movie is just, you know, as shallow as it is just like watching the light cycles and the video game parts play out. Just because you imagine, like, how much fun it would be to do that for real in, like, virtual reality. But yeah, it doesn't really save the rest of the movie from mediocrity when so much of the rest of it story-wise ends up being so forgettable. What was that movie called? Now that Jeannie's asked, let me just... Because that got slaughtered. Olivia Wilde. Don't worry, darling. That was it. Playing those in VR would be fucking amazing. Yeah, and there are games that pretty much mimic that kind of thing. They're just not... Like, in VR is cool, but it's not quite as cool yet as to fully be like being immersed in a Tron simulation. You know what I mean? Like, for real. Florence Pugh. That was her name. Sorry. I keep calling her Yelena every time I forget her name. She's got such a unique name. Florence Pugh. You'd think I'd remember that better. I never saw it, by the way. I didn't see Don't Worry, Darling. I just saw the absolute pasting it got with the critics' reviews and then also from people on Twitter. That was one where both the critics and the audience were copacetic. There's been a lot of, like, critics and audiences battling each other online. Like, the critics will hate something, the audiences will come to its defense. But this is one of those rare ones lately where both just completely slaughtered this movie. Imagine 10-player VR light cycle battles in a 3D arena. Oh, for sure. They need to do it in a warehouse in a volume set. If you could put on a full bodysuit with the VR headset and be suspended by cables in like a warehouse and be fully immersed physically in the environment, that would be ideal. I think these are the only two movies she's directed, right? Oh, fuck. Olivia Wilde. IMDb. I don't want to misquote her achievements. 65 films as an actress. Olivia Wilde's done some work. She made a short film called Free Hugs. She did 2 music videos. Then she did Booksmart, which everyone loves. Then another short film named Wake Up. And then Don't Worry, Darling. which seems to have set her writing directing career back a little bit, which is a shame. I always feel for directors that come out hot with something that is loved by everybody. Like Booksmart went off, audiences and critics loved it equally, and that pretty much set her directing career on an upward trajectory. And then the second movie she makes, it goes bleh. It's too real how often that happens to aspiring directors. Their breakthrough film, their first film, is something that is just hot off the press, and then whatever their follow-up is just kills them. Actually, the Donnie Darko guy did that. I forget his name, but his first feature was Donnie Darko, which absolutely hit it out of the park. Massive cult success. And then he followed it up with Southland Tales, which was so trash. And it hurts me to say that because I love Donnie Darko. I've got a couple of different editions of the Blu-ray of that as well, including alternate cuts of the film. But oh god, Southland Tales is a slog to get through. It's such a weird movie for weird sake. You know when you watch a movie where it's palpable how much the movie is being weird on purpose to just try to be arty. Where it's like, oh, you're trying to capture that Donnie Darko lightning in a bottle by making the film as like trippy and arty weird as possible, but it's gone off the other side. It's gone off the deep end, and it's become just pure utter nonsense. Like silly, absolutely silly. Wasn't The Rock in that? Yeah, Dwayne Johnson. I think Dwayne Johnson was in that, and he had like one particularly really cringeworthy line of dialogue. I think someone says something to him about committing suicide, and he turns to them and says, I'm a pimp, and pimps don't commit suicide. I swear to God, that's a line in the movie. It's so awful. And then an ice cream truck flies through the air, and someone shoots it down from a blimp with a rocket launcher. Or something. And then Justin Timberlake turns the movie into a music video where he sings to the camera inside a convenience store. This movie's fucking nonsense. Although, I think Sarah Michelle Gellar's in it. I think she was actually pretty hot in that movie. Let me just double check that. Make sure my memory's correct. Sarah Michelle Gellar? Yep. She is definitely in the film. Okay, yeah. She played a porn star. It's all coming back to me. She played a blonde porn star. I can't remember what her purpose in the film even is. In fact, I can't remember what anyone's purpose in the film is. Aside from The Rock, whose purpose was to say that terrible pimps don't commit suicide line. It feels like stunt casting, though, when you think about it. Like, this was a little while after the Buffy phase of TV ended, and Sarah Michelle hadn't been seen for a little while in anything. So I feel like what they would... I feel like the thought process for this film was anyone who remembered Buffy and was a fan of Buffy are going to see that she plays a porn star in this movie, and they're definitely going to come see it. We're going to make money off that alone. Jesus, Dwayne was skinny in this movie. Holy hell. Compare this to how he looks now in things like Black Adam. You could fit 3 of these Dwaynes into the current Dwayne. That actually freaks me out a bit. It's so weird to look at. Alright. What a tangent. Let's get off that. Where are we at, Nintendo?
Who's there?
You think you found a good use for those shitty arcade real-size motorbikes you use? Oh, I think, yeah. I know what you mean. When you're playing like MotoGP in the arcade and you're on that motorcycle rig that you turn side to side. Those are pretty fun, but hard. When I was younger, I couldn't play those for shit. I always crashed the damn thing.
Wait, is that? Well, that can't be good. The time-bending murder mystery Ghost Trick returns in HD.
What?
After kicking the bucket
Phantom
and
Detective?
becoming a ghost, you can possess and control objects. With your powers, you can even help others, like this woman, and change any ill-fated...
Is this a remaster for
fates.
Switch?
Ghost Trick, Phantom Detective.
Amazing.
Spirits onto Nintendo Switch this summer.
Yo, if you haven't played Ghost Trick Phantom Detective on the Nintendo DS, get into that shit. Don't let anyone spoil it for you. Ghost Trick has one of the best third act plot twists of any video game I've played. Like, I'm gonna write that down. Ghost Trick Phantom Detective. Just to remind myself later. I would totally replay that if it's going to be on the Switch. Because it's been a really long time since I played my DS copy.
2 connected worlds, 1 suspenseful thriller.
What the hell is this? That was awesome. Deca Police. Wow, that's an art style. That face and those eyes. It's a virtual reality city where you can train to be a detective. That is cool. Oh, I'm digging it. I love this. I'm getting like the vibes of Phoenix Wright mixed with vibes of Persona. In like an open world city. Kind of a clever way to make a family-friendly police procedural where no one actually dies and the violence isn't real. Just an entire virtual world where detectives train. Nintendo
Once
being
upon a
clever as
time,
hell as
there
usual.
was a witch and a demon. Experience Bayonetta's origins as a young witch named Cereza.
Watching anime and knowing these voice actors is so cursed. Yeah, I know. It's kind of like how people always that's the anime version of how people always flip their bean whenever they hear popular celebrity Hollywood actors voicing characters and stuff. Like the Chris Pratt thing. You know how like everyone can't get over hearing Chris Pratt's voice coming out of Mario? It's the same thing except for you with anime. As a species, as human beings, we just have to get over that shit and just enjoy it for what it is, you know what I mean?
Seeking the power to rescue her imprisoned mother, she ventures
Oh, this is that
deep into the
Bayonetta
Avalon
as a little
forest
girl
ruled by fairies.
side-scroller.
I'm going to that forest.
Prologue.
I'm going to become a witch.
Sorry, origin story.
And save Mummy.
There, she'll encounter the otherworldly demon Cheshire. You'll control both witch and demon at the same time.
Oh, good.
Harness Cereza's
I really
magic
wanted to know
and
how you play
Cheshire's
this.
ferocity to travel through this mysterious and dangerous
None of the
forest.
previous gameplay footage of this game ever really explained how you
They'll
play this
need to
game.
work together in battle as well.
The first teaser made it just look like a
Cereza
graphic
cannot
novel,
attack and can
like a
only
visual novel
support
game.
Cheshire by magically binding enemies. Hold an enemy in place while Cheshire attacks. Or stop an aggressive one to focus on another.
I wonder if you can play
Strategically
co-op
use each character's
with another
abilities
player
to
controlling
win
the Cheshire Cat.
battles. The duo will gain strength as they continue their journey. By obtaining more powers, new paths can be opened, and battles can be more easily swayed in your favor. Can Cereza and Cheshire find their happily ever after?
Fuck is the circus music? Oh, it's going with this fairy tale graphic novel kind of aesthetic. It like the whole game is told from the point of view of like a fairy tale book full of like handmade drawings is telling you her origin story, which is why everything looks kind of like painterly and drawn. So I think that circusy kind of music kind of fits with the whole Alice in Wonderland, but as a book kind of vibe.
Bayonetta Origins, Cereza and the Lost Demon prowls
It is
onto the
kind of
Nintendo
creepy though,
Switch
like
system March
circus.
17th.
Circusy kind of music nowadays
now on
just
Nintendo
carries like a
eShop.
horror vibe for some reason. I think it's because that's just what most people use it
Next,
for,
please take a look
to
at
unsettle
this.
you. Oh, Splatoon. I don't vibe with Splatoon. Splatoon to me is Nintendo giving in to the esports online multiplayer craze in their own style, which is not what I go to Nintendo for. What the fuck even is this? I did see from the video reviews of Splatoon 3 that the game does have story modes, no? Like, there's a story campaign.
Introducing
Just don't know if
the
I'd care
Splatoon
enough.
3 expansion pass. This paid DLC includes 2 waves of content. The first wave is Inkopolis. Make this splat-tastic place from the original Splatoon game your
Why
stomping
are
ground.
all the people in Splatoon, like, also half squid?
This is Booyah.
Is there a
Base.
reason for
It's
that?
got some pretty nifty weapons.
Because
and
it kind of
gear.
grosses me out.
You might spot a few familiar faces alongside new shopkeepers. Products here are the same as the ones in Splatsville.
The fuck is that?
So shop wherever your vibe.
Heart-shaped fur fish carrying a lemon?
Salmon Run.
Alright.
Table Turf Battle. The Shoal. And amiibo functionality all work in the same way here too.
Oh, that guy's an urchin. So I guess everyone is like half human, half fish and can transform. I don't like it. That aesthetic just grosses me out, man.
The Squid
What is even
Sisters
happening
will
now?
also perform here during Splatfests. Need a mix of old
Oh my
school
God.
and freshness? Then head over to Inkopolis.
Is this Splatoon's version of like what
The first
Fortnite
wave
does
of this
with
paid
concerts?
DLC launches this
Online
spring.
concerts? Well, I'm unsettled. It's post-apocalyptic and they're mutated.
Oh, what's
See, that
this?
just makes it even more fucked up. They're just... Humans evolve to mutate and be part fish. It's like my worst nightmare. Fish are icky, man. What is this? Platoon just turned into an art piece. Side order. Oh, this might be like a story DLC that they just tease at the end there.
Wave 1 Inkopolis launches this spring. Wave 2 Side Order will launch in the future.
The side order, I think, is the new storyline edition. Inkopolis is just the multiplayer online
The
shit.
Splatoon 3 expansion pass will be available later today on Nintendo eShop.
I wish games would get away from DLCs and expansion passes and all this stuff. Like, I'm really tired of paying for new stuff to add to the game later. I miss the days where you just bought a game and you have the game and everything that is the game is right there on the disc. It's, you know what I mean? Because all the online added stuff that you pay for eventually vanishes as like stores and consoles
Thank
change.
you all very much.
You know what I mean? It's
We hope players will be able
It's
to
messy.
enjoy the game even more with the upcoming paid expansion pass.
horse armor. The
Please
horse
look
armor
forward
that
to
started
more
it all.
information about Splatoon 3 in the future. Let's see some more Nintendo Switch headlines.
Adventure awaits Mickey and friends on Illusion Island.
Cool. I
Mickey
kind of dig
Mouse,
this one.
Minnie Mouse.
I remember the
Donald
teaser
Duck,
from the last
and
show.
Goofy. Embark on a new adventure to find 3 magical books and save the
They're
mysterious
kind of doing a
island
combination of
Mono.
old school Mickey Mouse animation with new school Cal Arts
and swing to
motif.
explore every nook and cranny of the island.
It's the Cal Arts take on the
By
old school
unlocking
Mickey
special
cartoon
abilities,
aesthetic,
you can reach new
which is a
places
cool combo, I
and
think.
find secret
Even though there's a lot
areas.
of people that really don't like Cal Arts.
Cross large chasms with boost jump. Ground-pound barriers to open new spaces. And glide through the
Oh,
air.
and in case you don't know what I mean when I'm talking about Cal Arts art style, it's basically that's the name of the art style that became extremely popular in the last decade, that you see in shows like Adventure Time, Steven Universe. You know, that very simplistic geometric but very colorful art style. Anything that kind of fits that aesthetic is generally referred to as Cal Arts. Or I think it's named after the general region and school of thought where that aesthetic came from. I think Cal stands for California, like that art institute. I'll look it up later.
To reach distant platforms and hidden areas. Each character's personality shines through in their actions. Up to 4 pals
Dope.
locally can brave the island. Share a hug for extra help.
I kind of want to play as Donald.
Play leapfrog for larger jumps. Or drop a rope to lend a hand.
Donald always gets the short end of the stick.
Work
He's usually the
together
butt
to
of all the
save
jokes because he's
Mono,
kind of
and you
a
might
jerk.
discover new paths.
I want to play as Donald,
While
make
exploring
him the hero
island,
for a
you'll meet
change.
unusual allies and dangerous foes. Study their movements carefully to figure out the secrets to victory.
Caltech is the school. That's what I thought. I knew the Cal part of that would be important. Yeah, there it is, Caltech, California Institute of Technology. So apparently, that is the source. Something about that art institute was the birthplace of that art style. I guess a lot of students were coming out with like some styles of their own, and they kind of get mushed together and spread into a bunch of shows that they were all responsible for. Okay, so Cal Arts is its own thing as well. California Institute of the Arts. So there are 2 competing schools in California. Private art university in Santa Clarita. And Caltech is in Pasadena. All right. So I think Cal Arts and Caltech are kind of like same state, but opposing art institutes. Yeah, so if you type in Cal Art style, immediately you get like Steven Universe. What's that show called? Gravity Falls? That's another one. Gumball. So anything that looks like this, with this style of like mouth and eye design. I think, I'm just trying to remember, is Regular Show fit into that as well? There's Homer Simpson in Cal Art style. I think the reason that a lot of people started hating on the style is because even though it was super popular and it kind of like drew a lot of like a new era of fans, cartoon fans around the Adventure Time era, the Adventure Time era. Stuff after that period started to crib off the Cal Art style, things that never were in that style. So this is a good example here. Thundercats. They did a Thundercats show not that long ago called Thundercats Raw, and it was done in the Cal Art style, and that was around the period where people started to turn against it. Yeah, you actually convinced me for a second it was Caltech because it has Cal in the name, but I didn't realize that Caltech and CalArt were two specific unique things. I actually thought that Caltech was the institute and CalArt was the name given to the style, but they're actually two separate things. But yeah, as soon as older like set franchises like Thundercats started to be remade in this style, people turned against it hard. They were like, nah, fuck this. Because a lot of the people that were fans of old like He-Man or Thundercat era animation don't cross over very often with the more modern fans of things like Adventure Time or Regular Show. So a lot of enemies of the style suddenly started to appear online, and then Twitter just started to turn into like a massive flame war over that whole look. My Little Pony. I think one of the newer readaptions of Powerpuff Girls either is or was going to be in that CalArt style look as well. Which, I mean, Powerpuff Girls already had a very simple geometric art style, very typical of Adult Swim and Nickelodeon of a certain era. But once again, huge fandom uproar. People don't like when people are a fan of something older, they don't like new art styles revamping the thing that they knew and loved. I have 120 days until Silk Song comes out. Oh yeah. I was actually just talking about Hollow Knight earlier tonight when I first came on stream. It's funny how that keeps coming up. I'm hoping all my playing of fucking games like Skull, the Hero Slayer, and eventually Dead Cells is gonna train me up to be ready for Hollow Knight when I go back to it. What if we go shows in the CalArt style? Steven Universe, Gravity Falls, Star versus the Forces of Evil, Thundercats Raw, Amazing World of Gumball, Adventure Time, Over the Garden Wall, Clarence, and wait. Finish the list. Clarence and apparently Undertale. People consider the Undertale video game as a CalArt style. That's weird. I did not realize that Undertale was included in that. Is Rick and Morty... Oh no, for a second I thought they were saying that Rick and Morty was as well. There's nothing about it releasing in 4 months. I think Tanky's saying the general rumor mill has a particular idea of when it might come out, and that's what they're running by at the moment. Silk Song is never releasing in North America ever. Well, that's pessimistic. Wasn't it something said at the Game Awards or at the fake E3 that happened last year? Someone said something at some point that gave us a vague idea of the time window when it might be coming out. Silk Song release said it was releasing sometime in the next year. That was 243 days ago. Yeah. See, it's a vague assumption based on something that they said at their last game show last year. And so people are just taking them sort of literally at their word on that. And they're basing their assumptions of the release date based solely on that. So don't take that with a grain of salt, because it doesn't mean it is coming out. 120 days maximum? Yeah. Well, that is if they are literal to their word. They don't actually have to release it within 120 days. They can simply... In about 100 days from now, around about when they've only got 20 days left, they can suddenly come out and say, okay, now it's coming out on this date. And have it be totally different. Because what they said does not really constitute an actual direct quotable release date. It was just kind of like a vague, like, around this time, probably within this time period. But there's nothing they have to actually stick to. And I have a feeling they probably won't. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Join Mickey and friends on a high-flying adventure in Disney Illusion Island.
I will.
Swinging onto Nintendo Switch July 28th. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop.
This is probably one of those games that's much better if you play it with 3 other people in 4-player co-op, though.
More emblems are on the way. New emblems are coming to future waves.
Fire
of the
Emblem.
Fire Emblem Engage expansion.
More
Pack
expansions,
DLC.
fuck.
Wave 2 includes. Hector,
Why is Nintendo
Emblem of
turning into
Strength.
this? They used to be like...
Raise defense and unleash
It used to be like Xbox and Sony and all that shit that were all about DLCs and expansion packs. Now Nintendo's all over it.
counterattacks.
That makes me mad.
There is only one person who can make
Sorin, Emblem
It's
of
also something to
Acumen.
keep the clown makeup on our
Cast
faces.
magic spells over a wide
You're just setting
area.
yourself up for disappointment, Tanky.
What is better?
Camilla, Emblem of Revelation.
She's cute.
Modify the terrain to
Look at the jugs
hinder
on her.
enemies. Wave 3 includes Crom and Robin, Emblem of
Crom.
Bonds. Overwhelm foes with sword and magic attacks.
What a name.
Had it the wrong way around.
Veronica, Emblem of Heroes.
I see you!
Summon additional allies to fight for your...
Is it just... I'm not mad, just disappointed. Well, we'll wait and see. Maybe they'll surprise us. Maybe they'll suddenly say it's coming out tomorrow or something. Just out of the blue. They did it with Hi-Fi Rush. Remember how Hi-Fi Rush didn't exist until the day before it came out? And then they suddenly dropped the trailer and said, Hi-Fi Rush, this is what it is. Release date tomorrow. And everyone blew their collective lids. Oh, you're not talking about Silk Song. You're talking about Nintendo. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm not mad at them. I'm just disappointed that Nintendo have gradually started to mimic some of the stuff that the bigger, more mainstream game companies are doing. They've done a good job of avoiding a lot of that stuff for the most part, but eventually it all sort of starts to seep in. Kind of how they avoided all the online stuff for the longest time, and now it's all started to bleed into the newer consoles. Me happily thinking about Silk Song. They'll give 2 weeks notice minimum. I reckon it'd be super cool if like 2 or 3 months from now, they just suddenly went, new trailer, guess what, Silk Song, also releasing right now. Downloadable from Steam right as you watch this trailer. Wouldn't that be fun? They've been on the DLC thing since Switch launched. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's recent. I mean, I know Switch has been out for a few years now, but like it's only since this latest console that they're finally like leaned into the online thing, the DLC thing, the expansion thing as hard as the other bigger games companies do it. And it's I guess the only reason people aren't mad, they're just disappointed, is that it's been such a gradual lead in to having to do that same stuff that everyone else does. It's not like they just pulled the plug one day. That it's, you know, death by 1,000 cuts. It is, I mean, at least on the upside, at least the fact that they went in this direction means that we are now able to buy a whole lot of retro Nintendo games from their online store. That's kind of rad. You know, good way to salvage old Nintendo games that you can't get any other way. It's insane that Breath of the Wild was released 6 years ago. Yeah, it's insane that Breath of the Wild was released 6 years ago, and I still haven't opened my Switch box. I have a Nintendo Switch that's fully boxed up, and I've never even opened it. I'm kind of mad at myself. I've got so many Switch games I'd love to play. I've just never opened it. But that does mean that someday in the future, I get to have like a Switch marathon on stream. I get to finally crack open my Switch and go play through Breath of the Wild. I get to play Mario Odyssey. I get to play Luigi's Mansion 3. I get to play Golf Story, look it up. I get to play that Kirby game. I get to play Metroid Dread. What game will you open it for? That Wii Fit game with the circle hoop that you have to squish and stretch. maybe I'll order that online from Amazon. I can open the box as an excuse to start working out at home, because I haven't been to the gym in years since I had a public service 9-to-5 job, and I think I need to get back to being more healthy. So maybe the Switch can help me do that. I'll bend and squish and do squats with that little circle thing, whatever the hell that thing's called. There's the games that have like 3/4 of content locked behind pay gates or stupid time gates. Overwatch 1.1? Is that what Overwatch is doing? Oh, damn. I'm out of the loop on what's been going on with Overwatch. I did see that Overwatch 2 got a bit roasted recently when it came out. Apparently people weren't that impressed. Hi, Minecraft over for nut. Wait, what? No, that's not Minecraft. That's Mince. Mince Raft over Fort Nut. That is a very complicated name. That fried my noodle a little bit there. But hello anyway. I'm just going to call you Mince. Someone counted you need to play Overwatch for like 100 years to unlock everything. Oh, fuck that. I had to pick a word out of your name just to figure out like which one of those bits to call you. I'm like, I could call him Nut, but that might be a little bit too grody. I'll just call you Mince. I like mince. I like mince in my burrito.
Cause. Challenge newly added missions.
Hi, Nut. Everyone else is going to call you Nut now that I've said that.
And in Wave 4, a new story called Bell Xenologue will be unlocked.
I have no idea what they're talking about right now because I have not played this Fire Emblem.
Danger now.
Watch out! Assassin!
Wave 2 of the Fire Emblem Engage expansion pass for the Fire Emblem Engage game launches on the Nintendo Switch system later today.
Some people call you Fortnite. Everyone calls me all parts of my name. Yeah, you gave them a lot to choose from. There's a lot of parts in that name to pick from. At some point, people are going to just stop typing nut, and they're just going to start calling you the nut emoji. Just post a single nut emoji. Come on, something I know. Let's go, Nintendo. What is this?
Take
This looks
control
cool.
of your destiny. This is Reverie.
Harmony, the
a
Fall of
world in which
Reverie.
deities
Never heard of
known
it.
as aspirations dwell. When
But I
a
dig it.
megacorp endangers the harmony between Reverie and our world, the
Later
future
today
of
seems a
humanity
bit late.
hangs in the balance. In this narrative adventure,
I love it when trailers do that thing where they're like, they spend like the entire 3 minutes spruiking a game. At the very end, they're like, it's out now. And you're like, oh shit. Right now? Bro. Give me a moment.
harness your divine gift of clairvoyance to travel between worlds. See the future and decide humanity's fate. Many
got some
branching
Phoenix
story
Wright
paths, along with a riveting
visual novel
soundtrack
aspects
by
going on
Celeste
here.
composer Lena Raine, set the stage for your journey.
How do you play it?
Eventually, you'll side with one of the 6 aspirations like Bond, power, or chaos to change the story's
What?
outcome. To which destiny do you aspire? Harmony, the Fall
I'm not
of
gonna lie,
Reverie
I've got no idea how you
launches
play that
first
game.
for consoles on Nintendo Switch this
I
June.
dig the aesthetic, but I don't understand what
These
genre that
games
game
will have
is.
you rolling.
I think the actual game is played via the story tree, the skill tree that you're talking about, Tanky. I think that tree was the gameplay. And then the rest is like visual novel stuff.
Octopath Traveler 2 is
Dope.
just around the corner. After today's Nintendo
Otherwise known as
Direct, a
Brown
demo
Final
containing
Fantasy.
The game's opening hours will be available on Nintendo eShop. 8 new stories.
I heard
await.
the first Octopath
Which
Traveler is
path
really
will you
good.
take first? Who will your allies be? And where will your journey lead you? Venture through a brand new world in Octopath Traveler 2, launching on Nintendo Switch.
This game is called the game's called Octopath Traveler because it's split into 8 different stories, right? Like you play as 8 different protagonists on 8 different completely non-connected stories that all somehow converge at the end. I think that's what I know about the first game. Octo for 8.
Switch, February 24th.
I'm vaguely Ugh. Opinions on new Harry Potter game? Oh, I haven't played it, but it definitely looks neat. Like everything I've seen from the trailers and the reviews look pretty much what you'd want from a Harry Potter game. Like fans have always seemed to have wanted from a Harry Potter game, that the movie tie-in games have always sort of teased at but never quite nailed. Fuck that game and fuck the bitch that benefits from it. I mean, that is the other take on the game. I mean, you're only going to hear two things about that game if you go on Twitter. Either fuck the game and fuck, what's her name? JK? Miss Rowling? Or people just talking about the game in a vacuum, separated from the politics of it, and just generally liking it. Although, I mean, I guess there's some people in between that I've seen that find it really boring, because it is so story focused that there's a lot of walking around, talking to people, and like really long cutscenes, like Hideo Kojima length cutscenes. If you're a fan, it's good. If you're not, it looks painfully average. I think that might be the division I've seen. If you're not a fan or someone that aspires to want to live in the Harry Potter world, I think those kinds of people tend to find it cripplingly boring because of how cutscene heavy and dialogue heavy it is. Just wandering on the school, chatting to people, getting side quests and all that crap. But if you're into it, it seems to pretty much nail exactly what you'd want from the experience. Like, it's a giant open world. The graphics are amazing. You're a wizard in the Harry Potter universe, and just go. Good luck. Fly your broom, fly your griffin, go to class. All that good stuff. All that Red Dead and GTA kind of stuff that people want every popular franchise turned into. I mean, I guess with good reason. I mean, people like to look at games like GTA and Red Dead as a template for, like, imagine this, but my favorite popular franchise attached to it. I think I said something similar the other day to you, Jeannie. Like, imagine an open world nighttime city like Rockstar's Arkham Knight, the Batman game, but Ninja Turtles, which is basically me like saying I want my open world Rockstar style urban Ninja Turtle game. That'd be pretty dope, man. Pretty crazy how we got two big similar open world games launched around the same time. One of them's Forspoken, which is definitely one of the best games of all time. Are you being sarcastic, Sham? Because all I've seen is hate for Forspoken. Forspoken got shredded on the internet. Two of my followed streamers have streamed titles Harry Potter game permadeath, and 2 days after it reads Harry Potter game hard difficulty. Wait, can you actually play Harry Potter in permadeath? Is it a real thing? Because that sounds like a nightmare. I love RDR2, but I hate how it's open world. Don't go to missions since it takes so long just to travel. I never got around to playing RDR2 because that came out while I was at film school and I was too busy to game. But I did play the first Red Dead Redemption to full completion, all achievements, including the Nightmare zombie DLC. And I still think the first Red Dead is like the best game on the Xbox 360. I might put that in my number one if I had to rank 360 games. That was a great experience. Especially the ending of the story. The ending of that story broke me. Immaculate. Perfect. Spectacular. Well done. I heard that RDR2 does give you similarly high-level feels, but I don't know any spoilers from it. So I couldn't tell you. Oh, you haven't played one? I have played Red Dead Revolver, I just never owned it. I had a friend that owned it, and I played it at his place, and it's a pretty short, straightforward action game. Like, if you don't like the fact that Red Dead Redemption 1 and 2 are open world, you might like Red Dead Revolver, because it's just a level-by-level action game where all you do is go from point to point just shooting people. It's pretty basic compared to what the open world ones are like. Although it did pioneer a quick draw mechanics. There were like boss battles in Red Dead Revolver where you have to do the whole like quick draw on your enemy, and it goes into slow motion, and you have to do the reticle and everything. That was the first time in a video game I'd ever seen that type of mechanic. That was really cool. Yeah. But if you're into the open world Rockstar Red Deads, I don't know why I said Rockstar because they made Revolver as well. You might find Revolver kind of too basic. The fact that it's just a story-driven action game that you just blast through might be a little dull if you're used to like the mega open world, like literal cowboy simulation shit. Hey, thanks, Mince. Much obliged. The map was bigger with less to do. It was bigger with less to do, and it was prettier. I think that's the part you left out. I think one of the big things with Red Dead 2 was just how good the graphics got. That seems to be like Rockstar's big danger zone right now. They've somehow managed to upgrade their open world tech every single time they've released a game. Like GTA 4 to Red Dead to GTA 5 to Red Dead 2. Like every time they do a new open world game, it goes next level with the graphics and with how simulatory it feels. All the things you can do in the world and all the detail. You know, like the balls shrinking on the horses and all that crazy shit. I think it's a danger zone because at some point the dam's going to break. There's going to be a point where they just can't top themselves, and whatever the next game is going to suffer. You hate how they remodeled John's body in RDR2? Oh, I haven't seen it. I'll keep that in mind when I get around to playing it eventually. Because that's intriguing. I don't recall really seeing many pictures of him or shots of him in the trailers. I think that's... You know what's a good example? Remember the Twitter uproar that happened when GTA 6 leaks came out from their like early game engine? And people just started absolutely roasting Rockstar. Even though it was like early build footage and it doesn't really make a difference. Like people really showed how ignorant they are about game development, that they actually thought that that was worth roasting when the game is like years away and this is just like test engine stuff. That's a good example of what's going to happen if they release GTA 6 and like GTA 5 and like Red Dead 2 before it doesn't pull off some kind of like next level graphics leap and detail leap. If it just feels like a slightly higher res GTA 5, like even if the game is great, people are just going to be super toxic about it. That is the curse of success. The more successful you are, the easier it is to be ripped down from your throne because of all the people that can't wait to rip you down. People really enjoy dethroning the king. There's some weird schadenfreude about that. Doesn't matter how good you are and how much you don't deserve the treatment. People just want to see you suffer if you've done too well for yourself. You see that with a lot of celebrities as well. There's some pretty like decent, grounded celebrities out there that get a lot of online hate just because they're celebrities. It's like, oh, you're rich and famous? You're more rich and famous and well-known than me? Fuck you. It's just in a nutshell. I don't think I'll like GTA 6 graphics. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, it's going to get bigger in scope and with how much it tries to achieve in like a single massive open world. I heard a rumor that GTA 6, this is all I know about GTA 6. It's supposed to take place across a couple of cities across a few states that you can, I think you can plane it to, like you could in the older games. Including Vice City. So the rumor that it's going to be another take on Vice City, just like how GTA 4 was another take on New York, like how GTA 3 was, is apparently false. It's going to be a couple of major cities that Vice City just happens to be a part of, and you play as two characters, a male and a female, both who I think might be Hispanic. So it's kind of like what GTA 5 did with the 3 characters you can swap between, but it'll just be 2 characters, man and woman. But it will be the first time they've ever had a playable female character in a GTA story, so that's neat. And she's Hispanic to boot, so automatically she's going to be a fucking badass, man. You can't go wrong with a Hispanic girl. You want an ass to get kicked. To be fair, there are a lot of fucked up rich folk. Yeah, that's true. But there are a lot of fucked up poor folk as well. The only difference is you don't hear about the poor folk because they're too poor to be in the limelight. It seems like there are a lot more fucked up rich folk because rich folk are always in the spotlight. We see more of them. There's always a light being shined on their antics. I can guarantee you there are more fucked up poor folk and probably even, not just more in terms of more of them, but more fucked up as well than you'd even know. The problem is they live in a trailer somewhere, so you never actually get visibility of what they're up to. You've deleted GTA 5? Too much shit going on? I've never actually... I turned on GTA Online once to see what it was back in the Xbox 360 era, because I got my copy of GTA 5 at launch when it first came out and smashed through the single-player campaign. So I've only ever looked at it once way back before the PS4 and Xbox One days. And I was like, okay, cool, that's what that is. And I never went back again. I just wanted to see what it was and didn't really give a shit. Need to go finish story mode on PS. Only completed it on PC. I've only completed it once and to 100% completion back when it very first came out. So that's... How old is that game now? Because that game has now survived 3 console generations, which is fucking ridiculous. Why? GTA 5... 2013. That's a decade. Far out, man. That's insane. Yeah. Came out on the tail end of the Xbox 360 and the PS3. Remastered on PlayStation 4 and Xbox One. Remastered again on PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. It's absurd how long that game has lasted. How does a game still exist after 3 console generations? That's fucking nuts. Straight up 10 years. It seems like it should be longer than that, to be honest. And 2008 was when Grand Theft Auto 4 came out. That was a 5-year development cycle, I guess. Jesus. It still holds up gameplay-wise, though, to be fair. No, GTA 5 was solid from a technical standpoint. So I can imagine plugging it in right now and still being perfectly fine with the gameplay. Whereas sometimes you play an older GTA. You ever play the old GTAs with the lock-on targeting and just be like, what the fuck is this? It's weird, man. It's hard to adapt back to. It's like my brain forgot what old GTA games used to feel like. So if you try to play them now, it fucking turns you upside down. It's so gross. Actually, didn't they do that recently? They did a remastering of 3 Vice City and San Andreas, right? And they were kind of trash. They flubbed the remastering because they had some other company do it. You tried to play GTA 3? Was it the remaster you played? Because I saw that got absolutely raked in the reviews, and then people, audiences as well, were not impressed. Oh, okay. Well, even playing the original, just things to do with the controls would have fucked you up. But I think the remake's problem, the remasters, was it was like just a completely fucked up technical garbage dump. Like, it was so full of glitches, it was barely playable. It's been around for so long when people talk about Grand Theft Auto, you need to specify if you talk about the series or other games. That's a problem I've got with gaming in general, to be honest, nowadays. I'm actually really sick and tired of long-running franchises rebooting themselves and then rebooting the name along with it. And I include actual good games in that criticism. God of War and God of War Ragnarok. God of War already exists. There's God of War 1. There's God of War 2. There's God of War 3. There's fucking Chains of Olympus. There's Ghosts of Sparta. All that shit. And then they reboot it for the new PlayStations and they just call it God of War again. God of War is not a reboot. It's a soft reboot. That's how they originally pitched it. because it feels like you're playing a new version of it, but it is actually in canon being a sequel to what the original God of Wars did do. There was a while after the first teasers where people just thought it was a straight reboot, though. What was another one? Doom. Doom and Doom Eternal. Very good games. There already is a Doom. There's a Doom 2. There's a Doom 3. Why can't you call it Doom 4? Or some other acronym like what Doom Eternal did. Now we have to say Doom 2016. Sonic the Hedgehog. We have to call it Sonic 06. Because you can't just say Sonic the Hedgehog, because the Sega Mega Drive had a game called Sonic the Hedgehog. It continues the story, it's a sequel. Yes, technically it's a sequel, but they pitched the game originally as a soft reboot because it is a sequel, but it was rebuilt from the ground up with a whole new game engine and gameplay style that differentiated itself from the original trilogy, and then they recalled it God of War. That's one of the things I hate the most in gaming. I hate soft reboots. Either reboot or do a sequel. Don't play the soft reboot game where you've changed the whole game so it looks like a new thing, and you've rebooted the title to be the same exact title as the beginning of the original trilogy, but then you play the game and it's like, this is actually just straight up a sequel. This is still in canon with the old games. Why is this just called God of War? Call it God of War 4. Call it God of War... I fucked a lady and now I have a kid and he's Loki. Like, I don't know. I can't come up with names. Hitman. Yes, thank you, Tanky. I played Hitman back in the day. I played Hitman 2. I played Hitman 3. I played Hitman Contracts. I played Blood Money. I played all these games. And then fucking Hitman again. Not only that, but then Hitman 2 again. And then Hitman 3 again. They didn't even have the courtesy of semicolon the sequels, like Doom and God of War did. At least God of War 2 is God of War Ragnarok. At least Doom 2 is Doom Eternal. So that we're not also getting them confused with the original Doom 2 and the original God of War 2. You know, fucking Hitman just straight up still calling them Hitman 2 and 3 again. Oh, I can't stand it. Tomb Raider. I love the Tomb Raider reboot. The Tomb Raider reboot games are great. They just called it Tomb Raider. Motherfucker, I have Tomb Raider. I've got a PC box on the shelf in the other room of the original PC Tomb Raider with the triangle tits and everything. Why are you just making Tomb Raider again? You can call this anything. Assassin's Creed they have not done it. What Assassin's Creed did was they broke away from the numbering scheme when the wraparound story concluded. So, Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, Assassin's Creed 2 Brotherhood, Assassin's Creed 2 Revelations, Assassin's Creed 3, all 5 of those games formed the story arc of, what's his name? The guy that looks like Adam Sandler. Shit, I forgot his name. The main character. The one that you're always playing as in the future that's going back into his ancestors. His story concludes with Assassin's Creed 3, and from then on, because that story got left behind, they abandoned the numbering scheme with it, and they basically semicoloned every game from then on. So then you got Black Flag, then you've got Unity, then you've got Syndicate, and then they rebooted it in terms of the game's tech. The canon-wise, it's still... I mean, I guess it's still considered a soft reboot. And then they became Origins, Odyssey, and Valhalla. So they kept the semicolon going, even though from Origins onwards, it was like a whole new thing. Oh yeah, Modern Warfare did do it as well, but I never actually even touched that. Don't like Assassin's Creed 1, honestly. Only one I played and it really confused on what to do after the first bit. I was a big fan of Assassin's Creed 1 to the point where I was a bit disappointed with the changes they made in the next couple. Because a lot of the things that people complained about in Assassin's Creed 1, I actually kind of dug. And then, so they changed it because a lot of people weren't feeling it. And I was kind of like bummed about that. But they were still good. Like I kept up with the franchise up until Syndicate. And Black Flag. Was Black Flag before or after Syndicate? Everything up till the reboot. So I never actually played Origins or anything after that. When it rebooted into RPG Land, I didn't get to keep up because that was also around the time when I went to film school, so I got left behind. I thought AC1 was confusing. I'm not entirely sure what Mince could have found confusing about it. I'm trying to think. It might have been something to do with the fact that once they leave you open world to go to the first town, you're supposed to like do side quests to build up leads to finding your first assassination or something. It was a lot more hand-holdy with every game after that. They became a lot more follow the waypoint, complete all the shit on the map that Ubisoft games basically all turned into. So even though my memory is a bit hazy, I have a feeling that AC1 might have been a little bit more open-ended, a little bit less hand-holdy. That might have led to some confusion. I guess it also depends on what age you were when you played it. Because a lot of people have experiences like that with games if you play them when you're a kid or a young teen. And then you play it as an adult and you're like, wow, I don't know what I found hard about this when I was younger. Your whole viewpoint changes when you try things at different ages. What's this, Tanky?
You go to this place and then you go to this place.
Oh.
You watch a cutscene and maybe you shoot things. Sometimes you're on a horse, sometimes you're in a car. Just look how crazy these characters are.
I love those early PowerPoint visual effects. It's kind of the same thing that people say about Ubisoft games now. Ubisoft games nowadays, open world Ubisoft games, are basically checklist games. Like things like Watch Dogs and I guess Assassin's Creed games nowadays are basically just like go to all the things on the map until they're all done. I don't really care that much. Like, I'm the kind of gamer that's like, all right, yeah, that's what it is. Let's go. I'll play it. But I can see why people have gotten over that kind of stuff. Because you start one of those games and you open up the map and it's just like, all the pink dots are combat challenges. All the blue dots are climbing challenges. All the yellow dots are towers to unlock the map. All the black skulls are base defense minigames. And that's about it. That's the whole game. Go and do all of them. There's like 400. Good luck. Also, there's 500 collectible rubber ducks everywhere. In the sewers, on top of towers, under the water, in rooms that you can only get to in certain storyline missions. So if you miss them, you're fucked for the rest of the playthrough. Have fun. I like GTA 5's open worldness because they're all packed together and traveling is somewhat more fun. Yeah. One of the things about the GTA always done well is that it's always full of novelty. There's always something happening in GTA. They're good with the novelty. I think maybe the problem with Red Dead is that there's less opportunity for novelty when it's the wide open spaces on a horse. Because the whole point of that environment is for it to be vast and open and beautiful, but generally contain nothing. Whereas when you're in a facsimile of LA in a GTA game, you're driving around in traffic in a Porsche, all kinds of shit's going to happen. There's going to be hookers, car crashes, random Rastafarians doing drug deals, opening fire across the street. The radio's saying something funny. You hate collectible things, honestly. Yeah, it's not the most fun form of gameplay. I put up with it because I've been an achievement hunter for a big chunk of my life, so I got very used to doing collectible runs in games. I put on a podcast and just like travel around the world with a list from the internet and just gradually get everything. Just so I can get that little achievement ding at the end and get the get the endorphins. 4 is one of your favorite games of all time. Yes. GTA 4's biggest triumph was the way they integrated their physics into the game. The thing that GTA needed that it never had before was realistic physics. Because you want those ragdolls to bounce off the car bonnets and all that kind of jazz. GTA is like, that is the experience. What is your favorite game? Oh, that is an impossible question. I haven't heard anyone ask that in a while. I find that as hard to answer as when people ask you what your favorite movie is. Whenever someone finds out that I've been to film school and I've been a filmmaker, I've made short films and stuff, like people will just randomly ask me, "Oh, so what's your favorite movie?" And it's like, dude, I've seen like a million movies in my life since childhood. Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to pick one and say this is the best. It's such a loaded question. And it's kind of the same with games. Like, look at all those fucking collector's editions back there. Like, I've been drowning in games since I was a child. Since I had a old PC, the first Nintendos, the first Segas, Amiga, Atari type stuff. I've had every console. It's so hard to say what a favorite game would be. Every gunfight and car chase was enjoyable. Yeah, it was the secret ingredient. If it didn't have that, I don't think GTA 4 would have been nearly as good. First game I played was Minecraft. Took you a couple of months to figure out how to play blocks. Would that be your favorite game? Your name seems to be sort of Minecraft related, even though it says Mince Raft instead of Minecraft. Although I love the idea of a mince raft. It's kind of gross, but... Your favorite games are Enter the Gungeon, Undertale, Hollow Knight, Celeste, Ratchet and Clank, something of Destruction. You have no idea what order to put them in. So, most of your games are difficult roguelike kind of stuff, except for Ratchet and Clank. And I guess Undertale is an art game. Is an indie art title. Tools of Destruction, that was it. Yep. I couldn't remember what the T was, but I remember the of Destruction. What was the funnier one? Ratchet and Clank. There was one that was really dirty. Up Your Arsenal? Was that the third one or the second one? Ratchet and Clank Up Your Arsenal was hilarious. I bought that game just for the name alone. Your favorite games are Red Dead 2, Shadow of the Colossus. Good choice. I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. Haven't played that one. Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past is the game that had the deepest impact on you. Sometimes when I try to think about what my favorite game would be, I kind of drift back to the Dreamcast era for some reason. My earliest gaming, old PC games and old Nintendo or Sega, Mega Drive or SNES games, they don't resonate as much because I think I was young enough that I didn't really care as much. But when I was playing Dreamcast, I was old enough because I'd bought the console myself for my first job. My first retail job. So stuff on that was really resonating with me. Like Shenmue. Going Commando, yes. I love the Ratchet and Clank games always love to do innuendos for their titles. A lot of people like to roast Shenmue nowadays, but back when the first Shenmue came out on the Sega Dreamcast, that was some cutting edge shit, dude. That was in the Guinness Book of World Records for the most expensive game ever made. And I'd never seen anything like it. It was the first full 3D open world I'd ever experienced. Where you could do, like, stuff. You can go to, like, the shop, buy a drink. You could buy toys, little collectible toys from the convenience store. You can go to a parking lot and train in martial arts. You can get a job down at the docks on a forklift to make money, to buy more toys and play games at the arcade. You can train in your dojo. You can buy Sega Saturn games at the shops with your forklift job money take them back to your Sega Saturn at your house and actually play the Sega Saturn games in full on your home console. First time I ever played a game within a game. I still have my Sega Dreamcast and all my games for it, like, packed away. But far out, Shenmue was like something else entirely. Shenmue basically invented QuickTime events. Everyone keeps putting that on the original, like, God of War as being the game that, like, made that a thing. God of War really made QuickTime events happen for the game industry. But fucking Shenmue was full of QuickTime events way before that. Had a day-night cycle, actual time. The time of day was changing as you stood there. The sun was going down, the time was moving. All the NPCs were named NPCs that had jobs and daily things. So, like, someone would close their shop at 4 p.m. and you'd find them at 5:30 p.m. like tending a garden somewhere. And then at like 10 p.m. you'd find them at the bar down the road. They had actual schedules that you could lurk and find out what people do with their time, so you always know where they are. I'm actually like gushing now. Really selling this old shitty game. You have to finish the original trilogy they upgraded for PS3. I saw that they remade the first Ratchet & Clank and just called it Ratchet & Clank. But apparently it is still pretty much the same game with tweaks and better graphics. You want to get a Magnavox Odyssey? That is old. It's Magnavox Odyssey is the kind of era where it's kind of a pain to even look at. It's a bit of an eyesore. Oh, The Forest. Yeah, I've got that on Steam. I haven't played my copy of it, but I did buy it on a sale. I'm going to do a stream of that at some point in VR. I'm not playing the game specifically because I want to play it in VR. Make it even more freaky. I might piggyback off what you said as well about Shadow of the Colossus. Shadow of the Colossus and the first game, Ico, are my two favorite PS2 games ever made. Ico was my #1 PS2 game, and then Shadow of the Colossus came out, and that pretty much equaled it. So when I try to decide what my favorite PS2 game is, I don't know which one to put first between the two. So I just put them side by side in the same bracket. You finally did it. Are you playing Power Wash Simulator, Genie? Did you finally do the time trial? I'm actually surprised it was so difficult. It took you this long. I'm not sure if I'm even going to bother with the time trials when I eventually get around to streaming that. Saints Row 2, yeah. I miss Saints Row 1. I thought Saints Row 1 was really cool on the original Xbox 360. But then they changed it a lot ever since then. It's pretty cool what it is now. I mean, not the most recent one. They got pretty bad reviews, but Saints Row 3 and 4, like, were kind of a cool thing in their own right, but I miss, like, how #1 was just trying to be, like, a direct GTA competitor and not too over the top. It was kind of interesting. I did enjoy it. You had the cursor settings too sensitive? Oh, really? I would think that having the cursor more sensitive would actually make it easier to do it quickly. Or I might just be thinking of mouse, actually. On a console, I can see what you mean. If you're on PC and you're using a mouse, I would say make it more sensitive, and you'd be able to do it faster. But on console with a PlayStation controller, it's probably the opposite. Oh yeah, some of the scum requires it. Yeah, some of the caked on shit. Unless you spray it down with soap first. You got an RDR2 vinyl? Oh, that's sick. I have a vinyl as well, actually. You can't really see it from here. I've got a BioShock 2 special edition back there, and it comes with a vinyl record inside of the BioShock soundtrack. which is pretty cool. I got my ex-girlfriend, because she's a Marvel fan. I got her the soundtrack to Guardians of the Galaxy on vinyl as a collectible item. So that was pretty sweet too. You can also get the Guardians soundtrack on tape deck, just like how Quill has it in the movie. Neat collectible, that. Very on brand. There was something I had in my brain just then when we were talking about best games. After I said Ico. A lot of people say Ocarina of Time from the N64 era, and that was great, but I don't know. There were other things from the N64 era that also really did it for me, like Banjo-Kazooie was iconic. Iconic. If you don't believe so, I will fight you. In fact, most of Rareware's games, the creators of Banjo-Kazooie, most of their games hit really hard on the N64. There was something about Rare during their N64 period that just always hit. You got Spider-Man on Marvel vinyl? Gold vinyl? Oh, dope. That is cool. I've never had a gold vinyl myself. That is rad. You know what's probably the most recent game I've played that I'd put on, like if I was going to make, even if I can't decide what my #1 game of all time would be, if I was going to make a top 10 or a top 5 list or something like that, the most recent game that would go on there would be the Outer Wilds. The Outer Wilds is a game I played like maybe about a year ago. A year and a half? Something like that. And that kind of blew my mind. There's something about the Outer Wilds that just vibed with me hard. In fact, I kind of got a little bit teary-eyed during the credits, but I'm not entirely sure why. It was very much like a metaphysical epiphany-like kind of vibe that I was getting from the ending of that game. About like about the mortality of the universe. It was very epic in scope, just the kind of tone they were going for. I mean, the universe is like, what, 3.4 something billion years old? It's going to heat death. It's all going to end. But then something's going to create more life eventually that will get its own 3.4 billion years of time to spend exploring and marveling at the wonders of life. And the cycle continues. There's something profound about what that game was trying to say. But through the lens of essentially going camping amongst the stars. I think I remember the original creator saying that. He wanted to make a game that had the vibe of going out camping with your friends, but in space. Like, imagine a couple of astronauts just sitting on a planetoid, just looking at the solar system around a campfire. Like, he wanted that feeling with the acoustic guitar and the harmonica and all of the above. But have it in a broader scope be about like the beginning and end of all things. Life is beautiful because it's fleeting. While something is here, it discovers, it witnesses, it creates, but then inevitably it has to die and become extinct so other things can find what it leaves behind and be in awe of it. So in a way, death was not tragic in that. It was more bittersweet. It was a melancholy beauty to it. What game is this? Outer Wilds. People get it mistaken with the RPG, which is fair. Yeah, this game. If you've ever seen this poster kicking around. Oh, look, there's you basically fly around the universe in this rickety little lunar lander ship. And you can fly like and land on other planets. You literally just in real time just fly through their atmosphere and just land it and get out and walk around. It's not a very hand-holdy game though. So if you're the kind of person that gets confused when the game's not telling you literally where you should be going with waypoints and stuff, you might bounce off it. I've seen a lot of people complain that they couldn't get into Outer Wilds because they didn't know what to do. But if you're inquisitive and like to follow your own kind of sense of leads and curiosity, you definitely like discover your way into the plot, and it eventually leads into a finale, into an ending that's quite profound. It's a beautiful game. But yeah, what's the other game that everyone always... it also ends with wilds. Wait, Outer something. Outer Worlds. Okay, that's... There we go. This is the one that people always think I'm talking about. You know that game that that company made that was basically a better Fallout than any current Fallout has been recently? This RPG. Yeah, it's not that. Outer Wilds and Outer Worlds, two different things entirely. Although I would like to play Outer Worlds. I heard that it's actually quite good. If you're a fan of Fallout 3 and New Vegas. You've never played a Fallout game? I've played most of them. Back in the PC era, when consoles and PC were not the same. I played Fallout 1 and 2 when they were top-down isometric games. And then I did play Fallout 3 and New Vegas when they turned 3D. But I never got around to Fallout 4. And I've also never tried this Outer Worlds game, which is apparently basically exactly like Fallout, except in space and by a different company. Doesn't seem like your type of game. Well, Fallout games, yeah, you know if you're into it or not. I mean, the Fallout games nowadays, the 3D ones, are basically Elder Scrolls games, but sci-fi. Because Oblivion and Skyrim, it's the same engine, the same gameplay style, the same conversation choice system, everything. They're basically like the science fiction and the fantasy medieval equivalents of each other, made by the same company. But yeah, that's different entirely. That's not what I'm talking about. Outer Wilds is totally different. You keep thinking the Masai Oka game is Outer Worlds? Oh, wait. What game are you talking about? Oh, the guy from Heroes. That's right. We talked about this. He was a voice actor in his game company. What was the game again? I've forgotten. Oh no, it was Outer Wilds. You have the opposite problem I do. I keep thinking the Masai Oka game is Outer Worlds. No, don't we have the same problem then? Because I was saying that people keep mistaking Outer Wilds and Outer Worlds for each other, and Outer Wilds is the Masai Oka game. And Driver 76 and Cars made a national. Oh, just voice roles. He was a producer on Outer Wilds with his company. You remember its name and I can never think of it. Oh yeah, yeah, because I'm a huge fan of his game, Masai, that he produced, Outer Wilds. But I keep forgetting that people don't know that game as well. So when I talk about it, they always think I'm talking about Outer Worlds, and it causes a lot of confusion. Outer Worlds has the best dialogue system compared to Skyrim and Fallout. I mean, it's essentially the exact same kind of game, except they just did it better. Because Fallout kept getting more janky as their scope kept increasing with every sequel. So it kind of took someone like them to come along and just do the same game, but like good. Because I still haven't played Fallout 4, but I will play it because I love the Fallout games. But But I kept hearing from people that it's the most jank out of all of them. And the least interesting. And that's a shame. So I'm just going to eat some Biscoff real quick. I just saw it lying there and I felt the need to partake. They did Fallout New Vegas? Oh yeah, it's Obsidian. So someone else took her over from after New Vegas for 4. And then Obsidian went, hold my beer. Let's go back to doing Fallout, but let's do our own IP and show them up. New Vegas was good, though. I even completed all the DLCs in that. All the DLC expansion content. Long before streaming days. Some of the DLC content led to little side storyline stuff that is some of the best storytelling I've seen in gaming. And it was like side expansion shit in Fallout New Vegas. Like there was one New Vegas expansion pack that took place like in Nevada, I think, in the canyons. And there was a side story that was told during that expansion that required you to read a lot of logs between a lot of different locations that I've always to this day thought would make a perfect Fallout fan film. Like, people like to make fan films of all this type of shit. Take that one little side story that you mostly only know from the logs during this one part of the game, and that in itself would be such a good short film. Like, it would be beautiful. Are you heading off, Mince? It's quite late where you are. Yeah, it's past midnight here now, but I'm going to stay on for a little while still. Watch some more stuff. Oh, no, I'm still watching Nintendo Direct. Katamari Damacy is apparently on screen still. We've been just talking about stuff for like the last hour while Katamari's on my in my picture-in-picture. That's kind of hilarious. Let's watch some Katamari. How about that?
Keep it rolling.
See you later, Mince. Good night.
Of objects in this remaster of We Love
Thanks for
Katamari.
stopping by and chatting with us, though.
Roll in a classroom, a zoo, and space? New
Wait, which
features
Katamari is
include
this?
playing as the young king of all cosmos in 5 new challenges.
Is this the sequel? Remastered?
Taking photos with a selfie camera.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
We Love Katamari Reroll plus Royal
Oh, it's We
Referee
Love
comes to
Katamari.
Nintendo Switch June 2nd. In addition, active Nintendo Switch Online members can play a free game trial of Katamari Damacy Reroll.
Cool.
Combine
I'm a big fan of Katamari Damacy. I was one of the original adopters on the PS2 of the first one. We Love Katamari. One of them was a PSP exclusive, though. Okay, We Love Katamari is the PlayStation 2 sequel. What was the PSP one? It might be Katamari Forever. Katamari Forever. PlayStation 3. Fuck. Okay. So that was the PlayStation 3 third game in the trilogy. Oh, there it is. Me and My Katamari. I was way off. Yeah, PSP. For some reason in my brain, I thought We Love Katamari was the PSP one. I completely changed that memory. So it goes Katamari Damacy, PS2. We Love Katamari, sequel, PS2. Third game's Katamari Forever, PS3. Me and My Katamari, the PSP one in between. What is Beautiful Katamari? Xbox 360, fourth game. So 4 primary games, 1 spin-off for the PlayStation Portable. I've got Beautiful Katamari on the 360, but I'm not sure if I fully achievement... No, I don't think I fully achievement hunted it. I think maybe some of its achievements were a bit painful. So I just let it be. I played through the storyline once and I was happy.
powers of the sun and moon to fend off evil in this turn-based RPG. Freely traverse a breathtaking world. Meet characters from all walks of life.
It kind of looks like a
and
handheld
devastate
game.
foes with
It's like a
timed
PlayStation
attacks
portable
in
game.
battle. Complement your journey with enchanting melodies and retro-inspired tunes from the renowned Yasunori Mitsuda, a guest composer for the game.
Guest
Sea of
composer.
Stars sails onto Nintendo Switch.
Oh, that's
August
cool. I
29th.
like the sailing.
A free demo will
That was
launch
adorable.
later today on Nintendo eShop.
Demo's out.
Take it out in this free-to-play
These
online
trailers are
multiplayer
dropping so fast.
showdown.
I could barely like
Form two
comprehend
teams of
before they go to the
three
next
and
game.
challenge others to lightning-fast
That
battle.
was a chunky hamster. Look at that.
Form 2 teams of 3 and
Look at that unit. Tofu the hamster. Now that's an apocalyptic mutant right there.
challenge others to lightning-fast battles.
Someone dropped their
Air hockey
hamster in a
style.
radioactive isotope.
Use each striker's skills to dominate each match. Change the course trajectory from afar. Block areas to gain the advantage. Or knock opponents out
This
the
is the
arena
team-based
with
version of
explosive
Windjammers.
moves. Omega Strikers.
Instead of
Slides
1v1
onto Nintendo Switch
Frisbee,
April 27th.
it's like
Pre-orders for this
a whole
free-to-play
team playing
game
soccer
begin
with a
today
Frisbee.
on Nintendo eShop.
It's kind of cool though.
Dive back into the sprawling labyrinth. A collection of the first 3
Etrian
Etrian
Odyssey.
Odyssey games is coming to Nintendo Switch, remastered in HD. Many treasures
3
lie
of them?
deep within a massive labyrinth.
I haven't played any
Its
Etrian
paths are
Odyssey.
intertwined, and vicious monsters lurk in the shadows.
That is
A
old
blank
school though.
map is your only guide. By drawing the map as you explore, you can
You have to
progress
manually
even
draw the
further.
map? That is
Venture
so
into the
cool.
labyrinth with 5 adventurers.
I'm into that.
As the guild leader, you'll assign them roles, like the allied defending protector or the ultra
I don't know why I like that so much. There's something about having to draw your own map as you explore
Should you fall in
that
battle,
tickles me.
You can change your team and learn new skills to strengthen your party before challenging the labyrinth again.
I wonder if all 3
24
games are
newly drawn
grid-based
character
like
illustrations
that.
are included.
Like, did they ever update it? Make it more
Plus,
open
take
world?
advantage of new difficulty options and a new auto mapping function for smoother exploration.
Auto mapping, lame.
Etrian Odyssey Origins Collection launches on Nintendo Switch June 1st. Each game in the collection will also be available separately on Nintendo eShop.
I'm not the biggest fan of
Pre-orders
when
begin today
old
on
games
Nintendo eShop.
get like new bundles like this, but then they add new features to like make it more accessible. It's
Get
like, I want the
your
original
tactical
experience.
skills ready. Calling all strategy fans. The Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp game is only a couple of months away. Join
Cool.
Andy, Max, Sammy, and more in 2 full story campaigns, each one filled with colorful turn-based tactical action.
And cutscenes?
Flex your strategic muscles
Fully animated
across a
cutscenes?
multitude of modes. Design your own maps and share them with friends. Plus, go head-to-head in local and online play. Advance Wars
I've got-
1+2
I've got Advance Wars 1 on my DS. Or is it Advance? I think it was Advance. Game Boy Advance. I still got that somewhere. Stashed in a drawer. I liked Advance Wars.
Boot Camp.
You get the original experience. It's an option. Oh no, I know it's an option. I'm just saying that I don't need these revamp options that they keep adding to old games. Like, they keep looking at these old games and going, oh, what is it about this old game that new gamers might find too difficult or frustrating? And it's like, if I'm going back to an old game, I want the full retro nostalgia experience. I don't want you to sputter things over for me because apparently new age gamers are soft or something. Or won't be able to hack it or whatever their thinking is.
Comes to Nintendo Switch April 21st. Pre-orders begin today on Nintendo eShop.
You didn't understand what I said? I think I understood what you said. You get the original experience. It is the original game, remastered. But they've added the option to auto map. That's something that wasn't in the original games. That's something they've added to this remastered HD collection. And that's the kind of thing that I usually kind of like meh about. It might be a little bit of a... It's kind of a snobby reaction. It's a bit of a snobby game reaction, but it's... And it is something you don't have to use, but just the fact that they included it always kind of bugs me a little bit, because it sits there going, you know, like, oh, use me, it'll be more convenient. I'm like, but I don't want to. Stop sitting there begging me to use it. A little button will be flashing, going, if you just press this button, the game will be more convenient, less frustrating. It's like, no. Don't make my game less frustrating. This was the game. I want the game to be exactly as it was.
A new story will unfold.
In a similar way, it also bothers me when they add accessibility options in newer games as well in the settings. You know how they sometimes put like options in there to make the game easier or to deactivate certain features. If it's something that like frustrates you, in a way that like cheats in the olden days would have done. Instead of cheats now, it's just like a switch you can toggle in the options. And it always bugs me when it's there, because I keep playing the game and thinking like, I could just go in there and just turn on the thing, and this will be so much easier. And I don't like that the lure is there. I prefer to not be given the option and have to like just deal with whatever the game throws at me. Because then I'm stuck between like, oh, I don't want to be a pussy and turn it on, but at the same time, it's like, it's there. I could just use it. Think of the children? No, don't think of the children. Never think of the children. Or you'll get cancelled. Children thinker. And the handy capable. No, there's a difference between... like, I don't mind accessibility options that make things more accessible for people with disabilities. Like, things to do with, like, single hand use. Things to do with people who are colorblind. Because those aren't, like, just basically turning on God mode with a switch. Or, like, turning off some kind of feature that the enemy AI has. Just to make them, like, easy to deal with. That kind of stuff is basically just, like, play the game in, like, easy God mode, but without having to use cheats. We'll just let you use it. In fact, some games I've played, they'll even ask you at the start. Do you want to turn on rookie mode and do, like... I was playing Skull the Hero Slayer on rookie mode the other night, just because they gave it to me. And it's like, just makes the enemies do 50% less damage to you. So I'm like, alright. But then I'm playing it, I'm like, maybe it'd be better if they never even gave me this option. So I really just had to hack it out. It's become more of a rant stream than a chill one. Chill streams and rant streams are the same things, Sham. When you're chilling, there's nothing to do but rant.
In the Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe game.
Yes, Kirby!
Magolor, the interdimensional traveler from the
Macklemore.
main adventure, has lost his powers and must escape the realm between dimensions.
Kirby versus Macklemore? What? You're gonna hate Hades? Oh no. Do they give you easy mode in Hades as well?
Is a basic attack and jump. To regain Magolor's powers,
Magolor?
you'll need to collect magic points by defeating enemies. With magic points, different abilities can be restored and enhanced. Improve Magolor's levitation.
Sweet.
Or
I've always wanted
increase
to play
his
as
attack
Macklemore
range.
in a Kirby game. This is
The order in
amazing.
which you restore his powers is up to you. There are over 20
There's only 99
interdimensional
sets.
stages to explore.
It's literally called God mode.
Up to 4 players on the same system can venture through this mysterious realm together.
So do you still get to play as Kirby though? Because that's kind of important.
Can Magolor restore his powers and safely return to his world? You can access this new epilogue after clearing story mode.
But is there a thrift shop? Where you can
After
buy
today's
like
Nintendo Direct,
new outfits
a
for
demo
99
will be
cents
available on Nintendo
for your
eShop.
Kirby character.
Up to 4 players can play a specially arranged demo with select stages and sub-games. Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe launches on the Nintendo Switch system February 24th.
The name's a bit of a mouthful though. Kirby Return to Dreamland Deluxe. Start with 20% damage resistance. The first 30 times you die it goes up by 2 until you get 80%. Jesus Christ. I did not know it had all that. There is there's a roguelike game called Scourgebringer that I played on stream a little while back. Or wait, did I play it on stream, or was that just before I streamed? It might have been just before. In Scourgebringer, you can literally turn on God mode from the start. The accessibility settings menu has like unlimited mana, full God mode, can't be hurt, and you can play the whole game like that. Like no impact on achievements or nothing. It's kind of a bummer.
Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop.
You gonna need me to react like you're on YouTube Kids? Hell no. What are you talking about? You ever watched those adults that make YouTube's kids videos? They're insufferable. Those obnoxious motherfuckers. Who was the one we watched on a Sunday chill stream once? Was it Lemmy that made us watch it? It was some YouTuber that did like game show bullshit for kids, and him and his two like friends. They were clearly like 22, 23 years old, but they all acted like obnoxious Nickelodeon hosts. Like complete goofballs, and it made you want to kill yourself.
We hope you're looking forward to the new story in Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe.
Yeah, sure, bro.
Next, here's some news about Nintendo Switch Online. Please take a look at this.
I don't know if I want to... wait. Gotta do the thing. Game Boy! I love that sound effect.
Game Boy
Dude.
games are being added to Nintendo Switch Online.
Okay, cool.
On Nintendo Switch, you can play these games anytime,
Hey, that one's in
anywhere,
color.
just like you could back in the day.
Go back to the black and white Game Boy. Yeah.
Let's introduce the games that will be available at launch.
Looney Tunes. The one that I had that I can't remember the name of.
Arrange the falling Tetraminos and aim for a high score. Super Mario Land 2,
Yeah.
6 golden coins. Reclaim the castle that Wario stole from you.
The Wario game as well?
The Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening DX. Awaken the Windfish to escape Koholint Island.
Oh, Game Boy Color, that's why.
Gargoyle's Quest.
Why?
Save the Ghoul Realm as Firebrand from the Ghosts and Goblins series.
Why Gargoyle's Quest
Game
of
&
all
Watch
things?
Gallery 3. Play an assortment of Game & Watch titles.
Wario Land.
Alone in the Dark. The New Nightmare.
What?
Solve a murder mystery on the
Are
supernatural
you
Shadow
fucking
Island.
kidding me?
Metroid 2, Return of Samus.
Okay, cool.
Destroy the Metroids hiding on planet SR-388.
Alone in the Dark?
Wario Land
There
3.
you go.
Traverse a world that changes between day and night based on your actions.
Although, why 3? I was talking the original on regular Game Boy.
Kirby's Dream Land.
Nailed it.
Float, inhale, and spit out enemies in Kirby's debut title.
I had this game on the original Game Boy.
You can use the Game Boy, Game Boy Pocket, or Game Boy Color screen filters. Up to 2
Okay.
players can play compatible games together.
What does
locally
Tetris
or
look like with
online.
the screen filter? Not going to show
More
us.
games will be added in the future.
Oh, Legend of
And-
Zelda Seasons? Alright. There was some good games in the Game Boy Advance,
Game
not gonna
Boy
lie.
Advance games are being added to Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack. Here are the games that you can play at launch.
Oh, there was an RPG I played on my Game Boy Advance on the bus to uni every day. Oh, fuck, what was it called? Oh my god. 17th hundredth of a second off? Oh, dude. You're giving me flashbacks to when I was playing the Art of Rally. And I literally lost a really difficult rally thing by 0.00017 of a second or something. Almost died. I think Sham might have been there. Someone was there when it happened. At least 2 of you were there. Now, how about you add like 100 other fucking games? Oh, they seem to like to do this very slowly. They like to drip feed this stuff. Let me just quickly see what would happen if I typed in Game Boy Advance RPG. Golden Sun. My man. Oh, what a flashback. Golden Sun Lost Age. Yeah, dude. I used to play Golden Sun every day on the bus on my way to uni in Canberra on my Game Boy Advance. Golden Sun was the shit. I never got to play the sequel though. There was a second one. Here it is, Dark Dawn for the Nintendo DS. That's not our cover though. Oh, that's America. That's the Australian cover. What happened? Oh, you mean Art of Rally? I was trying to get an achievement for beating a rally in Art of Rally on like Nightmare difficulty. You only have to do it once. And I was doing it via this hint where you do it on a certain track in the rain because it gives you more of a chance against the AI, which is crazy difficult. And the closest I got, I eventually did get it, but earlier in the night I almost got it, and I lost. I came second to the AI, whose time was literally 0.000 like 16 or something. It was like the most micro fraction of a millisecond difference. I was so upset. And it still took me like another hour or two of playing for me to actually complete that achievement. I could not imagine. When you lose a time trial with that small of a margin, your brain automatically goes into like overdrive on everything you just did and imagines all the different ways that you could have shaved off 0.00017. Like, that's not even a sneeze. Like, only a computer brain can, like, understand that small a fraction of time. Like, if my car had slid, like, just that little bit less at one point, or landed a little bit straighter, anything would have fixed it. Anything would have won me that match. It just so happened to be that tiny of a... oh, God, it's so upsetting. It made me feel sick to my stomach. You watched a vid on OG SMB1? SMB? Super Mario Brothers? Like the first one? They talked about the fastest possible world record there can be. Oh yeah. When you're talking about those old like side-scroller Nintendo era games, like that almost becomes mathematical. The inputs and movements required to get like a perfect time can be like algorithmed. Yeah, you can like program movement in those games very easily to be like mathematically perfect.
Super Mario Advance 4, Super Mario Brothers 3.
Cool.
Play 38 extra levels from the Nintendo e-reader accessory.
These are gonna hit on all the Mario Brothers, aren't they?
WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro
Yes.
Games. Experience the origins of the lightning fast
I love this
micro
game.
games. Kuru Kuru Kururin. Guide the spinning
Okay.
stick to the goal
Why
without
not?
hitting obstacles.
I like guarding sticks.
Mario
Sure.
Kart Super Circuit. Race in the first Mario Kart game created for a portable system. Mario and Luigi
Ooh.
Superstar Saga. Venture through a zany world and fight with equally zany
I forgot this
attacks.
game existed. I played through this as well back when I was at school. I just completely forgot. Kind of like spiritual sequel to Mario RPG, Super Mario RPG on the NES. Fucking the one thing that always bugged me about old Mario Kart that I know is not their fault because it was a issue with the tech at the time is how the coins can't exist for real in the graphics engine. Like, you know how in other Mario games, like like modern Mario games, the coins are always floating and spinning in the air. Those old Super Nintendo, those old SNES Mario Kart games, they had to be like a graphic on the floor. Like they're these little yellow circles on the track, like a flat texture. The game engine in those days couldn't just have like an object floating in space.
The Legend of Zelda, the Minish Cap. Shrink to miniature size and dive
I never
into a
played
big
Minish Cap.
adventure.
I missed that one.
Local and online
Too
play
many
is
games at the
supported
time.
for compatible games, and up to 4 players can play together.
See, even in that colored
games
Super
will be added
Nintendo
to this
one,
library
they still
as
had to have
well.
the coins flat on the road.
After
Golden
this
Sun?
presentation, you can play these Game Boy titles with
Yes.
the Nintendo Switch Online membership. Or play both Game Boy and Game Boy Advance titles with the Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack membership.
He's actually got the original Game Boy.
Select Game Boy titles will be playable on Nintendo Switch.
I'm not actually playing these. These
And
are
after
props for the
today's
video.
Nintendo Direct, you'll be able to play the Game
Will you give
Boy
us money?
and
Give
Game
us
Boy
all your
Advance
money.
titles we introduced.
We want money for nostalgia. And we know you want
Please
it
look
too.
forward to more information about Nintendo Switch Online and Nintendo Switch Online Plus Expansion Pack in the future. Let's see a few more headlines.
The original Metroid Prime game is remastered.
Hey,
on
there's
Nintendo
Metroid
Switch.
Remastered. I heard about that on Twitter. Are they going to show footage? Ah, just jack me off right now. There's the half pipe for the ball mode. It's amazing how much your brain knows that you've experienced this, even if you don't even recognize anything anymore. That music I remember perfectly. But when I see like level geometry and puzzles, I'm like, I don't even remember doing that anymore. It's been so long. Maybe that's a good thing, because that means I can like re-experiencing it from like fresh. Like I've never even played it before. I always thought Ripley was kind of a weird enemy design for her main antagonist, because it really is just kind of like a nightmare pterodactyl.
The first
I wonder how they
Metroid
decided
Prime
on that.
game, originally released on the Nintendo GameCube system, has been remastered for Nintendo Switch.
They're like, you know what would make a great villain for our cool
From the
cyborg
perspective of Samus Aran.
space bounty hunter
But
chick?
beware,
The
there's more to
pterodactyl.
this alien planet than meets the eye. Visors are the key to your adventure. They'll help you discover info and clues on how to progress.
I really loved that whole visor
Depending
scanning
on the
system thing.
situation, a certain visor may be required. When hostile creatures attack,
Very cool.
keep them in your sights with the lock-on feature. Then fight back with beams.
I remember playing Halo on the original Xbox, the first Halo,
and more.
and always like thinking that I
This
wish this game was
remaster
less
adds
of a
new
first-person
dual-stick
shooter
controls,
and more
allowing
adventure.
you to move around while separately
Because when you
changing
play a
your
game like
point of view.
Metroid, it's like there are
You can
there are
also select a
puzzles, there are
control
exploration
style that
elements,
creates the feel of the original
there's
game,
various
among
abilities
other
and visor
control options.
modes for exploring your
Explore
environment.
Talon 4 with your preferred playstyle.
Like, when you have a character like Master
digital
Chief, who's in the
version of
same outfit that Samus Aran is in, just different colors, I was like, why can't Master Chief change his, like, visor readout thing so that we can, like, scan environment stuff, gain story lore in different ways, solve some puzzles? Like, we may as well just be a regular Marine in a Halo game, for all that his actual, gear and physique and armor comes into the gameplay mechanics. It's just really just run through the story and blast everything. It's kind of a shame, given the
Metroid Prime Remastered.
given the world building that they did in Halo. Like, the world building's great, but I prefer it if games were more than just an FPS, a point-to-point FPS. Like, once I start to realize that it's just biome after biome of linear corridors and just shooting stuff, it's like, oh, okay. It's one of these games. They're not going to let me, like, do anything else.
Launches on Nintendo eShop later today. The physical version of the game will be available in stores February 22nd.
Isn't the new Halo... I never played it, but isn't the new Halo Infinite kind of like semi-open world? Where you get to, like, explore and drive vehicles around, like, a open Halo ring to objectives and story points. That's a step in the right direction, but I don't know. I feel like every location you go to will just be the same, like, first-person shooting stuff. Oh, there's some aliens here. Let me just fucking blast them again, just like the last location we went to. Like, can we play as Master Chief in a game where you fly to different planets open universe style, and maybe get involved in different kinds of story content. Like one location might be infiltrating a bunker with some Marines and shooting everything, but another location might be an urban environment with lots of civilians where you use your onboard AI and helmet visor kind of modes to maybe investigate a murder in a civilian colony and look at clues and do storyline and do dialogue with people, and then ultimately like have to pin it on somebody who then like tries to run away, so you just plug him once in the leg with a handgun and then drag him to the ODST police. Who there's different characters Master Chief can have sex with. No, we're not making a game out of the TV show that everyone shat all over. Because I did hear that the only thing people talk about from that live action Halo show is the fact that John 117 bones some chick, and everyone's like, why is this in a Halo show? Why isn't Halo things happening?
Put your master detective skills to the test.
Why does this look like a Danganronpa game?
This is the World Detective Organization.
Ooh.
Yuma, a trainee detective, and Shinigami, the spirit haunting him,
Cool.
will solve the strange
I want to be haunted
incidents
by a
within
sexy
Kanai
succubus
Ward,
spirit.
a city ruthlessly
Yes.
controlled by
Goals.
Amaterasu Corporation.
Life goals.
You'll investigate these incidents alongside master detectives of the organization. Each one
This is
has
pretty
a
neat.
supernatural
This is the
ability
second
that can
detective
prove
game,
useful
urban
during
detective game,
investigations.
that they've announced in this one
Mimic body
Nintendo Direct.
types and voices with disguise. Detect heartbeats and whispers with audio aptitude. And witness past crime scenes with post-cognition. These abilities can be shared with Yuma,
So this is post-cognition.
so use them to get closer to cracking a case. After collecting enough evidence, a mystery labyrinth will appear.
Mystery Labyrinth. Oh no.
Spot the inconsistencies and uncover the truth. Master
No.
Detective Archives Rain Code launches on Nintendo Switch
Okay.
June 30th.
I'm largely interested based on everything that happened in that trailer up till the last bit. It sounds like you do a bunch of Phoenix Wright murder mystery investigation stuff in some puzzle solving environments, and then you conclude each investigation by going into a 3D mystery labyrinth where you do a whole bunch of turn-based JRPG combat as some kind of metaphor for solving the crime, which I'm not feeling. Like I don't like where that went. It was so cool up to that point.
Wings of the Heart take flight once more.
This is a
remastered
GameCube
collection
game.
of both Baten Kaitos games,
Yeah.
originally released on the Nintendo GameCube system,
Yeah.
is coming to Nintendo
I recognize the
Switch.
main character with the one wing.
After a long and peaceful era on the floating islands above Earth, the Empire's conspiracy looms closer.
I wonder if these
As
are good.
spirits dwelling within the protagonists.
Because at the
You'll
time,
stand up to the Empire across two
I think I
different
used.
eras
This
of
is around
war.
when I worked at EB Games, and I avoided these games because something about the box
During
art
your
turned me
travels,
off.
You'll visit
I thought
various
the games looked shit.
locales and team up with like-minded allies. Battles are fought using cards called Magnus.
Oh, maybe that's why I didn't like the look
Your
of it.
attack power is
I didn't like the
determined by
idea of
attributes
card
and
games back in
combinations of
those
your
days.
cards, which are randomly dealt from
Now
the
I'm
deck.
kind of neutral on it.
In these
Depends on the
real-time
game.
battles, you'll need to make
I can be
split-second
sold.
decisions to edge closer to victory.
Oh, I love edging
What
too.
revelations will come to light in the skies above and the lands below? Baten Kaitos 1 and 2
Baten
HD
Kaitos
Remaster
1 and 2 HD
soars onto
Remaster
Nintendo
Edging
Switch
Edition.
this summer.
They didn't announce the new Dangan Dev game at this Direct. It was the one before it. Dangan? As in Danganronpa? Oh, the only reason I mentioned Danganronpa before is because the first screenshot they showed of that detective game, the art style looked like a Danganronpa character, the way they draw their characters.
Dive into
Ooh,
your
I like
new
this.
fantasy life.
That's some nice looking art. Less attractive in game. Looks a little bit like Animal Crossing, but anime, more anime. The girl who steals time.
While exploring the once thriving island.
It's the same team. Oh yeah, I can buy that. It's pretty easy to spot the same team with certain game developers. There's like certain art styles or gameplay mechanic styles that are prevalent through a lot of developers' games.
You'll meet
It'd be pretty easy to spot,
girl.
especially when you're in the realm of like anime, Japanese gaming.
Then travel between past and present to make the island your own.
So you go to the past to change things, to customize the future version of the island?
Cook.
That's different.
Blacksmith, paladin, magician, and more. Take on different roles to develop the island. How will you rebuild? This life is yours to live. After 1,000 years, the restoration is about to begin. Fantasy Life I, the girl who steals time.
I kind of got drawn into that for a bit there. I went really quiet for a while. I kind of got pulled into the vibe a little bit. I want to sit down with a Switch and just like chill to that game. Is that Leighton? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, it's Daddy. Professor Layton in the new world of Steam? For Switch? Ooh. Ooh. A Professor Layton game made for the Switch. Made for the power of a Switch. I would love to see what a Layton game looks like with Switch power. Not remastered, updated from the DS to be on a Switch, like made for a Switch to take advantage of its capabilities. I can't even picture in my head what that would be. Is that all you're gonna show? You fucker.
Wave 4 is racing in.
Son of a bitch. That is the game I'm the most interested in out of this entire Nintendo Direct, and they showed jack shit. Mad.
Yoshi's Island. A brand new course is zooming into Wave 4
well, that's adorable.
Of the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass DLC.
So they don't make new Mario Kart games anymore, they just release DLC and expansion pass shit for the last one they did?
Birdo, who originally hit the track in Mario Kart Double Dash, is also being added to Wave 4.
Wave 4. How long has that even been around? What was the last one even called? I remember Double Dash.
Wave 4 of the Mario
Kart
Kart 8 Deluxe Booster Course Pass DLC for the Mario Kart 8
That
Deluxe
is kind of crazy that Mario Kart got up to 8.
Nintendo Switch system this spring.
But I'm guessing they're stopping at 8 and just doing this release stuff for that through online digital means.
Active Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack members can enjoy this DLC at no additional cost. The DLC can also be purchased on its own.
I don't really care about Mario Kart anymore. But then again, like, I don't really care about anything that's too multiplayer focused as its primary thing. Minecraft Legends. Is this stuff that is not from Nintendo that are being ported? I think it is. Blank. I like that. Whatever it is, I like it. Cool aesthetic. Monochrome as hell. All the Mega Mans. I think that's cool, but I'm not going to play it. That's just too much. I've had my time with Mega Man back in the day. I don't need to replay all of them. That's pretty cool as well. I think I heard this game's really short though. It's a couple of hours completion. Wii Baseball, alright. Disney Dreamlight Valley. Okay. I will be playing this at some point. I can guarantee you at some point, not on the Switch, on my PC or Series X, I 100% am going to get around to playing this game. Mark my words. It's high on my list of wanting to do. Look at all that Disney. Why is Harry Potter in The Lion King? Don't like him. Tales of Symphonia Remastered. I have played this. Pretty good game. Don't remember the plot at all.
Thank you for staying with us so far.
Thank you.
This will be our last segment. Please take a look.
Something big? I'm guessing Breath of the Wild 2? Because what else would you end the show with? Did I call it? Yeah, Breath of the Wild 2. I can tell from that single piano chord. Somehow. There's something very Zelda about that one key on the piano. To be fair, it's not very impressive to guess that they're going to show off a new Zelda game at the end of the Nintendo Direct.
Rise, rise,
Kind of an
my
easy call.
servants. Sweep over Hyrule. Eliminate this kingdom and her allies.
So I heard that
survivors.
this game is going to be basically Breath of the Wild with more vertical content, more airborne content, as well as land. Like islands in the sky and flying around on like aerial vehicles. I really want to get around to playing this, but it's such a commitment. Like, it's pretty much known as the longest Zelda game ever made.
I am not sure
From start to finish.
you'll be able to stop him.
If you want to see all the content. You can rail grind. Oh my god, Zelda's stealing from Sonic. Nintendo were thieving from Sega. Also, Banjo-Kazooie nuts and bolts, apparently. I didn't realize you get to build your own vehicles. That's interesting. I wonder how physics-based the construction and piloting of the vehicles is going to be. Because I kind of enjoyed that in Nuts and Bolts. People roast that game hard, but I actually played through the whole thing and kind of enjoyed it. I built some pretty wicked vehicles. I actually created my own Banjo-Kazooie version of the Mark V from Speed Racer in Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts. And I regret nothing.
That was The Legend of Zelda, Tears of the Kingdom, the latest entry in the Legend of Zelda series.
Yay. I guess we could stop calling it Breath of the Wild 2.
Version, a collector's edition of the game containing various items will release on launch day.
Is that a flash card?
A collector's edition of the game.
Is that a flash card in a really fancy box? Wow.
Game containing various items will release on launch day. A new
Who had
amiibo
rail
figure of
grinding
Link
first?
from
It's
this
better have no damn seal surfing quest. Wait, what game had seal surfing? Was that Breath of the Wild? Who had rail grinding first? Oh, Sonic the Hedgehog for sure. Sonic's been rail grinding since Sonic Adventure on the Sega Dreamcast. That was a long time ago.
This game will also be available on the same day.
Unless you're counting sports games, in which case, like, very early skateboarding games may have... If you count that as rail grinding, then there you go. Even before Tony Hawk.
We hope you're looking forward to Link's latest grand adventure.
Kinda. I haven't played your previous
That's
one,
all
I'm
for
sorry.
Today's Nintendo Direct. Thank you for watching.
It hurts me deeply. Bow. Itadakimasu. Sugoi. Kimochi. Senpai. I'm just saying all the hentai words I know. You know, when I was younger, I was obsessed with wanting the shoes. The soap shoes that used to be marketed with Sonic Adventure 1. Because when they added rail grinding to Sonic in Adventure 1, they did it via these new red shoes that had the rail grinding gap beneath them. And they were a cross-collaborative marketing effort with soap shoes. Soap shoes were like stunt shoes. They were like sneakers with the rail grind groove through the middle. so that you could like free run and grind rails and stuff. And they used to show like parkour experts like rail grinding and things with those shoes. So those are the shoes that Sonic had in the game through the cross promotion. And like so many young kids like me so wanted our own pair of soap shoes, and I would like fantasize about running around town just rail grinding shit. Probably a good thing I didn't, because I probably would have busted open my teeth trying to do it, but you know, as most kids would. I wonder whatever happened to soap shoes. There they are, that's the logo. Brand of shoes made for grinding, similar to aggressive inline skating. Introduced in 1997. Are Ratchet and Clank at the first 3D planets with gravity? Wouldn't that be, what's that Mario game called? Not Odyssey. Mario Galaxy? Hang on. Let's find out. Mario Galaxy 2007. Ratchet and Clank. Did the first Ratchet and Clank have the rail grinding? (2002). No, that would be Ratchet and Clank then. Sorry, I'm not thinking of rail grinding anymore. The planet gravity thing. RC2 had it. Where was RC2? Ratchet and Clank, Going Commando. 2003. Alright, Going Commando beats Mario Galaxy by 4 years. For the Planets of the Gravity thing. Not bad. Although it's kind of a shame that Mario Galaxy is probably better known for it. But that happens a lot. It's kind of like what I was saying before. God of War is known for pioneering the quick time events in games thing, even though games like Shenmue had it a long time before that. Soap shoes, baby! Check out that sick rail grinding. Boom. Look how cool that guy looks. When I was like 12 or 13 years old, I wanted to be this man. I want to be rail grinding with my sneakers all over town like Sonic does. Some of the leg poses are kind of weird. That's pretty much the whole thing, though. They just had this, like, weird groove in the middle that was, like, slick and smooth. So they would grind on rails really easily. And there's Sonic with them. With his soap brand shoes. There's the Sonic ones. You could actually get the Sonic branded ones for real. But I was too young to be able to pull that off. Not like my parents would go and do it for me. I don't know what the fuck I was talking about. They were just looking out for me. My parents would have seen this and been like, oh, okay. Our child wants to grind rails like Sonic and thinks that'll make him cool. Let's not help instigate that. Because we know it's not cool. He's going to look like a dickhead. And we want grandchildren one day. Boop. Cool beans. I got through Nintendo Direct. Only took over 3 hours to get through a 40-minute video. It was a bit nuts. I also wanted to have a look at the official features trailer for the PSVR 2. I might throw that on now. Now that I got Nintendo out of the way. How long is it? Oh shit, it's short. It's 1 minute and 40 seconds. What the fuck? I thought this was going to be a whole rundown. Whoop. There it is. They better tell me some shit real quick, because 1 minute and 40 seconds is not long enough.
From the time I was born,
4K HDR, yay. That's why it's more expensive than the last one. 3D audio tech. Yeah, okay. So it has sound, basically. Haptic feedback. Don't really care. I'm more interested in the finger tracking. 110 degree field of view. Not bad. That's better than some PC ones. Adaptive triggers. Every controller has that. Don't give a shit. Finger touch detection. That's kind of cool. That's closer to what I was asking for, the finger tracking. Foveated rendering I find super interesting. It worries me a little bit though, because if that goes wrong, that's going to be the first thing to break people's headset, I bet you. Also, aiming with eye tracking is also worrying me a little bit. Man, there's nothing really new in that. The foveated tracking thing is super interesting though, because what they're saying is they're going to be able to do much more high fidelity graphics in that VR headset than other VR headsets of that hardware level and price are going to be able to achieve, because they're not rendering all the graphics at once that you're seeing. So if you're looking at the world, right, in VR, it's got iris tracking. It's tracking your eyeballs and what you're actually looking at in your field of view with your not peripheries, just direct field of view with iris direction. So what they're doing is they're only fully rendering in 4K the area of the graphics that is directly in the direction that your irises are looking. So as you're looking around the screen, just the spot that your irises are looking at are the only parts that will be rendering in 4K. And that's going to be moving with you. Everything else around that is going to blur out into like much lower res, because, which sounds like a bad thing, but it's quite clever, because when you look directly at something, everything else you can see in your peripheries around the spot that you're actually staring at actually gets more blurry and lower res in real life as it goes out of your field of view, because you're not actually focusing directly on it. So it makes actual sense, because the lower res part of the image that your irises are not focused on are going to be that same low res anyway to your human eye. So why should the software have to render that in part of the screen in 4K? It's a thing that only makes sense in virtual reality, because if me and 3 other people are watching a game on a TV or a film, everyone's looking at different parts of the screen. That entire thing has to be 4K rendered. But when you're in VR, you're one person with one field of view, with one direction of iris focus. So as long as the tech can accurately track the exact pinpoint direction that your iris is looking in, it only ever has to 4K render that one little spot right there. And everything else it can chill on. Which means that, generally speaking, the games will be able to be much better, much more higher fidelity seeming on the PSVR headset than what it should be able to achieve for its level of hardware, because it's only doing that little bit, which I think is really cool and really clever. My only problem is that is a very specific bit of tech. The first thing that's going to break down in your PSVR 2 headset is going to be that specific functionality. Like at some point, I don't know, from banging your headset around or just from wear and tear of using a headset a lot, that eye tracking sensor tech inside the headset is going to get a bit screwy and fucky, and then it's not going to know, or it's going to be sketchy about where your iris is looking, and it's not going to be very good anymore at figuring it out, and then you're just going to see blurry shit everywhere. That is my biggest fear for that tech. I just think from the sounds of it, it's too good to be true. I swear it's going to break down so easily. I'm just going to wait to see within the first year like what kind of complaints come out from users, early adopters. But my prediction is going to be that fucking field of view foveated tracking bullshit is going to go haywire and is going to ruin a lot of headsets. Oh, hi, Tenor. Sorry, I didn't see you there for a sec because I was faffing on. Oh, did I turn that off? Sorry, man. I had that turned off while I was doing gaming streams, and I forgot to turn it back on. Thanks, dude. You know what? Just for pointing that out and fixing that for me, I am gonna treat myself to some Biscoff on the house. I gotta try and forget not to turn the link thing back on. You know, no problem. I don't use it anyway. Immediately uses it to share a link. Oh, you shared my link. Do you want me to go to my own stream? All right, let's do it. Hey, it's me. Hey, it's me. Oh my god. Hey, it's me. Oh my god. I'm recursive. Oh my god. I'm recursive. Oh my god. I'm recursive. I'm recursive. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Wait. Hello. 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 It actually gets quieter the further it goes down. It's quieter the further it goes down. You want to do Mexican wave? Ready? 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 This is awesome. This is awesome. Okay. I don't like looking at myself anymore. I don't like looking. I'm too ugly. That was entertaining. You assume I had it off because of Nintendo Direct? Oh, I definitely have things to watch. It's just I'm generally supposed to turn it back on for the Sunday stream. I just forgot to do it while I was busy watching that. And also the PSVR. Speaking of PSVR, hang on. I think I've got 1 or 2 VR related things on the list. Just give me a sec. Something Celeste based, something Street Fighter based. Where are you? Ah, here we go. Okay, cool. I've got 3 different VR game trailers that came out in the last week that I'm curious about. I want to check these out real quick. There's a horror game, a skating game, and a Star Wars game. Looks more like some kind of cultist club bowling. But oh, bowing. I thought you wrote bowling. I'm like, how dare you call me a bowler? How dare you? Which one should I do first? Star Wars game, horror game, or skateboarding game? Someone make a decision for me so I don't have to. My Steam recommendations are full with VR games. I don't even have VR. I've got about 120 VR games that I've bought on Steam and don't even have my Valve Index set up. But when I do, I'll be playing them all on stream. Don't you worry. I don't have a Hollow Knight trailer, unfortunately. You reckon horror, then Star Wars, then skating? Looks like Tenor has a very specific order of operations that he'd like to see. All right. Horror then. That horror game Madison that came out a while back that got good reviews. It's getting a VR port. That's what this is, apparently. I'm glad I haven't played Madison yet. because I like playing horror games like this, like really story focused ones. So I'm gonna get a chance to play this in VR, fresh, without having ever played the 2D version. Stoked.
Was Miss Hell's precious instant camera, which has finally found a new owner. Which has finally found a new owner. Which has finally found a new owner. Which has finally found a new owner.
The only thing that worries me is that it wasn't made. Holy shit.
Creator of Milestone and founder of
Developer jump scare.
Glorious Games. As you may know, last year we teamed up with Perp Games.
He
to
filmed
release
this on a
Milestone
webcam
consoles,
with a
both in
shitty green
digital
screen.
and physical. And we can't be happier with all the love and all the support we received from all of you since day one. So thank you so much for that.
The reason I'm concerned that this is a because this game was not made for VR. This is being ported. The problem I usually have with this is that games that are made for VR, they know not to take the onus of movement or cutscene away from the player, because that breaks immersion in VR. So when you make a game in 2D, you don't have to worry about that. So you can have cutscenes, you can have moments where the camera detaches and does what it's doing here, where it rotates down the corridor. That doesn't work in VR. So my issue with VR ports normally is that they tend to solve this problem by turning moments like this into 2D cutscenes. And you might have seen this in like videos before, like video reviews of VR games and stuff. They'll basically it'll be like you're standing in a dark room and there'll be like a big cinema screen in front of you with the cutscene playing on it. But you, the player, are still separate from it. So you, with your VR head tracking, can still look around at like the dark void around you. But you have to like look forward and watch the cutscene on like what is just a big square screen in front of you. But you can like look around it and stuff. That tends to be how like every VR port handles scenes that can't be replicated in VR. And I'm not a big fan of that. But the best VR ports are games that just so happen to be perfectly designed to be translated to VR without having to change like any part of it. Like if it's a game where your viewpoint never leaves the character's POV and the game never rips camera control away from you to show you like cutscene-y stuff, perfect. Like those games can translate one for one into VR easily. Oh shit.
For some of you, Madison was the scariest gaming experience of last year, which is completely amazing. But now, we are ready to move forward and take it to a whole new level, making it even scarier.
I want to see VR footage of it though. This is just footage of the game,
Since
like normal
release,
footage.
We have been working on some exciting things I wish I could reveal. But today, I'm here to announce that Madison will be coming to the next generation of the PlayStation VR headsets, the PlayStation VR 2. So get ready to experience the game like never before and face your fears in virtual reality. Stay tuned for more updates.
He's one of those single earring guys. Phasmo? Yeah, see Phasmo, because it's not a story heavy game, it's just a multiplayer game where they drop you on a level. That game was extremely easy to translate to VR. It really was just changing the screen mode and that was it. They didn't have to do much else. This is gonna be a jump scare. Hi. If you're gonna... Oh shit, okay, yep, there it is. They waited just long enough to get me. I was about to say, if you're gonna jump scare me, just do it. And they did it the second I opened my mouth. Fuck. Good job. Single earring guys activate PTSD after playing Hitman Freelancer. Didn't they changed the Hitman franchise now to just be called Hitman, right? It's like Hitman International, and it's going to include Hitmans 1 and 2 and 3. The new ones, the old ones, and all the new stuff from here on is just all in one Hitman package, which I think is kind of clever. Yeah, that's my problem as well, Tenor. I'm a bit disappointed that they didn't show anything specifically VR. It was basically just an ad for the main game, with him just saying, hey, by the way, I'm going to do VR. Thumbs up. Thanks for loving my game. Okay, well, I'm still stoked it's coming to VR. That'll probably be the way that I finally play that game. I'll skip the 2D version, go straight to VR. Hitman World of Assassination includes all 3 modern Hitman games. Didn't it include all the old ones as well? Or maybe I misinterpreted it. Maybe when I read old ones, they meant 1 and 2, not just 3. Oh, okay, fair enough. I heard that it was all of them in one package with all the future content just being added to that. Like it's a one-stop shop, like the latest Rock Band was. But also all of it is now VR playable. Like they made Hitman 1 and 2 also VR supported. Alright, what was next on Tenna's list? Star Wars. Tales from Galaxy's Edge Enhanced Edition. I know what Tales from Galaxy's Edge is. That was an Oculus exclusive that was apparently very well received. Different game from the other Star Wars Oculus exclusive, Vader Immortal. Whole different thing. But this one looked far better.
Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge Enhanced Edition is an action-adventure VR experience that gives you the opportunity to team up with some classic Star Wars characters and go on some adventures of your own through the wilds of Batuu. You'll be able to meet and interact with new characters like
hire
Doc
voice
Ondar,
actors for these
who you're
trailers,
able to
man.
visit in the Star Wars parks right now. But you'll also be able to interact with classic Star Wars characters like R2-D2, C-3PO, and even Jedi Master Yoda. When the game releases as a launch title exclusively on PlayStation VR 2, it will be released as the complete experience, meaning that players will be able to play through the full story and all 3 tales from start to finish without any additional DLC. What we've done is we've taken...
Wait, that's a bit misleading. Because he talked about it like it's going to be exclusive to PlayStation VR 2. But it already isn't exclusive for Oculus. He specifically means this Enhanced Edition, right? Like, only the PSVR 2 is getting the Enhanced Edition. Which I guess the only difference is it includes the DLC, which I didn't even know it had DLC. You ended up liking Baton Kaitos 1 and loved Origins? See, I was very familiar with Baton Kaitos back in the day, but only as an employee of the video game shop in the mall near me that I worked at. I remember the Baton Kaitos 1 and 2 boxes on the shelf, and I just I was never interested based on the product art. So I always kind of ignored them.
Star Wars Tales from the Galaxy's Edge, and we've rebuilt it to fully utilize all the new features that PlayStation VR 2 has to offer. This new hardware allowed us to utilize the high visual fidelity capabilities that the PlayStation 5 is known for. The game includes smooth frame rates, eye tracking, advanced foveated rendering techniques, and more to really bring the Star Wars galaxy to life. To really feel the gameplay and story, we've also implemented the advanced...
Fuck, I just thought of something. I just thought of something real shit. As much as I talked up the foveated rendering thing before, with only 4K rendering the spot your eye is looking at, with the eye tracking, it's going to be a shit show for YouTubers and Twitch streamers. Because if your VR headset is only rendering the high res of the eye tracked spot that you're looking at, and the rest is being low resed because it's out of your periphery, that means that, like, the screen recording of your stream or of your YouTube Let's Play is going to look like shit to people watching it. There's going to be one spot on the screen that's going to be high res, moving with the character's eyeball. To anyone watching it from anything but the first person POV of the player is going to be looking at some absolute trash. Oh, that sucks, man. How are they going to deal with that? The only thing I can think of is PlayStation VR 1 does have a spectator mode where it shows the VR gameplay on the TV just for anyone else in the living room who might be watching your friend or family member play VR. So I'm thinking that maybe the PSVR 2 will still be doing spectator mode, but outputting the full res to the TV, even if it's not doing that to the headset. So you'd be capturing your gameplay from the spectator output to the TV, not to the headset itself. That would pretty much solve that, I guess.
Haptic systems that are
I really
found in
hope that's the
headset
case, 'cause
and PSVR 2 Sense controllers.
that's gonna suck for
These
streamers,
make it so that
man.
whenever a player picks up a blaster or a lightsaber, it feels and interacts the way that they would expect it to, and further immerses the player in the Star Wars universe. Players will also be surrounded by dynamic soundscapes and rich 3D audio, which we worked with Skywalker Sound to create. It's this special blend of accessibility settings, immersion, and storytelling that creates a Star Wars experience that all fans can enjoy. Combined together, all these features and more will bring fans into a galaxy far, far away
It's
in
still
an
kind of
even more
unfortunate
immersive
that
way as they live out their own
secondhand
action-packed
footage
Star
of
Wars
VR
story
can sometimes
on
look so
PlayStation
blurry
VR 2.
when you look at them on YouTube, which I know is misleading, because if you've ever used VR, especially good VR, like if you've had a Valve Index on your head and played a good game with it, you'll know that in VR games look much better than they seem to look on YouTube. There's so many games I've seen on VR games I've seen shown on YouTube and Let's Plays that just look a little bit muddy, a little bit blurry for some reason. But if you were in the VR headset, you'd know there's a massive difference. The biggest thing you got from the trailer was holy fucking buzzwords. Yeah, well, they're selling Star Wars, so... Oh, yeah. In fact, Disney in general, not just Star Wars. Disney in general is just like buzzword marketing central, always. You're in it just to see some fresh footage, hopefully. But usually whoever's actually narrating, they're usually full of shit. You can pretty much ignore most of what they say out loud. I guess it's a good thing I didn't play the Oculus exclusive version of that. Because from the sounds of it, this enhanced edition is going to be the best way to play it, but the only way to do it is going to be on PSVR 2. That's kind of messy, though. I don't know how that works licensing-wise. How does Meta, Facebook, whatever, and Oculus get a full exclusive of a game and then lose the exclusive to that game in the enhanced edition for an entirely different system? How did Sony get... How did Sony get the allowance to exclusively release an enhanced version of a game that someone else already has an exclusive to? That's the part I don't get, contract-wise. That is a complicated legal system going on there. Oh yeah, skateboarding one. Last one left. I went skateboarding in VR, and it was amazing. I really wasn't expecting this game to be this good, but wow, was it fun. That seems like an AI wrote that. What? Are you controlling the skateboard with your hands? What? How do I get it?
Hey, this is Andy from Deficit Games, and
Explain
I'm
yourself.
so excited to announce that VR Skater is coming to PSVR 2 and PCVR this summer.
I don't get it.
VR Skater is a street skateboarding game designed from the ground up for VR. It lets you experience skateboarding more immersively than ever before in a video game.
Are you sure? Because you're kickflipping with your hands, which is not how you do that.
The controls are based on what you do with your feet in real life. And if you have experience with real skateboarding, you will feel at home right away.
What? I feel like the footage we're looking at is contradicting what he's saying. The control of the skateboard is based on what your feet are doing in real life, he says. While the character being shown on screen is legitimately controlling the skateboard with nothing but his hands, while just standing still. And not moving his legs at all. Am I missing something here? Because the narration and the footage are definitely contradicting each other, and I don't understand why. It seems lazy. Don't you reckon? Like, watching the guy play it on the left-hand side, it seems lazy. Like, it doesn't look as physical as I want it to be. He's just, like, casually flapping his hand to do all kinds of crazy flip tricks.
Like real skateboarding, we are skaters all about creativity and improving your skills. So you'll spend a lot of time practicing and repeating. But
man, when you stack like that off a rail and it goes face first in the pavement, that's gonna fuck with your equilibrium. Have you ever seen people play that Assassin's Creed game that they made for VR? Where you go through the labyrinth and at the end you have to do the leap of faith into the haystack? When the game takes control of the camera and does the leap of faith in first person off the tower to fall straight down, you like watch videos of it on YouTube. People faceplant. They literally fall over. Your equilibrium follows the camera motion when the plummet happens. Your body just fucking caves. So I'm telling you, if you're playing this skateboarding game, it's going to take a while for you to adapt to not like almost falling over every time your character stacks.
But the rewarding
it's going to really
feeling
mess with
after
your inner
landing
ear.
a difficult trick is simply priceless.
Okay, that's the best thing I've seen so far. You can literally pick up your skateboard with your hand and throw it in frustration. That's the most realistic skater thing I've ever seen. Can you snap it on your knee though? Can you snap it in half?
And when you can't get enough, the super responsive controls always give you the possibility to make even more complex combos.
I wonder if there's a story mode, like a career mode to this.
Over time, you'll notice that your skateboard is wearing out. But that's what the VR skate shop is for.
Oh, cool.
Here you can always find fresh decks, trucks,
Okay, that
wheels,
is
and
also
grip tapes.
that is also really clever. I don't think I've played any skateboarding game that has actually realistically thrashed your skateboard from actual skating, causing you to have to replace the tape in the deck. I like that.
That's it. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. Have a good one.
I mean, I like the attempt. This hand thing is throwing me off. Like, it seems like it's so close to being exactly what it should be. It's just the feet being taken completely out of the equation is, I'm not feeling that too much. And I feel like that was solvable too. Like, there are VR sensors you can get now for what's the other headset? Not the Valve Index, not the Oculus, the Vive. The Vive has these trackers that you can get to put on your elbows, on your knees, on your feet, if for certain games that allow more full body, like ragdoll body tracking movement stuff. You know, probably games like Bone Labs and stuff might use it. But like, seriously, 2 Vive sensor trackers strapped to your sneakers, and then you can actually use your feet to jump and actually do kickflip motions. Like, why aren't we doing this? I don't understand. Like, okay, to be fair, no matter what this game is like when it comes out, someone is going to mod it. Someone in the Steam community is going to mod that game to be able to replace the hand kickflip controls with feet trackers. I guarantee it. If they don't do it themselves, it's going to get modded day one because it's too obvious a choice. Still much better than the previous 2 VR. Oh, yeah. No, that's because that was the only original one that we saw. One was a new version of an exclusive game, a Star Wars game that we already had, and the other one was just a guy saying, hey, I'm going to make my horror game VR. Look out for it. Cheers. Shows nothing of what the VR game would actually be like. He could have done better with that. Oh, Sham dropped something. Sham, I'm gonna check out your link in just a sec. Let me just look at one more thing before I look at your link. I'm curious about the Celeste trailer. Some kind of new release trailer for Celeste dropped. And I'm curious what it is. Because a lot of you in my chat have talked up Celeste in the past. And I wasn't aware that there was any kind of sequel coming out. But this is definitely some kind of release date trailer. Celeste Strawberry Jam release date trailer. Well, there's some strawberries and there's some jam, so the title wasn't fucking with us, at least. That is a very big strawberry. Is this Ron Swanson's garden in Last of Us live-action TV show? There's an awful lot of strawberries. Strawberry Jam is the fan mapping contest? Oh, are they releasing an official side release of the game? Just of nothing but contest-winning fan maps? Is that what this is? I mean, it looks batshit nuts, like the main Celeste game. About on par. I'm kind of scared of when I finally get around to playing this. It's gonna kick my ass, man. Over 8 hours of original music. More than 350 contributors. Does that mean there's more than 350 levels? Oh, wait, you know what this is? This is the Mario Maker. This is the Celeste version of Mario Maker. All the graphics are also fan-made. Nice. They're putting their own textures and tile sets in. A lot of the mechanics aren't in the base game. Sweet. I like the strawberry jam level the best, where you just get to stand there and look at giant strawberries. It's more my speed. I will play Celeste on stream one day. I will get around to it. It's not high on the priority list because I actually own it, so there's no time limit on when I get to play it. Unlike a lot of other games that I tend to have to get done before I lose access. Okay, I mainly wanted to know what that was, and you actually explained it to me well. Strawberry Jam is a free fan-made mod for Celeste coming out on the 17th of February. Oh, it's free. So you just get to have it. 5 lobbies of increasing difficulty starting at base game A-sides, so there's something for everyone. So if you've already got Celeste, you basically just install this on top of it, and then you get 350 plus fan-made nightmare zones. Probably designed to make you shit out of your own ears. That's basically what I know about Mario Maker in a nutshell. Like, go there if you want to be tortured by Mario sadists. Do you have Celeste on PC? Xbox. I have Xbox Celeste. Is this only coming out for PC versions? Let's actually find out. They just call it a mod, so it might just be PC. Taku might explain it. Out this month. The release date video, that's what we just watched. Over 100 new levels. It said 350 creators, so I would assume it'd be more than 100. Like, a lot more. I'm just looking to see if it's anything about consoles here. Oh, when they say 350 contributors, they mean to things like tile sets and music as well. They don't just mean levels. So there probably won't be 350 levels. The collab has gotten the tick of approval from the Celeste team themselves, who have been long avid supporters of the modding community around their game. Makes sense considering Thornton has openly said she's got no plans for Celeste 2. Okay, I can see why there won't be a console version. It really is just a fan-made mod that the developers just went, yeah, cool, do it. We're fine with this. That can't make its way to console. It doesn't work that way. Unless the developer and the publisher of the first Celeste themselves picks up the mod and actually pays to have it fully licensed to go on a console. Unless that happens, there's no chance. That's sad. Oh well. I still have the base game to play, though. Dragon's Dogma combat? From Shamalam? Is this the online one, or is this Dragon's Dogma base? I feel like if I played Dragon's Dogma, I'd go for a dual knife roguelike build. I kind of vibe with that. I like that he held that orc still for a fatality. That was dope. Oh, it's the Dark Arisen. So it's base game. Not DDO. Okay. I can't tell the difference between the online Dragon's Dogma and the main game often. Like some of the previous ones you sent me, Sham, were often the online one without me even realizing it. When I say base game, I mean the game, not like actual Dragon's Dogma, not the online version. I don't mean before Dark Arisen. I'm just saying not online. Dragon's Dogma Online is actually Dragon's Dogma? What the fuck are you saying? I thought, the single player one came first. There's Dark Arisen. Gameplay, multiplayer, synopsis, production, blah, 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 blah. There's Dragon's Dogma Online. 2015, 2012. Oh, because Dragon's Dogma did come first. That's what I was... Yeah, okay. I mean, that was my assumption the entire time. Because when people say Dragon's Dogma, I always assume it's, you know, the actual main single-player game. And I didn't even know there was an online for the longest time. So that's why I got confused when Sham showed me footage of a bunch of stuff a couple of Sundays ago, a month or two ago. And then was like, oh no, this is from the online version. Which I was like, what the fuck? There's an online version? Make it sound like it's not the official game. I didn't say it isn't an official game. It's not the official game. Like the game. Dragon's Dogma. It's Dragon's Dogma Online. That's why it has the extra moniker of online on the end. I mean, Dragon's Dogma is the game. And Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen is an upgrade of the game with a bunch of more shit. And then Dragon's Dogma Online is the Dragon's Dogma universe turned into an MMO. Which plenty of other franchises have done. There's so many franchises that have had, like, oh, great game, but here's an MMO version of it. In fact, Elder Scrolls, good example. Like, the main games are, you know, Daggerfall, Oblivion, Skyrim, all that shit. But then they also have their big online MMO universe, which is its own side thing. I think the only game franchise I know of where the side MMO project actually overtook and overran the original franchise in a big way, much to my dismay, was Warcraft. When I was younger, on our old Windows 3.1 computer, I used to love playing Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness. You know, when Warcraft was a RTS strategy game. The Warcraft strategy games I used to think were classics. I mean, I like it more than StarCraft. But that fucking WoW shit, World of Warcraft, I liked it. I mean, I played it for months. Like, I liked WoW, but the fact that Warcraft got completely overwritten by World of Warcraft, and now, like, a lot of normies out in the real world, they only know Warcraft as an MMO. They don't even realize it started as an RTS, and that's not the main thing. It kind of shits me. Like, you know, okay, this is such a nerd thing. This is going to be such a nerd thing, but I remember when the trailer for the Warcraft movie came out. You know, the one made by David Bowie's son? That movie wasn't great, but I remember the trailer coming out, and we all got so excited about what it could be. And I remember some younger person in the cinema near us saying like, "Oh, cool, they made a World of Warcraft game." And like, I had a fucking brain aneurysm. Like, something in my brain just like my eyebrow twitched. Like, I couldn't handle it. And I've heard that said so many times since then. I've had like a friend who likes games but is not that big into gaming. They were talking about the movie and they referred to it as the World of Warcraft movie. And I was like, fucking sake, it's the Warcraft movie. It's not the World of Warcraft movie. Warcraft is a thing. World of Warcraft is this part of it. It's the first time I ever murdered someone. You have such a way with words, not in a good way. Well, you know, doesn't really matter. Words are just words. We'll get there eventually. Warcraft 3 custom games was really popular. See, Warcraft 3 was big, and StarCraft was big. Like, they were all big, but this is... World of Warcraft so took over that franchise to the point where we never even got another Warcraft game or any other Warcraft-related thing. It just all became about that. And I don't like being negative about it because I do think World of Warcraft is a good game, and I did put months into it and enjoyed it when I did try it, but I just wish Warcraft could still exist as Warcraft, and it's not just all about fucking World of Warcraft. Even a movie podcast I used to listen to a lot. I remember them talking, they were doing a review of the Warcraft movie, and they constantly called it the World of Warcraft movie, and I was like, I can't even listen to the review, and it's driving me crazy. Oh, the Fortnite thing? Yeah, but that's like kind of a meme now. Like, that's kind of a meta joke. Like, people do that a lot on purpose, but they don't actually mean it. Like me and other people I know have jokingly said that in the past. Like, they'll show that Darth Vader is coming to Fortnite, and one of us will jokingly say like, "Oh, cool, it's that character from Fortnite," and we'll all laugh. Because it's obviously absurd because it's Darth Vader. But you know that there's some kid out there that's legitimately going to say that. They're going to see like some clip from Star Wars on YouTube and are going to be like, "Oh, it's Fortnite." And, you know, 100,000 nerds are just suddenly going to have a heart attack or a brain aneurysm. Or some music is the song from TikTok. I have been known to have to do the song from TikTok thing myself when I'm Googling stuff. Like, if I have a song in my head that I'm trying to figure out what it was, sometimes I have to use the fact that it was a viral meme or challenge on TikTok as a shortcut to finding out what the song's called. They added a Plants vs. Zombies quest on a Cataclysm expansion map? Whoa, that's a trip. That's really weird. What was I saying? Ah, fuck, something about Oh, songs. Here's one that I've done in the past that I know has annoyed friends of mine that were musos, music people. Because I've never been the biggest music person in the past. Like, I wasn't the kind of person who collected CDs or like had an iPod when I was younger and had music on it. There were a lot of bands and music that I first discovered from playing Guitar Hero. Because I was on Guitar Hero 1, 2, 3, World Tour, Warriors of Rock, Rock Band 1, Rock Band 2, Rock Band 3, Beatles, Rock Band AC/DC, Rock Band Green Day. Every single Rock Band game and Guitar Hero game I own and I've played the shit out of. So there were times where people were talking about music and I'd have to acknowledge the fact that the only way I know a certain song or know a band exists is because I first discovered them in Rock Band or Guitar Hero. They were on the disc for Rock Band 2 or whatever. And that's the kind of thing that can, if you're a muso, that's the kind of thing that can make your eyebrow twitch when you find out that some band or song that is like a classic or something that you hold in high regard and that you really respect is only known by somebody because they played fucking Guitar Hero 3 or something. That kills a man's soul. I know because I've killed a few souls by doing that. Yet I'm over here listening to Tattoo or something. Porter Robinson's Goodbye to the World, which is a really fucking emotional piece, is known as the Among Us song. Oh, really? Okay, that's a bad one. Okay, that is fair though, Tenor. Like, I don't do the whole like, oh, it's the Guitar Hero song or whatever. Like, yeah, to be fair, it's more just acknowledging the fact that the only reason I know a band or a musician's name or have heard a song for the first time was because it was from that game. But that's still enough to piss people off. Music people, even more than video game people, can be very gatekeepy and can be very snobby about their tastes. So saying that you only know something that they love from like a video game is gonna tweak them pretty hard. That band Sigur Rós, I don't know how to pronounce the name correctly. I might be butchering that. They have a pretty famous song that showed up in the Aquaman movie that I heard for the first time, and I only know about them and the song because it was in a trailer for the reboot of Prince of Persia. You know, the cel-shaded one? They did a trailer for that cel-shaded game, and that song was in it. And that's what I know it from. And even I felt snobby about that when when that song got played in Aquaman. My eyebrow kind of twitched in a gatekeepy, snobby kind of way, like, oh, how dare they put this amazing song in Aquaman. But the only reason I know the song is from the trailer for Prince of Persia, so I didn't really have a leg to stand on with being a snob, but I still had the feeling, like, in my chest. Hang on, Sham's got something else here.
Look, there's more!
What? Oh, it's Harry Mack. 'Tis a Harry Mack link.
Hello, welcome back.
Is that his editor? Are we seeing behind the veil?
Mack's genius that he imparted to me and the small crowd that I gathered to this exclusive little thing in London. We just jammed for ages, and all of it can be found on my Patreon. The link is below. Go there and you can see the whole thing unedited. It was amazing, all of it. Harry is not from this dimension. What you're about to see is a real window into just how live and improvised this really was. The first bit is this goofy thing where I ended up sampling him by accident and he made
it seems like a lot of Harry Mack stuff in real life is like hours long worth of content that they have to break down to like 9 minutes for YouTube.
Rhyming double time to like jungle, they'll say like like, you know, gibberish that sounds good. Harry,
that did sound good
because he's Harry, made sense at double time at like 140 beats per minute.
My bad. Here, let me. There we go.
Oh, it's this event again.
Let me. There we go.
They got so much content from this one event.
Let me. There we go. Let me. There we go. Let me.
That's gotta be the goofiest shit you've ever spat on.
Let me.
You should just keep the Lemmy part.
Let me. There we go.
Leave out the there we go. Just the Lemmy sounds good.
Let me. There we go.
Oh yeah, easy. I got my audio volume buttons working again on the stream deck. Only took me a few weeks.
Over through the maze, we about to turn another page. I'ma leave the microphone ablaze. Getting busy when I'm all up on the stage. Let me, hold up, there we go. People lining up to hear Harry flow. Let me, hold up, there we go. Yeah, do it off top, I don't prepare the flow. Let me, hold up, there we go. There we go. Let me, there we go. Let me, shit's hilarious, man. Let me, there we go. They all lining up to hit Harry flow. How does he hit the level, man? I barely know. Matter of fact, I'm terrifying scary flows. Yeah, I be scaring y'all like Halloween. Every time I'm rhyming, turn into the foulest scene. And they know my style is mean, my style is clean. I'm representing with the wildest team. Getting busy, leave y'all dizzy. Who is he? They used to ask. Abusing tracks, these music cats combined. We the ones they idolize. I know we coming with the righteous vibes. Came through the rocket, I'm blasting off. I rhyme on any topic with the passion, y'all. I can't be stopped, no, not at all. I be kicking styles like a soccer ball. I feel like Pele, I got them all yelling out Mayday. I feel like Daddy Kane in his heyday. I'ma take you back to the 80s. We about to rock for the fellas and the ladies. If you want
I don't know why I find it so funny when the DJ
in
goes
the system, open up your eardrum, time for y'all to listen. I'm the one they fear, son. I be on a mission. I'ma make a career clash. It's a collision, yeah. H-Mac got them all falling down quick. Every time I rhyme, they know the flow's sick. H-Mac take over all the planets. My rhyme's gigantic. I make a panic. For me, it really is nothing. Imitators go and hit the panic button.
You gonna go buy dinner, Tenor?
We improvising. We shining like the morning sun at the horizon. Yeah, got the shadows extended. Said did.
You know what? I had dinner before the stream tonight to make sure I didn't get starving again like I do sometimes if I don't do it. But I'm already hungry again. I don't know why. I'm gonna have to have more ice cream after the stream ends. Fucking 3 a.m. ice cream.
Got the type of funky shit they
God
need
damn,
to
I'm
absorb.
healthy.
Sleeping on the kid, we ain't letting y'all snore. Y'all know they feel the shit down to the core. Yeah, feel it down to the magma. Lyrically, I tag ya, coming with the swagger. Get your body in motion, smooth like lotion. Got the game overdosing. Yeah, and y'all know it don't stop. Mac and Bitty Man with that real hip hop. Yeah, yeah. And y'all know it don't stop. Mac and Bitty Man improv, we get props. Let's go.
They spent so many hours that night doing sets like this. He must have got a serious case of cotton mouth. He would have been dry as fuck after a while.
That's fire, man.
I mean, they're drinking a lot.
You've got mad skills at the drums.
fair.
You could do some finger drumming on the shit.
That was pretty good. I'm shocked at how quickly he just made up that beat with finger drums. Holy shit, dude. I want a pad like that. I want like a consumer level pad like that I can fuck around with. Maybe I could play around with it on stream and make some stupid shit. Hey, maybe if we spend like 6 hours on stream, we can actually come up with a beat.
We about to run the place.
That'd be pretty fun, actually. Spending an entire night on a stream trying to come up with a song with chat. The goal is, by the end of the stream, you have to have a fully complete song.
Off top without no mistake. Trust me, the game about to break. Come on, mine. And I know I'm the freestyle guard. Live on the canvas.
Doesn't that be good? Just finish.
H-Mac dropping the mad. Shot the homie in the open button up the plaid. Y'all know lyrics that we kick on B-Fly. All up on his white tee, rapping to Levi. Making it happen, I'm making it clear. Shot my man sitting down, I'ma grow like a beard. We all up on it, I'ma keep it honest. Nice to see you in the flesh. We be putting other rappers to the test, getting busy. Every time I rhyme, I leave them dizzy. My man Dan with a t-shirt from Disney. It's H-Mac, man, you know they all plan to hate it. They can't stand the hatred. I'm animated like a movie from Disney Pictures. Lyrics that I kick
He's
off
got this
top and
blank
richer.
stare on his
All up it,
face,
you know I make it well
like he's
known.
going through his
H-Mac coming
Rolodex
with the
of
hottest
rhymes, like,
sound
really
clones. Can I drop
quickly.
'em all up in the pocket? Drop
He's
the
focusing
logic,
as
get
much
into
as
the
possible
profit.
right now.
Yeah, shout out to my man Sam. All up on the side and he's holding on the cam. Got the stabilizer, bring the vibes in. Y'all know we shining just like the horizon. H-Mac doing it, my vibe, we put it ripping at the top. We keep it sewing and we keep it the most showing this. You know we going higher. I'm
Yo, man.
Yo, playing in it, so we're finished. Never been timid when I'm stepping to the podium. Someone hold me back because I'm going in. My whole brain, that's what I'm
Christ,
showing
that
them.
fuck.
Get ready because we really about to flow for them. From the open end to the closing end. We gon' keep it on, make it people song. Got the deepest strong. Lyrics every time I flex, so I'm out here catching wreck. And you know we stepping next when we all up in the session. I'm leaving y'all impressed. Close my eyes and manifest. And I'm repping for the West, doing the best. best. I know they never seen me. Shout my man Lampin' in the green beanie. Right at the bar, I be going in hard. I'm throwing them bars, I'm throwing them like ninja stars. Y'all know me, a bitty man on a mission. Pizza everybody at the bar, cold sipping. Everybody be
Is this what they
sipping
call
on
a
the
break
cocktails. When
beat?
it comes to lyrics off the top, I do not fail. Something different. Y'all know I bring the ill policy. This is lyrical mixology. Yeah, get ready for the freshness. Push it to the limit, y'all can never test this. Blessed with a whole lot of ability when I'm through the speakers. Shout my homie in the white sneakers. I got you dancing and moving your feet. I'ma make everybody
Someone
go to the beat.
in that room better go get a fire extinguisher ready, because there's a lot of fire. There's a lot of fire right now.
Live on the scene. When I'm rhyming, I be living my dream. Yeah, I know I'm out here dropping the verse. My man chillin' by the bar in the Beardy Man merch. Got the t-shirt representing for the name, though. H-Man, come and take rappers to the game show. Who's winning ever since the beginning on the internet? Trending and I'm spitting that venom. Let's get it. Spitting the poison. Yeah, bringing the boys in, bringing the noise inside of the rhythm.
That'd be a good end to the video, actually. One of these dudes walked into the room with a fire extinguisher, and he's like, I brought this for the flames.
I'ma make it known, putting this up on the menu. Gravity is something that we transcend through. Bending them, laying them flat, playing with raps. I'm never doing that. Your vibe, I might ruin that. Top position, I be pursuing that. True in fact. And I know what
The DJs haven't
I get you high like weed, and I move at incredible speeds with several C-lows. I'ma make it drop low. Every time I rhyme, I'm bringing the hot flow. Live up in the pocket, and they know they couldn't stop him. And I see the fucking future, I'm a fucking rhyme prophet. H-Man taking over there ain't never been before. I got my record at the indie store, I've been too raw. You know that I'm bringing it faster, cause a disaster. Lyrically a freestyle master. Yeah, cause a rap cataclysms. Every time I'm delivering the rapping vision. H-Man come be breaking another mental prison. Y'all know we be some live musicians. Getting your whistle, but trying to refuse to be traded the border. You know I might just starve you, I might just
still going.
Never be that dude, I'm in that type of mood. Every time I rhyme, I'm acting rude. Got no weapon soon, the top position all inside the game though. I already told you these rappers lame though. I be going where they can't go, all up on the cloud. Me and Bitty Man, turn it up loud, let's go.
Damn. I feel like
there's more of it. There's loads more. Go to my Patreon and
I feel like I can't even think of enough things to say just talking normally for like, 10 seconds.
Often. You can help fund it.
He just said a shitload of stuff in 9 minutes.
And keep me doing mad projects like this. For patrons who've
at
joined
high
up
speed
and are helping me out financially, we get to hang out. You can see how I do what I do. You can...
Okay, my man. Oh, there's some fire in the comments already. Oh, it's Harry Mack himself that dropped the flames in the comments. He's dropping flames in the comments just like he was in that video. Go, Harry Mack. If you guys go on tour, I'm buying tickets. I think that seems to be like most people in the comments' reaction to this. Wild. Harry Mack, that dude. Let's see what this Street Fighter thing is. This is not Street Fighter 6. This is something else entirely, and I was not aware that something else Street Fighter related was coming out, but I'm curious what it could be. Whoop. Called Street Fighter Duel. That's a very different art style. That's like Fortnite 3D models. What the hell? I'm worried. What is this? Did you even explain to me what that was? Crunchyroll Games. Crunchyroll is a game. Oh, wait. This is for Apple iStore and Google Play. This is a Street Fighter phone game, isn't it? All they showed was what the character models are going to look like. That was a bit of a tease. Street Fighter Duel. Mobile game? Yeah, but like, what kind of mobile game? Is it just a Street Fighter fighting game, or is it like a card game? Mobile RPG. Oh, hello. You dropped the word RPG. Now I'm suddenly intrigued. How exactly do you play a Street Fighter RPG? Can I see gameplay footage? Looks like it might be turn-based combat with cards and stuff. That kind of mobile game. Alright. Wasn't exciting as I expected. Am I going to play Hitman Freelancer? I mean, I don't have Hitman 3. I played every single Hitman up to the reboot, just like with Assassin's Creed, because that's when I went back to school. So I never got onto the new stuff. I left it behind, unfortunately. But I would get. Hang on. Is Hitman Freelancer a mode in Hitman World of Assassination in the grander package? Yeah, mode. Makes it one of the best roguelikes. It's a roguelike? Oh, so it's like a roguelike mode in Hitman World of Assassination. Interesting. I wasn't aware. I might have heard the name before in like a trailer or whatever, but I wasn't aware that that's what it was. Randomly generated missions with no opportunity to save while having a limited arsenal. I'm guessing to build up like a meta collection of equipment or stats, like most roguelikes. And it's free. Wow. I mean, I would like to catch up on Hitman at some point, which means I would end up playing Freelancer. But what I'd have to do is get the World of Assassination package, which is now just, it's the one game for the one price. And play through Hitman's 1 through 3 of the reboot franchise. I'd probably do it in VR because that's now a possibility, so why not go all the way? It's the best it's ever been. It took what made Blood Money great and perfected it. Blood Money was my favorite. Even more so than the one that came after that. I really liked Blood Money a lot. But that's always been the plan, because I have been a Hitman fan for a long time, and I've played all the old games up to before the reboot. So I always was planning to catch up to it. It's just a matter of when. But if I do it, I'll probably VR it. I'll VR my way through Hitman's 1 through 3. And then at some point after that, after I've done that, I could try out the Freelancer thing. Cool. It's turn-based RPG like that one Marvel game before Snap. Oh, okay. When I skim-read past what you said before, I thought you were going to talk about Snap, but what was the Marvel game before Snap? Hang on. Let me just jog my memory. By turn-based RPG, do you still mean mobile game, though? Marvel mobile RPG. Future Revolution? That's what's coming up. Action RPG game developed by Netmarble for iOS and Android. I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. I don't think I've ever seen this in action. Is it good? By action RPG, are they talking like Diablo style for your phone? Because all I see lately is Marvel Snap. Everyone's all about that Marvel Snap. Oh, wait, you did say turn-based. Sorry. I got so obsessed with the second part of what you said, I forgot about the turn-based parts. That's definitely not Diablo style. Well, I can see from this screenshot that it's turn-based. Okay, cool. Hey, Stefan. Also, thanks, Stefan, for the follow. Much obliged. He's only the 8,368th Stefan. That's a lot of Stefans. You know who's a good Stefan? The character from SNL that Bill Hader plays. You know, the clubber? The gay clubbing guy? He's hilarious. That's probably one of his best SNL characters. He's always breaking character, though. He can't do Stefan for very long before cracking. He cracks up at his own jokes a lot when he's playing that. What is this? This doesn't ring a bell. Shingo Tamagawa. Filmed by Shingo Tawagama. Okay. Is this a trailer for a film, or is this a 2-minute film? Because it's way too short to be a movie. You talking about the guy from Half Baked? Oh, Stefan? No. Bill Hader plays a character on SNL sometimes called Stefan. Hang on. I'll show you a picture. That guy. He's always wearing that shirt. He shows up on like the skit news broadcasts a lot, talking about new nightclubs opening in town, and the whole point of the skit is how ridiculous the nightclub names he comes up with are. Oh, you hate him? I think the thing I like about him is that he's over the top enough that Bill Hader can't maintain the character, and I do find it more funny when comedians break their character on SNL, usually than the actual joke of the bit. If that makes sense. You were thinking of Jim Brewer? Oh, that Jim... Okay. Half-Baked, the Chappelle movie. I actually can't remember much of this movie. I have seen it, but I have seen the DVD case so many times in my life. That fucking DVD cover haunts me. It's everywhere. Oh, this actually might just be a 2.5-minute film. To be fair, I've made a 3-minute short film, so I don't know why I'm so surprised. 3 minutes on the dot, though. What is that behind her? I don't know whether to be scared or in awe of that thing. Solo effort? Oh, like all drawn and animated by one guy? Dope. It's kind of creepy. That man is mad cross-eyed. What the fuck? It's giving more wholesome Junji Ito. Like if Junji Ito and Ghibli collaborated on something. I can't be the only one, right? There's good art though, holy shit. Yeah, this is creeping me out quite a bit. It's beautiful, but there's just these random moments of like unexpected creepiness. Yeah, but more fantastical horror in the sense that it doesn't even really play as like horror. Like it's not necessarily horrifying, it's just there's something unsettling about it. Like there won't be any jump scares. It's really just imagery that once it's all over, you're not sure if what you saw was beautiful or creepy, or somehow both. Oh, that was it. Okay. So, hold up. Let's recap the story of Pupoaria. Young schoolgirl goes home and forgets her magical sea otter space creature. Very sad. Guy with heterochromia checks into hotel. Is abducted by giant moth. Young girl looks bored, decides to stop watching the film. Looks over to the left. Studio Ghibli's version of a Na'vi for Pandora is in awe of the human race. The human race is incredibly boring and emotionless, and This amuses her. Wait. There we go. This amuses her greatly. Wow, human beings suck. And she leaves. Film over. There you go. I deciphered the film for you, Sham. Art beaten. I won art. I am number 1 on the leaderboard at art. Wholesome Gingy Ito. This chair is mine. This chair is made for me. Oh my god. That is still one of the scariest Gingis. The people-shaped holes one. I'm still waiting for someone to make that into a live-action something. And to freak me the fuck out. You love how the faces are done? Yeah, the drawings are great. There's not much to the film, but as a piece just to show off some art, that was nice. Two years of animation progress by Mark Reimer. Oh my god. 2 years of animation progress resulted in a 52-second video. I feel bad for this man already. Okay. Is that Guts from Berserk? Okay, this is why it's 2 years. He basically animated his own AMV. Super short AMV. I mean, fair effort. Like, most people who make AMVs just splice together footage from animes. And it only takes them like a week or two. What was the audio used? Attack on Titan music. How did he not get busted for copyright, though? There's no copyright music information on this video. Lucky boy. Just watch now. When this stream gets archived on my YouTube archive, 100% I'm gonna get done for the Attack on Titan music, even though this guy didn't for his own video that I just watched. Telling you now. They basically animate bits of manga that haven't been done yet, and one-on-one battles people have yet to see. Was that Guru from One Punch Man? Yeah, it looks like he was AMVing a bunch of his favorite stuff together. Have I ever mentioned the green room? Yeah, you have. In the past. I think I'd heard about that before we talked about it, though. I'm trying to remember the context that we talked about it in. Just to clarify, though, we weren't talking about the movie Green Room, right? The one with the punk rock group. Good movie, by the way. Yeah, the movie. Oh, you were talking about the movie. Okay, I thought you were talking about something else. I thought you were talking about a group. No, Green Room's a great movie. Especially Patrick Stewart in a rare villain role. I was surprised by that. Makes me sad now, though, whenever I think about it, because of Anton Yelchin. Yeah, I think anything with Anton Yelchin, it just kind of brings me down lately. After the tragedy. Sad. Hey, there's an Avatar game. Hang on. It's kind of fucked up how we died as well. Like, it's such a freak thing to happen that it makes it kind of extra tragic. Very depressing. Hold up. I know that there's been plenty of Avatar games before, but they're mostly trash. I want to see what this is. This is something new. Avatar Generations. Okay, animation from the show. Quality.
Yeah, let's do this.
That
We
took a
fight
turn.
together.
Gross.
My turn. Let's rumble.
Wait a minute. Is this another phone game? That's kind of cute. I like the map screen.
Let's settle this.
Oh, is this giving phone vibes? I will need to stop stumbling into phone games.
Earthbending is awesome.
Make your
Let me
team.
show you how it's done.
You're mine.
I will win this war.
Where is the open world Avatar game with cell shaded, perfect anime replicated graphics like the Naruto games, the Ubisoft Naruto game did? Like seriously, you'd think people would be screaming for that shit. That is okay. That is definitely download on the App Store and Google Play. Phone game. Boo. Sorry for being a snob about phone games. I do play some phone games on my phone, but that's not what I wanted to see. Looks like an Avatar gacha game. I mean, and that would sell though. Like, to be fair, an Avatar gacha game would probably sell a lot. Shadow Warrior 3 Definitive Edition. ¿Qué pasa? Do you mean with included DLC, or do you mean coming to Switch? What are we talking here? Mild sexual themes, blood and gore, intense violence, strong language. As expected from Shadow Warrior.
Buckle up! Ah, nothing like the smell of fresh ammo.
The only Shadow Warrior I haven't played yet, number 3.
I am fully loaded and ready to
In fact,
roll.
I did 1 and 2 on stream.
It's
before most of you
disgusting
guys
in
were
here.
around. Except for Tenno. Tenno was here. My Shadow Warrior 1 and 2 playthroughs, I think that was right when Genie showed up. And it was before Sham. Yeah. Genie just confirmed it. I do recall Samurai Warrior 2.
Man, I love blowing shit up.
And I think at the time, all we
That's
really...
what you get for making fun of
I think
my
we
hair.
talked about how
Yeah, I've heard it.
I kind of liked how the graphics got better, but didn't like how the genre of game changed. I kind of was enjoying Shadow Warrior for being a linear 90s style action shooter, and when it became more open world hub procedural roguelike-y, I was like, I don't know. The area was BS before Sham. That's a good acronym for it. The BS era. I think that might be the same time that that was very close to the same time when Thynon showed up. We haven't seen Thynon for a while, but I saw him just the other night on a stream. He now has an account called Thynon2 because he forgot the password to his Thynon account. And he also forgot what email it was registered to. So he's now Thynon2. Thynon2 does not get to have a diamond. Thynon1 still has a VIP diamond, but unfortunately Thynon2 doesn't get to have one. If he comes back asking for me to give him his Thynon2 diamond, I'll have to say, sorry dude, all my diamonds have been given away, and unfortunately Thynon1 still has it. Nothing I can do about that. Certified Thynon moment. Who's Thynon? Oh, Thynon's my alt account. You can remove that. I know, I know you can, Genie. I was doing a bit. I was saying that I would pretend that there's no way to remove it from the first one, just to troll him if he wants his second account to have a VIP diamond. Because that's the oldest running Thynon meme in the book. is fucking with him in terms of the VIP diamond. I've taken his diamond away and given it back so many times for like the most frivolous things. Who's Tanky? Tanky is your alt account, Sham. Doing a Lemmy. Yeah. Lemmy was the one that started that, right? I'm pretty sure Lemmy was the one that started it because he was the one that wouldn't let up. There were streams where he kept that going for so long that there were people in the chat that were getting the shits. They were getting real tired of the alt account gag because it went on for like 40 minutes of people just arguing over whose alt account. So what is the point of a definitive edition of Shadow Warrior 3 exactly? I didn't quite catch it from the trailer. After finishing the main story, survival mode is a completely new game mode consisting of battle arenas, providing hours of gameplay. 3 new weapon skins, new hardcore difficulty. PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X owners are treated to a tailored enhancements, including haptics and controller speaker, and retuned performance modes at buttery smooth 60 FPS. Okay. So there is lots going on there that I wasn't aware of. I actually thought this was going to be just a Switch announcement. I thought Shadow Warrior 3 was just coming to Switch. And they called it Definitive Edition because they were including DLC or something. I'm sure you'll see him again sometime soon. Because now that Thainan 2 is back and kicking, I'm sure he's going to pop up again at some point. And guarantee you, okay, he hasn't done this to me yet. He pretty much showed up just to tell me about his Thainan 2 account, and then he left. Guaranteed the next time I see him, and he actually chooses to hang out and chat for a bit, the first thing he whinges about is going to be when I'm going to play Enter the Gungeon again. The number one sticking point on Thainan, always, is wanting me to play more Enter the Gungeon. He never shuts up about it. I don't think he quite fathoms my excuse every time is I don't actually own the game. I played it on Game Pass and it's left now. So I don't actually have it. But he still always brings it up. Like, you're going to play Into the Gungeon? It's like, dude, I don't have the game, man. Sequel, Fine and DOS. No, what's the name of that Joker sequel? Joker Part 2? D-E-U-X? It'll be Thainan Part 2. Thainan is now played by Lady Gaga. Oh, Link. Almost forgot about your Link. T-Pain. Has this got to do with T-Pain's Twitch channel? Because I know he streams a lot.
Yeah. New shit. I'm glad you're here, guys. You ready, bitch?
I wonder if T-Pain's YouTube or Twitch has ever been copyright struck for his own content.
I got a whole last. It's a need for speed. It's like a shot from a calico blast. Hot like a double I'm Taz. I'm not gonna stop to the level I'm not at. Get shot past and it get shot down and shot back. I've been on the road, you can rock that. Pedal to the metal, then it cock back. I'm that nigga in the convertible with the top
Damn.
hat. Nigga, we never heard it, you gotta stop that. Shawty looking at the whip.
Is this his Twitch intro?
From the hot snatch. She no pain and she no best. She know I got the money, it won't be no stress. She on my Twitch, then that's my bitch. I got a naked in the back, breaking TOS. I'm not playing.
I've got a naked in the back breaking TOS.
Just let it go. Just cause you rapping on your intro does not make it better, bro. Now I got you all in my reticle. I wanna see how far this pedal go. I'm on your face like it's kettle. Told me quit slinging that metal around. My drift game is impeccable. My whip game is incredible. You ass as fuck, you last as fuck, and I'm fast as fuck, boy, you better know. Yeah, y'all know who they be. I call them greedy Beyonces. They all want 2 Jay-Z's. That's NY to Miami. Shit, I hit the highway. They say you can't pay for respect. Shit, but you can buy hate. My Nismo got gizmos in that driver's seat.
There's too many hype men on the track. The hype man voice is getting annoying.
I'm about to make a motherfucker go sideways. Sideways. Let's go sideways. Go sideways. Hey, bitch, my Nismo got gizmos in that driver's seat is Versace. I'm like, bitch, get in. She listen in. Just sit and spin. Cause I'm about to make a motherfucker go.
Should I make a Twitch intro for my channel? Should I drop bars as my Twitch intro?
What's up, you stupid idiots? We in this bitch. New stream. New motherfucking setup. What's really happening in this?
Why is his
motherfucker?
room
I
so
appreciate
empty?
y'all for
It looks like
coming
a
through
dance
this bitch right
studio.
now, being a part of
The
that.
floor is like
You know?
that dance studio linoleum
Let's
floor.
fucking go, bro. I appreciate y'all coming in. Wanted to try that intro out so bad. I've been waiting. Been waiting. It was good. It was a good idea. Ugh.
Who is Brother
Oh my
Sham?
God.
Wait, whose alt account is that? Is that your Sham or is that a tanky alt account? Yeah, I think we gotta make some Twitch. We gotta make our own Twitch intros where we all drop bars. I think that's important. Even Genie. I want to see Genie's Twitch channel with a bar dropping intro. Genie Flames. Welcome to a Sean's Twitch. Let's go. Playing roguelikes. Let's flow. No hetero. Damn it. Wait, I already fucked it up. Damn it. I got 3 bars in already. I've called myself out as being gay. Genie's like, what else is new? You're usually the first one to be like, yeah, you're totally gay, closet gay. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And then I do that. Did you mean no homo? Unfortunately, no homo wouldn't have actually rhymed with the bar. Only no hetero does. So unfortunately, I mean they both end with O, but I mean rhyme is in like consonant wise. The hetero had the right amount of consonants to keep the flow right, correct. Homo is a 2-syllable word, unfortunately. Wouldn't have been quite as wouldn't have been quite as flames. What have I heard that from? That actually is in something. The no hetero line. I think it might be Little Dicky. I'm gonna guess. Bruh. If you've ever heard the song Bruh by Little Dicky, where it's just all high speed like rap from him to a percussion beat. I'm pretty sure that's the song where he, in the middle of talking about hoes and the usual rap stuff, he drops in like a quick no hetero as a joke. I think. I'm going off like memory here. I feel like it was a bad idea to request my raps after T-Pain. Is that what your last link was, which I haven't got to yet? Yeah, that's a poor order of operations there, Sham. You went from T-Pain to yourself. That's like a musician choosing to go after fucking Elton John on stage. Yeah, I'll lead that. You love Save That Money? Yeah, that's a good one. Save That Money has got a great instrumental. I love the instrumental on that song. Bruh as well. Save That Money and Bruh are probably my favorite Little Dicky instrumentals. They're just catchy as fuck. Except Bruh is basically just like a guy. You know those dudes that play percussion on like the upside down plastic paint buckets when they're busking? It's basically just that kind of percussion, but it's so good. Wait, let's see. Oh, it is a sham rap. Hang on. Sham wrap, new at Subway. Get your sham wrap. Comes with lettuce and a lot of cheese. It sounded like a diss, actually. I should Photoshop that up for you. I can Photoshop like a promotional Subway poster for a sham wrap. I was supposed to do more, but you said I heard Israel. Oh, is this like the is this you building on the previous lot of test ones you sent? Didn't you send like 3 in one that were like 3 ideas in a row that you did? I'm pretty sure that was the last one you ever sent me.
Yo, shout out to all the piggies out, man, out in the pen. chicken cooked, delicious. I don't know why I try to find.
Oh, this is the full version of the one where you did the singing part in?
I guess I might reach to the sky and pull it a little closer for a brighter view. Yo, I'm that motherfucker eating chicken thighs. Yes, I'd lean hard, but only when the chicken's fried. People say I've a foul mouth, but now the protein's mine. Using the secret 11 herbs is the way I pass the time. I drew the shortest straw. Once the boy had cried wolf at the second time, that shit blows and all the piggies terrified. Oh my God.
I do remember this. I remember you laughing.
Yeah.
Some of these instrumentals have that lo-fi beat vibe that like makes me
Here we go.
like really kind of chill, sleepy.
Then stick up the men, then kick up the dust, then jump
Until
in
the
the
rap
pouch.
starts.
Slip off the feds, then trip on some meds, then slip on the tin like Oscar the Grouch. Sick on the can, take a pick on the gram, share it to the fair, make 'em all go wow. Brother the sham, I'm about to say I'm cooking enough lamb, but I'm not cooking up trap. Every single time I knock me out all lines, but it's not all fine, you'll pay the full amount. The combo's all behind, I'm one of a kind, but I'm not that kind, so sit there about. Sometimes I wonder why I was so spry, rewind back in time when I was a sprout. Dropped on my head, cause I'm such a sped, don't fuss cause I'm red, what is this all about? I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
Attempt3.mp3.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying. I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
I was not expecting the high note.
Fuck you're saying.
You're trying to get like Bee Gees level in there? So you're just sort of trying different things in different parts of the beat? Kind of reminds me a little bit, especially the first one. Remember when Eminem did that for the first time? I think it was in that song about his daughter, where he just like sang parts of it, even though like he sounded really uncomfortable singing it, to be fair. Like he knew he wasn't a good singer, but he was just like, you know, I'm going to sing on this track because I'm talking about my daughter and I love her. I do remember, like, I remember people at, I think it was high school. Might have been high school. I remember people roasting him at the time for doing that on that track. But then, like, seemingly completely missing the point of the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, what was it called? Mockingbird? Yeah, wasn't his daughter called Haley? The word Haley is coming back to me. You actually liked his singing? Yeah, I remember... I don't know if it was like that, like, internationally or anything, but I do remember, like, in my space and, like, at my school, I remember, like, a lot of teenagers, like, ripping on it. He tells put his feeling. Yeah, see, I was confused because, like, I didn't like or dislike the song. I heard it and was like, oh, yeah, cool. And then when I heard everyone ripping on it, I was like, wait, you're going really hard on this for something where, even as someone who wasn't, like, a huge music person at the time, even though I knew a few obviously big Eminem songs, I kind of immediately could tell what the point of the song was. Like, I didn't think he was a great singer, but I thought, like, what he was doing made perfect sense in the song and why he was doing it. And it didn't stand out to me at all. I was like, this is cool. And then everyone, but like, I guess sometimes like the high school kind of schoolyard vibe can be very similar to what Twitter is like now. It's just people being like shitty and toxic for toxic's sake. Everyone's kind of looking for excuses to roast at each other for things, even unnecessarily. Because being an asshole makes you cooler than everybody else. Which is why you see so much negativity in the film criticism space with regulars. Like, so many people rip on so many movies in places like Twitter and YouTube comments, because it makes you the cool kid in the room to talk shit about the thing that everyone is liking. How much longer am I sticking around? Oh, not too much longer. I'll go through like some more game trailers I'm still hanging on to. What time is it now? Almost 3 a.m. Yeah, I don't like to do epic length streams. Like usually around 4 to 5 hours is enough for a chill stream. But I'll hang around for a bit longer still because I want to have a look at a few more of these mysterious clips that have come up here. Not the Hogwarts Legacy launch trailer, because fuck that. I don't really need to see more of that. That game has as many fucking trailers as that Wanted Dead game. Like, we honestly don't need that many trailers. What is something I've never heard of before? What is Dredge? There's something here called Dredge that looks fascinating.
Rated E. Rated.
That's good because I'm trying to get that will money. You're trying to get that will money? What the fuck? You're trying to get my will? Is that what you're saying? Because I got no money to leave to nobody. If you're thinking about wills. I'm poor. If anything, like, you want some debt? I'll give you some debt. I still have a film school debt that hasn't been paid. You can have that.
E10 for ages 10 and up.
Oh, Team 17. The company that makes worms. I will give you 1 coin for a single fish. Is this a indie fishing game? The aesthetic is kind of cool, but this is not gameplay. I think it's catch fish, upgrade boat, catch bigger fish, upgrade boat even more. Now he's got sea serpents. Just be like, dude, I'll give you $1 million. These are unheard of species. If this gets Lovecraftian, I'm so in. Yo, we got Lovecraft in the house. I dig it. Did not show any gameplay, but if I were to give it the benefit of the doubt, that was pretty cool. That Oodie could be sold for a high price. I mean, maybe if I washed it. Pre-wash? Not sure how much you're getting for this Oodie sham. There's some Biscoff. There's some Tim Tam chocolate. I think this might be some mints from some like preheat bolognese. There's a little bit of coffee and or tea down this corner. This might be cum, although I'm not sure whose. I hope it's mine. I really hope it's mine. Spiritfarer Crushing Reality Edition. Yeah. I was getting maybe not full Spiritfarer vibes. Spiritfarer was more about being a Grim Reaper. This looks more like just being a fisherman, but a fisherman that comes across Cthulhu at some point. What if it's a woman's? Definitely, probably not, because I don't think... Let me just think. I'm pretty sure a woman hasn't been in my apartment since before I've owned this. So that's definitely out. Oh my god. Sham clipped it. Whoosh. What? Wait, did I miss the joke? Is that what the whoosh is? Is that over my head? Spiritfarer was about a hot deer in high heels. Oh yeah, she was hot. Bit of a snob, but that was a gorgeous deer. I'm sure that clip's going to come back to haunt me. Also, if there is a semen stain on this Oodie, I promise it's not because of Lola Bunny. Although there was a period of time in my, maybe between 17 and 19 where that might have been the case. Because Lola Bunny is a babe. And I stand by that. Boop. It'll just start clipping every time I throw myself under the bus. Let's see what this Liberté trailer is as well. Because this looks like a game, and there's a chick in the picture with a fencing sword.
Peggy.
So that seems kind of cool.
16.
I would go for a fencing simulator. Or a indie game. There she is. She's cool. Where are we going with this though? What kind of game is this? I don't think it's an RTS. It might be a tactical strategy game. No, okay, never mind. It's a Diablo type thing. It's an action RPG. But set during the French Revolution? Maybe? I'm just kind of guessing. Card upgrade system? Maybe a Diablo-style roguelike? I'm really just spitting all kinds of theories right now. I guess it has a character creator where you can make a man or a woman. Because I've seen both now playable. Oh shit. What's kind of going on? Yeah. Sham, can you rap over this? This instrumental is flames. The soundtrack went way too hard for the style of game that was. What the fuck? I actually stopped caring about what the game was. I was just listening to the track at that point. They sold a copy just on the soundtrack alone. Good job. Yeah, even the comments agree. The music did not have to hit this hard. I'm calling the police. That was me. I left that comment. Looks like a nice game from 2004. See, people can't just be nice. Man, chill. We don't have to roast everything we see. Just the things that truly deserve it. Another clip. Is this a prank? This is a prank channel? You send us pranks, Sham?
I get you some Oatly, Captain Enigma. I love your look, never stop. You look like Oatly coveters. You're coveting the Oatly. It's free, you can have some. Can I tempt you to a couple
What's
of
free?
cartons of Oatly Barista? No. Thank you for considering it. You're shaking it. There's no toy inside, I'm afraid. Okay. You're coming straight over. You want to make a grab, but your Britishness is stopping you. Make your grab. Make your grab in a transatlantic manner. Have you had this before? Oh, it's a treat. Any bog standard hot drink.
This might be like a skit slash prank, but this guy's a legitimately good salesman.
Delight. I'm going to put that one in there because I adore your vibration. You've got a big bag. Grab two, for heaven's sake. Thank you very much. I like your outfit as well. You're sartorially barriered against the conditions in the most wonderful way. Hurry, quick. You'll make it. It's leisurely. You're fine. You know you are. Sarah, I adore your posture. Hands on the hips, boss of the train station. You're the master of reading that board.
Just take one.
Yeah, oh, you can just take one. Take one for your friend, take one for your auntie, whatever you need. I don't care. May you? No, you're barred, I'm afraid. You've had far too much oat drink.
I think that's what people who do...
And well done, because people are coming up being very English.
It's what people who do marketing don't realize this sometimes, is that a good, funny, charismatic character, even if it's a skit,
Thank you. You brought your own
is
toilet roll.
good salesmanship.
This is 4, brother. This is 4.5. Will you allow
He's
me
a member of
to
the
give you some
Greeters Guild.
You said the right things.
I said,
know what
will
that
you
is.
allow me to give you some oatmeal?
That's me all over.
You've got that, I'm going to have some
got that
Oatmeal
look.
stride. Yes, exactly. And how many do you like?
What is the product that he's
deserve?
giving people? Is that real?
I understand you're on a bicycle, so you probably need a counterweight of one in each pocket. I love your look as well. You're like a corporate Viking. Have you had this before?
Yes.
Yes, you know what you're getting into. I load up the buggy. Don't be shy.
Oatly
you are the sea
barista.
captain of Brighton
So it's like an
Town.
oak milkshake, but like coffee flavored, I'm guessing?
You are the Archduke of Barnacles. We should never stop, sir. I see you eyeing up my oat drink.
No, I want wine.
All right, fair enough. They don't go together. Curdle.
You need to describe me like you didn't think so.
I describe you. You have delightful, understated freckles, and I hope you understand that they are an absolute boon. Do not cover yours up. I'm a huge fan. You're a committed oat drink fanatic.
indeed. I love it.
You drink every drop of that and think of me. Got some of this? You got a rucksack. And it
I
looks
kinda
like
want
it's
his
got space
outfit.
in it. Come and fill it with delicious milk.
I want to walk around my
alternative, you
apartment
silly
wearing
fool.
that purple,
Madam, you have the aura
that
of an
purple
oat drink
nightgowny
fanatic.
kind of smoking jacket
Right.
thing.
Let me just drink in this cream vision. The elements are battering you, but you haven't compromised sartorially in any way. And the doctor's
Sartorially?
thoughtful. No. Quite the opposite. I'm actually aggressive.
I'm going to look that up later. Not the oat milk, the
Why is
Jeannie's
it
already
that-
said it's
why
oat
are you
milk.
suspicious?
Um,
Do you not think the universe has decided you deserve
I want
a
a-
free oat
I want a
drink?
gown.
Listen, how many can you fit in
I
your
want
bag
a
is the
Hugh
more
Hefner
pertinent
style
question. It's
gown I can
purple
walk around
day.
my house in that's like black and
We
purple.
told them it's purple day.
I'm about it.
Would you like some of this? How many can you carry? You've got voluminous pockets. Do you want to sign up for our newsletter? It's spam.
Yeah, so yeah.
You like spam, do you?
I like Oatly, so
You're in a hurry. I'm like a marathon. Over you are.
See, in Australia we've got oak,
So you're squinting at the ball.
which looks very similar to
no,
what
no,
this
you don't
is.
have to apologise. Can I give you some oat drink? How many do you want? You've got mittens. I can't see how many fingers you're holding up. 2. All right. Good carry.
That was adorable. I want to try the drink. I want to try the drink just because of him. All right. Let's see what Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon is. Because that is a mouthful. That sounds epic and laden with fantasy tropes. Lay it on me. IGN trailer. I won't even look at the synopsis. I want to go in blind.
The all-consuming Red Death.
Good start. Very ominous.
600 years ago, King Arthur led the great escape from the homelands.
King Arthur?
Where our kingdoms were ravaged by the plague. Leading people to Avalon, he started the Age of Conquest and took the island from the Four Dwellers.
Hope this is not one of those trailers that doesn't actually tell you what kind of game it is.
Together with Merlin, they cleansed
It
the
might just be
land
all
of
vibe.
the weirdness. A primordial force of chaos and possibility. But now, long after the death of the king, Camelot is in shambles as Avalon fractures into chaos. Old legends are gone, and the weirdness is creeping back into our lands.
The weirdness.
The bleeding heart of the plague has started beating once more.
I don't think I
And the
like that
Red
writing.
Death
When they
has
called it the
returned.
weirdness.
Rulers of the island are
It killed my
silent.
dark fantasy
An
immersion
order
slightly.
of the Red Priests are desperate to stop it by any means necessary.
Oh, good game. I was getting worried for a second it would be one of those teasers that just gives you vibe. We're actually getting gameplay. Or at least what the in-game graphics looks like. The level of detail, I'm going to say, might make this an isometric. Like a high-end isometric Diablo-style thing. Okay, we got the in-game graphics, but they didn't actually show us anyone playing it. Which is unfortunate. We were so close. Get to know the story behind the fantasy RPG Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon. Early access. Release nears. Oh, it's not even in early access yet. It's still coming. Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. Images. Show me in-game UI. Just, oh, it's a board game. I mean, it's based on a board game. Obviously, the game's not going to be that. Okay, I was wrong. First person. It's got that Skyrim thing going on. Alright, cool. I legitimately thought we were going to have a action RPG isometric style on our hands. Something about the graphics just felt like it was going to be that. Or not, because now I'm getting another screenshot that is isometric. What the fuck's happening here? Excuse me? Is it both? What is happening? Hang on. Screen flip. Are we actually going to get browser? What are you doing? This Google URL is dying in the ass. There we go. Okay. First person, sword in hand. First person, sword in hand. First person, sword. Bow. Children of the Corn. Boring bridge. Guy fell asleep. What the fuck? What was the other thing I saw? Okay, I have to figure out how I got there. Like 100% I somehow found my way into some isometric top-down footage. Here. Tainted Grail, The Fall of Avalon. I'm so goddamn confused. Okay, now we are on isometric game. Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. Company? Publisher, Awaken Realms. Developer, Questline. Awaken Realms. Developer, Awaken Realms. Are they making two games called Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon with the exact same name from the exact same publisher, but two different developers and two different genres? Because that is so fucking weird. Hit board game Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon is getting the video game treatment. Yeah, apparently. But as what? I can't figure out. I thought maybe it was both. Like you transition to first person for combat. Maybe, I don't know. This is all just first person game. Awaken Realms. Oh, they made Fresh Start. And No Place Like Home. I've actually got them on my wish list. That's cool. Nemesis Lockdown. Tainted Grail. Conquest. What is Conquest? Card-based, turn-based game. Upcoming. The first-person one. This is so weird, man. Okay. I'm going to bail on this because I'm so confused. There's legit footage of two different games of two different genres, but they're both of the same publisher, but different developers. And I can't make heads or tails of it. Or which one I just saw the trailer of. I'm going to go crazy if I keep trying to decipher that. What have we got here from Sham? Sham click. Even the official page is confusing. Yeah, I just gave up. I'm just like, it'll come out eventually and then we'll know what it is. But from what I can tell, there might be two different games, but they seem to only have the same name currently. It might be because that title is the name of the board game. It's based on a deck RPG game. Yeah, there's a board game that involves cards that it's based on. And maybe both games are called that currently because that's the name of the board game, but when they actually release it for early access, they might actually get updated names, like with subtitles to differentiate them. Because the publisher seems to be the same one on both of those that I looked at, so the same publisher is not going to release this a game with the same name around the same time. That wouldn't make sense. It'll be Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon, dash something something else.
Damn, must be a work crew or some shit. Yo, what's going on, fam?
Calm down, Sham. It's 8
One of
leaks
y'all
at
live
least.
here? I seen the gate was open, so I just came in. What y'all fitting to get into?
Is this that guy that does the pranks where he like plays the character where you can't tell what he's saying?
What?
Is that dude?
Nah.
The mumbler?
Anybody here looking to buy a watch? I got a nice watch.
No. Good.
Nah. I knocked on the neighbor's door. They ain't open, so I went in. It was sitting on the kitchen counter, so I just grabbed it. That's a nice John. My man, you interested in a nice watch?
Nah, man, thanks.
Does he ever get bashed?
I'll take $2 for
I can imagine doing these
Anybody got 50
doing these
cents? Trying to
pranks
get the bus home.
might piss somebody off enough to want to like
Nobody
knock
can
him
help me
out.
out?
He's not doing anything bad.
Oh, damn, my
But
man,
like,
yo, he
there are
got a
people that
knife.
if you annoy them enough, they'll knock you clean
Help a
out.
brother out, yo. Thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, that's a baller. Right
Can I use the bathroom, sir? Can I
No,
use-
I'm sorry. You can't. It's not our house.
It's not your house?
No.
Yeah, this is a nice crib. They got alarms in this house, you know?
Yeah, they do.
They do?
Big ass pit bull.
They got a
Oh,
big
no.
ass pit bull? When I was a little kid, I got attacked by a pet bull. It bit me around the neck and shook me up and shit. That's how I got all messed up, you know what I'm saying? On the strength, yo. All right, yo, well, y'all have a good
Every
one.
time he does
I
that clicking
appreciate y'all.
noise,
All right.
it kind of sounds like he has Tourette's.
I'm just looking. All right, no
Like, isn't
problem.
one
no
of
problem.
the most telltale signs of Tourette's like doing the occasional tick or like clucky sound with your mouth? More so than just like swearing all the time, like people think. I've seen some Tourette's, people with Tourette's, like,
Did you not catch
what's that female streamer
No,
on
I didn't
Twitch
see-
that's
what did you
famous
do?
for having Tourette's?
Sad.
Is it Sweet Anita?
He goes, "Man, you want better to watch?"
Like she does a lot of
I went
her
into this
ticks, like the
neighbor's
sounds
house.
she makes or the clucks she does with her tongue, the clicking noises with her mouth, are to like better control or navigate around the Tourette's. Like if she doesn't lead into some of those
Pump the
physical
gate, go
ticks,
off here.
then
who's in
she's
charge
more
here?
likely to like spew out a bunch of obscenities and swear
Yep.
words. Like it's a good way to
Hey, Bartle do, pal.
hold
Get one
yourself
shot
back
just running up
from the
this here
swearing and
gutters.
saying offensive
I'm
stuff
doing
to
the
just
roof
let
or
yourself do
all
the
have
physical
a
ticks
haul it
more.
out? What did y'all do when you get you out here with the gutters? Multiple permits?
Oh my
or
God, he showed up in
who
another
I talk
outfit.
to?
Yeah, I don't think you have to have a permit for gutters.
That's all your gutters?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think, do I?
I'm gonna say. Said about to get gutters.
This has been so suspicious to them.
Well, I called the child. He pulled me around the back. I just walked up here talking to him. What's your name, boss?
Don?
Don.
Do.
You got my
There's some
dedication
great
on
Sweet Anita clips on YouTube though. Some really funny stuff of her
Well, I got identification?
doing collabs or interviews with other
Okay.
YouTubers.
That's my crew.
And some of the
Well,
stuff
I'm
she
top
says to
dog,
them
we'll
that are
shot
obviously
down
like
here,
Tourette's,
see me
but
and Bartle do.
like everyone knows, it's they're not going to hold it against her. But she said some really funny shit.
No.
to some
I
big
got small
YouTubers.
capitulated.
Like the guy
Yeah,
from
I can-
Smosh.
No, I just got to hear a guy speak to what they're doing the gutters. She gave my
I forget which
my
one.
ID. Then
She
I'll
was on a
move
video
in,
with a guy
bring
from
him out
Smosh
here.
once, and she
And get my badge too. I let my badge.
I think
in the truck.
she called him a pussy ass bitch or something, just out of the out of
Dirty,
nowhere.
give more touch with these.
And even he looked like he
You
was
come more
trying
touch
hard
with
not
these?
to laugh at getting roasted so hard.
About the homeowner?
No, the homeowner's not here.
Homeowner's not here.
Mumbles,
I
that's
don't know.
it.
Not most take him a coon rotation. I'm gonna ask him about my truck. All right, listen. Call me up here. Come up here because you get after you bring up my truck. Get my truck too. Grab my badge. Right on my charge hanging up on a mirror.
I swear that looks like that same motherfucking dude who was just here trying to fucking scam us.
He's catching on.
Looks just like the fucking
This guy's
dude
onto
who
it.
was here trying to scam us. That's why I just did that. Like he fucking changed real quick and came back. Like shit you not.
I wonder how quick the change was. Like, it would make it funnier knowing if he left for like literally less than 60 seconds and it came back in a quick change outfit.
I asked for his ID.
That would have tripped them out hard.
Believe me, I've had it happen to me in Moundsville. I had it happen to me in Columbus.
I mean, I ain't understood it. I ain't understood fucking word he said. Fucking word that he says.
It's really creepy. Maybe Ed is the homeowner. Do you reckon he would have like organized to have his own work done just to be able to like
Special
prank his own
delivery.
workers
Where
without
can I
getting
put
into
this, huh?
trouble? Oh my god, he showed up in a third outfit.
Star 1250.
Sue, go get Don. How much is it?
The guy that was catching on that the second
the slice,
persona
man.
was
I
the
was
same
hungry.
dude is gonna flip his is gonna absolutely
I don't know.
go
I don't
mental.
know nothing. You don't know if it was paid for or not? Is this Spike?
And he's purposely eating with his
Yeah,
mouth
it's
open
right
and
now.
making
Did
loud
you eat it?
smacking
You ate it?
sounds.
Oh shit!
Did you eat a piece of the pizza?
I just had like I was telling the guy, bro. I was driving around for 20 minutes trying to find a place. I got hungry. I was about to bail. Then somebody called me and said, "No, they're out back." So I came out back. Oh. Jesus Christ. So. Oh, it's fine. It's in a box.
Oh, I want to see it.
All right.
And you guys got a light? You got a light, my man?
Did he just throw his half-eaten pizza back in the box? Oh my god.
Thanks, boss. Yep. So how we want to work this out?
What?
Harry?
Oh god, he's so off-putting.
1250 or how we doing this? I ate one piece. I'll tell you what, give me $10, we'll call it a day. I get going. Thank you, sir.
Whoa.
No tip.
Yeah, it was a piece of pizza.
He is good at making people
Got
very
me.
uncomfortable.
All right,
I'll give
guys.
him that.
Can I grab one more slice to go, boss, please? If you don't mind. Thank you. You guys are the best. Thank you.
Yeah, have a good one, dude.
Why is it cold?
Is he gonna come back in a fourth outfit?
It's like fucking ice cold. Well, this guy find out where he ordered this from. We just got it. That's what I want to tell you, dude, man.
This is proof that Hitman is realistic. Yeah, because like most of these dudes aren't really reacting much to the fact that it's the same guy, even though it's kind of obvious. Except for one of them. The dude in the white shirt was catching on to the second persona pretty quick, but he wasn't there for the pizza guy.
You didn't give him no money, did you?
Harry gave him 10
People
bucks.
tend to see
It's the same
outfits, not
fucking guy.
faces. Yeah. Because he kind of does the same, like,
Why do you think he's
weird,
doing that?
mumbling, talking lisp thing with all of his characters, so that should be the biggest giveaway. I think it's like, people have talked about this before. It's a human comfort thing. Human beings don't like to be uncomfortable. So, even though he's purposely making them uncomfortable, which makes them want to get rid of him, that's part of the bit, right? But what I mean is, people don't like to make waves. Even if they have a hunch that, like, this guy seems like he might be the same dude as the last one in a new outfit, a lot of people don't want to push the question or, like, rock the boat. They want to just deal with him and get him out of there as fast as possible because he's being annoying. So, like, you can get away, like, I think scam artists say this a lot, like con artists. Like, you can really leverage the fact that human beings don't want to rock the boat and will choose to be polite over any other reaction. You're more likely to get pushback from people who are narcissists or somehow, in some way, a little bit of sociopathy. Because those kinds of people, they don't really have that part of their brain that sees the need to keep status quo intact or get along with others. They just immediately call out things. Sometimes completely tactlessly. There's usually a lack of tact that can be a good thing and can be a bad thing depending on the scenario. In a situation like this, probably a good thing because you're calling out someone fucking with you, but most normal people will play along. I remember there was a discussion over girl with the dragon tattoo. You know, Daniel Craig's character, girl with the dragon tattoo. I think it was in the movie's commentary or some discussion of the film where there's a scene towards the end of the movie where Daniel Craig finds evidence in the house that makes him sure that the person that's there with him might be the killer. And he goes to like sneak out the back and leave. And as he's walking away from the house, the guy comes out and calls out to him and says, "Hey, like, where you going? Yeah, come back here. We'll have tea. We'll talk it out and stuff." There's no reveal yet that he is the killer, but Daniel Craig has this weird moment of stopping, turning around, saying, "Oh yeah, sure, like whatever," and he comes back in. And I remember them talking about the fact that like his character's choice in that moment is based on the fact that because he's not entirely sure yet, his decision making lent in the direction of keeping the status quo and being polite. And that even though he was almost convinced this guy was the killer, he chose to go back into the house with him because he was maintaining the facade that everything was fine, and he just wants to like, yeah, let's come back in and chat, have tea, whatever he said. And he does it. And it's one of those moments as an audience where you're just like, bro, you fucking know something's up here. Why are you still playing along and going back in? It's because the facade is still being maintained. So he couldn't help the fact that he wanted to keep going along with the facade and be polite. Until the other shoe drops and it's too late. And he almost gets himself killed. The dude in the white shirt's clearly an enforcer.
Measure. Quit moving. Stop.
The dude in the white shirt seems to be more in charge as well.
Give me a tool. No, that's all right. Yeah, give me a tool. Let me push a button.
He seems to be the most assertive of the group, and everyone seems to follow his lead. So he might be the owner of the company or something. Reminds me of the big reveal in Get Out.
You fucking cut
Yeah.
me. Be careful. Hey, give me a Band-Aid. I don't have any. A Band-Aid. I don't have a Band-Aid.
Is this the 5th or the 4th costume he's shown up in?
Yeah, I can go. Yeah, go up.
If they know he's the same guy by now, every time,
this is fun.
I reckon they're freaked out. I think they're scared shitless at what this dude's deal is. Because it is so weird to turn up in 5 different personas in a small span of time. They probably think he's a serial killer.
I'm afraid of height. No, I'm afraid. Hey, look, I'm gonna help you down, but don't kick me, all right? Don't shake. Hold still. All right, give me this foot. Don't. You gotta hang on. Help! He pulling me. Help! Keep following me. Come on. Stop yelling at me. My pants are falling down. Hold on.
To be fair, this is kind of a shitty situation because if anything happens to someone on this site, like it's their OH&S responsibility. So if this weirdo climbed up a ladder, fell off and broke his leg, they could be liable for that.
I do all the work.
So I kind of feel a bit bad for them on that one.
He cut me finger. He cut me. Him. Hey. He beat me up.
Hey, don't call the police department.
Don't call the cops.
You ain't going nowhere.
Bullshit.
You ain't going nowhere.
Yeah.
No, you ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, I think they've had enough.
You ain't going nowhere.
Give me a slice of pizza. Hey, tell him don't call the cops.
Don't call the cops, Harry.
Hey, a Band-Aid.
Jeremy, you got any Band-Aids?
He hit me.
Band-Aids down the street.
I think he got 4 costumes in before they lost patience with him.
I'm driving this van.
Hey, no. You can't do that.
Okay.
I'm driving this van. No, you can't do that. Okay. Oh man, don't let them know it's a prank. They're gonna be so mad at you. That's where someone's gonna beat you up.
Hey, homie, you in there? Look, I see this fucking Dracula in here. I thought that was him.
You should just show up in a 5th outfit.
See that Dracula in the back? I thought that was him, dude. Nothing? No, dude.
What is happening?
What's up, guys? What's up? What's going on?
We can't find your cousin, dude.
My cousin? He's in the garage. They're all in the garage.
You cut his hand?
Yeah, I cut my hand.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. Yo. This guy said it.
So was it his house?
Yes. Hold on. Look. Look, here's my there's one camera guy up there. And there's another camera guy hiding out over there somewhere. This is Harry. Come on down, Kurt. Kurt's been up there all day.
Hey, you want some pizza? You want some pizza?
Kurt's a weird looking guy.
At first, I was waiting for Ed Bassmaster to pull up. You ever hear him?
Yeah.
He is.
This ain't Ed Bassmaster.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
That's me.
Yes, it is.
Prove it.
I would be like, dude, do you still want the housework done? Or is this just all for the prank? Can we go home and still get paid?
This is my Instagram, right? That's my Instagram. That's me.
Bro, you go around kicking the tires and
Yes,
shit?
that's me.
Nice
Yeah.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you, bro.
That's awesome.
They
Yeah,
even
man.
knew him and they didn't recognize the character? What?
Philly jersey videos. I mean, just about everyone.
And you didn't even put two and two together that I was in the Philly jersey.
Dude, I'm trying to do this and get the hell out of here.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get
I think that's how Sacha Baron Cohen got away with this for so
My camera guy's
long.
Harry too.
Like, even though people
like you either, huh?
are a fan of things you've done in the
What
past,
happened,
sometimes in the moment they just don't put two and two together.
You fooled everybody when you came out.
He kind of looks like one of the Jackass crew.
Characters every single time.
Jeremy was
In
the
this
best.
outfit.
Jeremy was ready to kick Mumble's ass. Well, what was great was that Jeremy knew it was the same person, but he still didn't know that he was being pranked. So it was like he thought somebody was trying to get into the house.
Yeah, I thought somebody was casing the joint, man.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, what's going on?
Damn, dude. All right. Something else, I don't know what it is. Shot in the dark. Steel Seed. Kind of a pornographic name. But I'm gonna guess science fiction RTS type thing. See if I get it right. Cool logo. That was rad. Okay, I got sci-fi right. I have a feeling maybe I was off on the RTS. Yeah, Unreal Engine doesn't... People don't make RTSs in the Unreal Engine, I don't think. I can't think of one, anyway. Are you singing Billy Idol, Genie?
Kobe,
Oh, cool. Cyborg assassin chick.
let's go.
We're not going to see gameplay, are we? Ah, damn. You're power washing? Power washing is the perfect time to listen to some Billy Idol. I mean, what else are you going to do while power washing? That was a cool aesthetic, but we got nothing from that. Just that it looks like... what's that StarCraft game that never came out? StarCraft Ghost? Steel Seed. It still sounds like a porn parody, though. You can't use the word seed seriously nowadays. You can't use that word with sincerity. Oh, yeah. Looks like third-person action-adventure. There's at least some Uncharted-looking gameplay balancing on a beam. Steel Seed. I'm gonna guess wait for gameplay trailer. Probably gonna be a Darksiders-y kind of hack and slash type deal. I'm down. Not bad. Kind of wish I got more. Bit sad. Oh, is that a... Tanky, were you doing a fake... You're doing a fake link thing? I don't even click on links from the chat. I do it from my activity request queue on my other screen. That's why I didn't notice it before. You're trying to cheat. That's not fair to Sham. Another crew game? Okay, I'm not that interested, but I'll bite. I never played The Crew. Literally clicked on a link in chat earlier. Oh yeah, way before the I turned the link thing back on. When I was curious. Was the Crew supposed to be good? I don't remember. Clearly, I guess it did well enough to get a sequel. Ubisoft Ivory Tower presents. Great name. Way to make yourself see like one of the people. Okay, looks like The Crew. But a little bit more tropical. Motorfest. Something about that reminds me of that game that was on PS3. The launch title. The one with all the mud physics. Been checking the link redeem for 20 minutes, but Sham always nicks it. Oh, does that do that? Really? Not Dirt. Motorstorm. Because Motorstorm was a game based around a racing festival that was like all in harsh conditions and mud and stuff. So the mud part, ignore that. The whole Motorfest concept of The Crew, of basing it around this like vehicular festival on a particular island location. Maybe think of Motorstorm for some reason. That was like one of those big PlayStation 3 launch titles that was showing off the tech and was more. That was a better tech showcase than it was a game. Let me just look into the. I didn't realize that the link system with the cooldown and everything was for everyone at once. I thought it was like per person. Redemption cooldown 5 minutes. Limit redemptions per stream. Limit redemptions per user per stream. Those aren't very necessary. So the redemption cooldown time limit is for everyone cumulatively. Interesting. Oh, don't worry about it. I'll check out Tanky's link in a second. I'm just kind of fascinated by. I didn't actually realize this about the system. For some reason, I was assuming that this 5-minute cooldown on link sharing was person specific. So I thought that if Sham shared a link, then just Sham would have to wait another 5 minutes to share another link. But someone else would still be able to do it themselves. That's a bit. It's a bit hairy, I think. I would like to make that per person, but I don't think you can. The system is not that introvert things. It's alright, I'll get back to the link in a sec. I'll just scroll up in the chat when I'm done here. It's just I'm just trying to make sure that I'm not missing anything that would make me change it to how I want it. I think no, that's it. That's all you get down here. Redemption cooldown for everybody, or limit redemptions per person or per everybody. That's all the options they give you. That sucks. I'm disappointed. I really want that to be per person. That is a bit of a pain. I'm actually gonna lower that to 2 minutes just for now, while I think about that, because I don't like the way that works now. But it is kind of important for streams where lots of people send links, otherwise it gets unmanageable. Oh, you did it anyway. Okay, cool. Then I don't have to scroll up and go find it. Thanks, Tanky. You probably have a metric fuck ton of cookie bits anyway, because there's not many things that I use my cookie bits for on my channel. Hitman 3 Freelancer is something else. Introducing Hitman 3 Freeloader. Okay. I've never seen this this channel before. Cartoonishly. Is that what it was called? Cartoonishly. Yeah, 19.8K. Holy shit. I need to come up with more channel point gimmicks or something. It's kind of a redundant system. It's very quiet. Bathroom requires mastery level 4. Why is their soundtrack so low? Or is that just mine? That was adorable. You know what that animation reminds me of? That actually just gave me a bit of a nostalgia sting. Newgrounds. If he'd been active, he'd probably be at 40k. Oh, there's a few people that probably are like at 90k by now. In fact, I bet Sham would be at like 90k if he didn't actually regularly use it to do links. Minx as well. I bet Minx would have a lot, probably close to 90k if she didn't like force me to eat Biscoff every 5 seconds. Yeah, I don't know if anyone's ever had that period of their life where I guess it depends on your age, but there was a period when I was at college where I would be on Newgrounds every day. I use Newgrounds like how I use YouTube today, and that animation really gave me Newgrounds. Oh, speak of the devil, Biscoff. I'm a point hoarder. Any particular reason, or because I mean, points are kind of pointless. I didn't mean to make a pun there. I was an accident. I'm sorry. Oh, you know who else is a point hoarder? For some reason? Lemmy. He'd like to have a bunch in case you get an urge. Yeah. Sham told me once that, I think it was Sham. I might be misquoting. I think it was Sham who told me once that, I think he had a mate that he said that he would build up his points just so he can drown him in hydrate link reclaims, which I think the guy didn't have like a limit on them. The points don't matter. Well, that is a free form of currency just for fucking around and having fun on stream. But that's why I found was that you, Tanky? Okay. For some reason in my brain I'd switched it to Sham. Maybe because no, that ain't me. Okay, it was definitely Tanky then. I remember that specifically. This was right before I became an affiliate, I think. And Tanky warned me that like as soon as I became affiliate and the points thing became a thing, he was going to drown me in hydrates, or he'd done that to somebody, to a friend of his. Which is why when I first turned on the hydrate command, I made sure that there was a time limit on claiming it. So nobody could do that to me. That was just because of you, Tanky. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have thought of that. Of limiting with time limits to make sure that no one can fuck with me like that. Where did that... Did I close that that racing games thing already? Anyway, fuck the crew. No one really cares about the crew. SteamWorld build. This looks interesting. This looks like something I would enjoy playing. Hang on a sec. I've played SteamWorld games before. They always seem to make games in different genres, which is strange. You still force feed you jars of Biscoff? Yeah, but I have like a 30-minute time limit on the Biscoff, so you wouldn't be allowed to do that again for another 30 minutes. I did that specifically so people don't make me fat.
I see it! I see it! The mine shaft!
All right, folks. Time to get to work.
Oh yeah. Resource management. Mine town building game. I dig it. I like the cartoony visual style as well. Not enough strategy games do this kind of thing. They always try to look like grounded, realistic. And below ground gameplay? Like Dungeon Keeper style? Even better. Holy shit, that got big. I would like to play this. SteamWorld games are wild, man. Like, the first SteamWorld game was just an action platformer where you're digging down for resources and upgrading abilities. Then there's like, that's SteamWorld Dig. Then there's SteamWorld Heist, which is a turn-based strategy game. And now they've got SteamWorld Build, which is a isometric RTS city builder. What else do they have? They never make the same genre twice, which is what fascinates me about this company. Yeah, SteamWorld Dig is what I played, the 2D platformer. Heist I know about, turn-based strategy. SteamWorld Quest, I've never heard of. SteamWorld Quest, SteamWorld Tower Defense, and SteamWorld Headhunter are the ones I didn't know about. SteamWorld Dig 2 I've played. What is Quest? Is that an RPG? Turn-based role-playing and deck building. Oh, it's a card-based role-playing game. So it's a different game entirely again. Headhunter. What's Headhunter? 3D action game? A shooter? I think it's a third-person shooter. Hang on. Trailer. I hope they keep this up. I hope every single game they make is a completely different genre. Like, the next one could be a SteamWorld Souls-like. Like 3D third-person action, but Souls-like level structure. They still haven't made a SteamWorld FPS yet. Well, we didn't see gameplay, but from the looks of it, third-person shooter. All they say is 3D in the descriptions. Oh, wait. Third-person co-op action-adventure game. Cool. Cool. Love it. All right. Go off, SteamWorld. You guys are nuts. Don't ever let anyone bring you down. Okay. Hang on. Apologies for this one, because it's going to be weird. I can tell already. Transport Fever 2 Console Edition. I just want to see what this is. Oh my god, it's going to be a rail world, a completely realistic rail world management game. Yeah, railway line management. Console Edition. You can now design realistic roadways, railways, and bus and tram lines on your Nintendo Switch. Are you psyched yet? You fucking stoked? The graphics are good. It looks real. There are some OCD people that are gonna get off on this. That overlay screen designing bus routes with different colored lanes on the roadways. Some OCD people are gonna be in love with this. Oh my god. PlayStation. Well, we sure watched that trailer. I'm pretty sure I just sold a couple of copies to a few of you in the chat. Who's pre-ordering Transport Fever 2 as we speak? Don't be shy. Improved graphics, a revamped interface, and controls adapted to controllers. Everyone can enjoy an optimized version of the renowned management game, Transport Fever 2. Hashtag it on Twitter now. You'll be the coolest kid on the block. Someone might even suck your dick. I will. I like weird games. I like weird, super boring looking games. I do kinda. Because I'm cool like that. Playing train management games? Hell yeah. Well, I'm pretty much done. I got one that I left for last because it's a bit longer. A full gameplay overview of Atomic Heart, that Russian Bioshock looking game. They've actually put out a full 8-minute gameplay rundown explaining the whole game, and I'm pretty keen to see how that plays out, because this game looks fascinating. Alright, cool. Teach me, Sensei. Teach me the ways of your game. And please stop attacking Ukraine, if at all possible. Wow. What is that?
Welcome to the mad, uchronic world of Atomic Heart. A
Everything
new
about this game's
cinematic and
aesthetic is just
explosive action
wildly
RPG.
original. I can't help but love it.
Discover details of the
I don't
amazing
love that.
and intricate world
That upsets me.
created for the game.
Can you fly?
Atomic Heart's setting is a fictional
you
USSR
fly
of
cars around?
1955.
Look,
in a top secret military base
that might
built
be an
to
intro
manufacture
scene
robots.
at the start of the game, like a cutscene. If you can
known
actually
as
fly flying cars
Facility
around the game world,
3826.
that's amazing.
The mastermind behind this facility is a brilliant scientist by the name of Dmitry Sechenov, who pioneered a special liquid substance called
Oh, the live
polymer
action
in
actor.
1936. Expanding on the formidable qualities of his invention, Sechenov managed to launch a huge neural network of AI assistant robots called Collective.
So this game is just another Skynet.
This
science
allowed
fiction
robots
game
to free
where
the people from manual labor in favor of arts
we take
and
AI
science.
too far because we're lazy, and then the AI
Everything goes
batshit
smoothly
crazy.
until 1955, when authorities planned to launch Collective
I was
2.0 and introduce a
hoping
new
for something more
thought
creative.
device, allowing humans to control the network and issue commands with just the power of thought.
But maybe there's more to it if you actually play the game.
Unfortunately, the launch of Collective 2.0 is sabotaged, leading to a technological nightmare. Robots attack humans, with hundreds of casualties among facility staff. You are Major P3, an elite soldier from the intelligence
His
service.
name is P3?
You are sent by Sechenov to investigate the circumstances of the incident and restore the neural network. Your mission will take you across the scientific testing grounds of Facility 3826, which spreads like a fungal network throughout
cool.
the Kazakh
Oh
mountains.
my god, that is in game. I think you can fly.
As you roam the base,
I think there are
you'll
flying
come
cars that you
across
can drive around in the
expansive
air.
scientific complexes, mysterious laboratories,
So that map screen tells me one thing. The above ground might be just an
and
open world
discover bizarre
Ubisoft-y
underground
kind of thing.
tunnels packed with spatial puzzles,
And all the
that
story
even
and
the most
gameplay
experienced players will
proper
enjoy.
happens in that interconnected hive of laboratories.
One thing you
underground.
can expect is to never know what to expect. Be it horror, arenas, puzzles, or a plot twist with cinematic cutscenes.
Put pressure on this wound.
Okay. Don't know
They
why
tried
you
to
had
save
to
you.
specifically point that out.
Why the hell should I believe any of this?
You should be more careful. This place
They actually
is a
bragged that
damn
their game has
madhouse.
cutscenes.
You're going to Chalamet.
What the hell are you?
I've got eyes and ears everywhere, sweet cheeks.
There's blood all over the place.
You really didn't tell her anything, did you?
I never expected to see Victor
Alright, we
like
get it, there's
this
cutscenes.
in these circumstances.
Next.
human casualties.
And he has to be stopped!
Poor bastards. What the fuck happened here? Who the fuck did this?
Am I making myself clear, Comrade Sechenov?
But you won't be traveling alone.
Yeah.
Here is Charles, a polymer
thought they were gonna talk about
AI
the car.
integrated into your experimental power glove. Charles is a by-the-book sidekick that will provide you with new objectives, story, and character details. It will also
jokes.
provide tidbits on Atomic Heart's looming secrets.
Banter.
And even divulge a bit about your shrouded history. Charles doesn't only have a teacherly personality capable of mid-mission banter.
I knew
can
it's
also
banter.
Scan the area.
Oh my god.
Hack
You know what's scary about that? The sidekick banter is one of the things that killed Forsaken for people. Everyone seems to hate the writing, the dialogue, writing and acting in Forsaken. Mainly because of the banter between the main character and that wisecracking bracelet. That sounds like Jarvis. The fact that Atomic Heart's doing the same thing, they've put a thing on your hand that can talk to you and banter, comedic skits with you, is really dangerous at this point in time in gaming. Because people are starting to turn against that shit.
Robots and other
it's becoming like a
equipment at will.
cringe gameplay.
Through its power, you'll even be able to deploy energy shields
cliche.
and wield electric, freezing, and telekinetic powers.
Let me turn this down a bit.
Prove that you are human, Pioneer Nichayev.
Communicating with other characters, it's entirely up to you to decide what you will say in dialogue, allowing you to enjoy an array of interesting responses.
Okay.
You will have a vast territory to explore. Facility 3826
They keep making a big deal out of really basic
with
video
more than
gaming
25
tropes.
hours of
Like,
gameplay to beat.
There's dialogue options, and they made like a whole meal out of that.
Traveling around the
as a
world
feature
is
of the
easier
game.
with the Aero Train or any other mode of transportation still working. But you'll have to
Yes.
stay on your toes since any action may attract unwanted attention and result in your death.
It is cool that the hand sidekick
As
thing
you
that you
fight your
banter
way
with
out of this
is
nightmare,
their excuse
keep
for
in
giving
mind
you
that all
Bioshock
robots
powers.
are interconnected
that
and
fits.
controlled by the collective's AI.
I can buy that.
This is both their strength and Achilles' heel. Take control of the collective systems, network control terminals, cameras, hawks.
This is a Ubisoft game.
Balance, and repair hives that restore destroyed hubs of the collective, defeated robots, and other elements of the network.
God, he just literally listed off a whole bunch of like map icons from a Ubisoft game. They're the hives you have to destroy so they can't repair enemies, which basically makes areas safe. There's probably the towers to add icons to the map or open up fog of war. Like, he just listed off 4 or 5 things that were like typical like side quests that you do, knocking off checklist icons off a Ubisoft game. That doesn't turn me off it because, like I said before earlier tonight, I don't really care that much. Like, you know, you're a gamer. There are all kinds of games. That's one of them. Open world Ubisoft checklist map games. That's a genre. I'll play it. I'm perfectly fine with that shit. But a lot of people aren't, is all I'm saying. There's a lot of people are gonna hold this against this game because they're gonna come to it for Bioshock, but they're gonna get open world Ubisoft
But robots
checklist
won't
nonsense.
be your only enemies.
And you're gonna turn a few people off that way.
Scientific plants, sprouts, can find a body and mutate. Mutants
But then people that are in it for the open world
There
stuff
are also
are probably not
Crucians,
gonna like the
who are
story-driven
truly formidable
underground
opponents.
action as much.
But what makes them special is that they can summon sprouts.
So either
You'll
way,
have a big problem unless you can keep the two of them from fusing with each other.
wow, cool. So enemy
To
types
fight
can
dangerous robots and
fuse
mutated
together and make
creatures,
new enemies.
lay your hands on a cutting-edge arsenal, ranging from a sharp axe for melee combat to a modified electric rifle or a cool
That's
grenade
cool.
launcher.
Very steampunk, like Nikolai Tesla railguns and shit.
Melee weapons will help you accumulate energy that can then be spent with your energy weapons. When it comes to your firearms, however, you'll have to scour through the environment to find bullets or craft them yourself using crafting machine Nora and add elemental effects to them. Your fighting style will depend on your choice of weapons and skills. Combine firearms and energy
It
or
looks
melee
fun.
weapons as well as glove abilities.
It's pretty like
and
chaotic.
Use them wisely.
There's a crazy amount of options when it comes to weaponry and powers.
Install additional upgrades for your weapons, such as an extended mag, a collimator scope, an upgraded barrel case, a tactical grip, or a silencer. Search every piece of furniture, computer, and corpse to collect materials that can be used to
That is
modify
cool.
your arsenal. Become unstoppable.
Not the looting, but the fact that you can use your powers to like auto loot and like suck all the stuff out of every container instantly. That's a cool that's a creative idea. That's original. Are these the characters you're talking about, Genie? The fembots that are crouching down a crotch face area? Because I remember in the teaser seeing a scene where they start doing weirdly pseudo-sexual stuff with each other. And then one of them grows a unicorn horn and goes down to her crotch and then stabs her through the stomach with her unicorn horn and then slices her up through the torso.
Finally, whether you're a hardcore player in need of a frenzied, gore-filled challenge, or an adventurer eager to explore this unique
I love the
world
fact
full
that you
of
can
crazy,
actually
gripping
fly the
narratives,
flying cars around the map.
Atomic Heart
That
can
is
be
so
molded
cool.
to your ideal experience. Do you have what it takes to adapt and tame unfamiliar enemies and environments?
Nope.
And can you handle the shocking truth coming your way? Shine light on deceit and unearth what Atomic Heart really is. Just know one thing.
A video game.
In Atomic Heart, the price of truth will be paid in blood, as the utopian dream is not what it seems.
I hope it's a surreal and... Oh, hello. I got a face full of cyborg
Atomic
lady
Heart
crotch just then.
releases February 21st on PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox Series.
Yeah, we know all the consoles. Yeah, like that cutscene of those two cyborgs like slicing over each other's abdomens in a weirdly sexual way with a unicorn horn on their forehead. I hope the game manages to be that surreal and strange all the way through with its like designs and concepts. Because everything's just really like strange and European and possibly sexual, maybe, but also not. In a way that can be like off-putting but intriguing. I guess similar to how you describe H.R. Geiger stuff, but less sexual than that. Like H.R. Geiger's intriguing because it's like it's grotesquerie mixed with sexuality in a way that the human brain gets very uncomfortable with. That's like what always made his style so fascinating to people. This looks like a good game though. It's coming out on Game Pass too. Day one. It's a day one Game Pass release, so I will get to play it for free eventually. Which is nice. More big deal AAA looking games like this, please. Well, that was interesting. I'm glad I left that to last, because that was probably the most I've ever understood about how that game functions. And I've always wanted more from their trailers. They've released quite a few trailers for Atomic Heart, but they were mostly just surreal in-game graphics teasers. They showed you all kinds of gameplay, but with no real explanation for what's actually going on or what you're doing. So it was nice that they laid it all out like that, just so we can understand how it works as a game. I do think that people are going to be 50-50 on the whole, it's Bioshock, but it's also a open world checklist map Ubisoft game at the same time. Hopefully the game doesn't force you to engage with either or too much, depending on your preferred gameplay style. Like, if you're someone that likes games like Bioshock, story-driven first-person action, but you hate open-world map Ubisoft shit, where you're just chasing icons around a map, hopefully you can make a beeline for the main quests that take you underground to the laboratories, and just focus on that. So at least those people can ignore all the dinky bullshit above ground. All the waypoint towers and all the what seems to be cyborg generating machines that are creating enemies that you have to destroy to make areas safer. Like, you could probably ignore all that and just let the above ground be untouched and just keep it difficult. Because you could probably run through all that nonsense or shoot through it and just get to the next story bit and continue on. I myself am the kind of person who's probably going to spend a lot of time above ground just checking off all those checklists. I could see myself flying around in one of those flying cars, looking for all the waypoints. And clearing out the map. Just making sure everything's hunky-dory. And achievements. There's going to be achievements like complete every watchtower synchronization. Destroy every nest of robots and every replicator. Find all the stashes of blah blah blah, the Rebel Alliance, for new abilities and weapons. You know, that kind of stuff that you can pretty much skip if you wanted to. Okay. Bam. Let's move all my shit back to the middle. Before I forget, before tomorrow's stream, where I go back to Skull again. Oh, I gotta fix all my cupboards. Fucking ripped everything out. You can't see it on camera, but I ripped my cupboard apart trying to find all those maracas and Donkey Konga toys to show you guys earlier. Now they're just all over the floor and my cupboard's a mess. So, yay me. I'm gonna have to spend my 4 a.m. fixing up my room and eating ice cream. But I'm gonna head off. I'm gonna be back tomorrow night to play Skull. So, good night, everybody. It was nice hanging out in Oodie's again. I'm assuming everybody else in the chat wearing Oodie's as well. You're all wearing your Oodie's, right? Sham, you're probably wearing your Oodie at work. Out the back. I sometimes forget that Sham's at work doing these late streams. And kind of popping in and out whenever he gets a moment. Shorts topless. You or Sham at work? That's equally funny. You just like for a split... I know you mean yourself, but for a split second, you made me imagine a Sham topless at work in a pair of shorts, just working out the back, mortifying his co-workers. Poor team. Poor McDonald's team. That's why there's hairs in the McMuffins at 5, 6 in the morning. For the early birds. It's Sham chest hair. I'm not going to lie, when I'm not streaming and I'm just like doing stuff on my computer, I am sometimes doing it bottomless. Like, I do sometimes sit here pantsless. So keep that in mind if you ever go to sit in my leather chair. This leather has been touched by ballsack. So there's that. Oh, I might make another Disney princess juice. Caffeine smell. Okay. I'll see you later. It's 4 a.m. so technically my next stream's tonight, not tomorrow night, because I've gone overnight again. But for those of you who like Skull, I'll be back for that. Good night until next Sunday. Otherwise, see you later.